MPP suspended o my free party no more for a long time. Now I say yente wonka. Now wo hemfa.
Na me Ghana.
Wo Ghana he ya.
Na me Ghana.
Good.
Na me Ghana.
Now to Ghana ha.
I'm to Ghana.
Na no aye kom.
Na me show my business.
Oh, I see.
Once in a while na my free Ghana I could share my family. So wo mo to London. Wo mo ma Ghana.
Okay.
Time me a student I was hono. Na me share me yo. Women, they are not kids anymore.
Oh, yes. If you were
my Danny grandfather.
Because you were minding your own business.
Yes.
After suspension, now to be a big now, a suspension which in still now, check can be an answer. We be part or party, might be part no, it be out.
Mean to me, party no mojam, mean to me, yes, it is suspension, no, when it finished in 2018. Even before 2018, even before a suspension will be over in 2018. Let me go quietly.
Okay.
Yeah, we discuss Sebibu Kakra or so media abroad. Now, Kwabna Miss one son of a Casa B. Me wouldn't at you for between your papa and
yet I say,
yes, unfortunately.
Papa, I win Tammy Paul Afoko, and tis Ocaso and Tijia. When you want, Papa, why are there? They what can I pennies are?
Now, when you say it's you know, I told one crying, a kunipapi. I say a lot of property.
Papa,
into Yemfa by a bo.
Neyako.
And the Yako.
Emma bereaved families.
Sir. And Yanka say Ghana, Yenina, one people back. So to and beto NPP.
Debbie, a tobaby,
a toyena so. Yenina, Yemba together. Now, you should say the
good.
One more. Good. One more. So no. Problems.
Good. Now, what can you say, dear? No, a member saying Cabecca be bigger. Who was to say, I can't send me break courses, the engine year. Who is saying?
And the crow say building in waterways is one of the major issues. A causal problem. And in fact, fortunately, your engineer, Honorable Adainimo, also understanding all these things. But media, anytime in my example of how yet me back together and do something for the country. We call Senegal, Dakar, one beachfront in and then you fell the Corniche. One more bubu dining along the beachfront. Now, it is a
no, so as of a flood and say,
the flood and no one, Nipper say, so the man cry. Some of the beach communities. Okay. In the time, our government will say we have to clear this place and make it a beautiful place, like Vienna Beach. Political parties in they came together and agreed into Womboko, just slightly outside the car, on another beachfront. Echo have service plots. Emma woman, woman, and told them that look, Sikani, your house is 10 rooms. 10 rooms, Sikani. Now, your mama in our date, and they all had to move.
Wow.
Bulldozers no buy, whether you are moving or not, one baby would die. No.
Wow.
And there was no political party that came out to say, government, why not here? No, no. They all kept quiet, supported the program. Into Ukohwa and Ne Uko Dakar. Wonderful. Into we can do the same in Ghana. Say, it's taking human lives.
Wow.
Wow. And Tardian woman share a bed. And then so by no more sorry Johnny here. That's all they have. They have nothing else. Into no me so your big platform.
That's it. That's it. Big platform.
Say
Ghana
for politics to and do the
MPP.
That your research.
Well, come on, Kakra.
Who did we come back to?
We do question pa. Yes.
No correct. That time no na General Champo. May he rest in peace.
Yes.
He ended up being one of the best leaders Ghana had. Was it Unigo? Union government. Into young for political parties in Tunchai. Because the political parties are in Takoba. Into now we should just form one government.
That's right.
And that's our government, Obia. So we a fisherman who was seat. Fishermen will sit for parliament. Market women will sit for parliament. Soldiers will sit for
parliament. Seat for
okay. Obia. Now, ya kasa and do everything for Ghana, not your party ni your party.
Okay.
And me so that time a young student of politics. Now me so yeah me simply.
Ompene.
Where there be.
Adenti.
We call a collation of views Me call her. And the late Joe Apia. Now he was leading the team.
Okay.
Super. Who are you? Why are you talking like that? Young man, do you understand? I said, I understand. Soldiers must be in the barracks. Police must be in the barracks. They must obey the civilian order. Yes, Parliament. Long and short of it, me say no, into me joining no vote for.
Okay.
But in hindsight, there was something good in that idea.
Wow.
In hindsight, no class them there.
Okay.
And then you can say, you have to be man enough to say there was something good in that idea.
That's right.
My mistake.
Oh, your mistake?
Your mistake. Me, at that time, my opposition to it.
Union government, no?
Union government, it was a mistake.
Wow.
Because, and they say, look at the problem facing Accra. What I'm calling for is the same unity.
That's right.
That's right. Do what we need.
That is where I was going. Hold on, Ameba. So now you are calling for unity. Until now, I wanted to know why I going to now oppose our union government.
We are correct. At that time, immaturity in the room.
Okay.
Now and net with experience. We see later on, we say we call time me oppose Rawlings.
That's it.
And now we call all of that was youthful exuberance.
Youthful exuberance.
And me sorry.
So now we know ye.
Mean the more na wisdom no ni ho.
Nyansa no form kaka.
Nyansa.
Na unya nyini.
My nyini. No correct. And they say, in principle, I will oppose military coup.
Okay.
I will oppose it.
Okay.
But I won't do what I did.
Okay.
Because my nyini kaka.
That's right.
Me and Piebio na shoot me. Because now I was lucky that I escaped. After that radio station broadcast, I may say we opposed the coup and Rawlings, you shot some people for doing a coup. So bring yourself and we also shoot you. And if all
what can we now?
May say all Ghanaians, we don't have guns to kill this man and his small group of soldiers. But if we all stop working, the economy will die.
That's it.
And they'll have to run away or submit themselves to be shot. Until now, say we are market woman now. Sister Onyema Kofi.
Hey, Jaijoye.
Policeman, Munya Mukofie. Obia doctors, nurses. Kaya ye Obia Ankofie. Yanina Yankotna Yefie na Yanjai Emano. Emano. Run the country, use small group of soldiers. Let's see how you can succeed.
Wow.
They will succeed. You can't.
Yes, but you were bold. Now,
yes.
I
believed in my ideas, in my principles, and I still stand by those ones.
And if you do one,
no, me journey after from the studio, me journey because I was hiding in a friend's house.
I see.
And a message came say soldiers know them Kwansoba, and that they told them where I am. That's why I'm no barracks behind Bolgatanga.
Okay.
Right down there's a barracks.
Okay.
In the no move fitamale eba.
Okay.
In the answer no be do Bolgano. Now me so back na motorbike across the border. That time now you flow Upper Volta.
Yes.
And then it is Burkina Faso.
That's right.
Into me now motorbike China into after a while and a Akatapure no a member of PNDC.
Okay.
On Sufi Bolga. Oba Bolga na was sending message say woman can't share a member. The woman yamifi. Because Rollins said such bold young people
That's right.
are the people who should stay and help the country.
That's right.
Me buy ya na kefi wo Ghana. Into me buy ya me do fie. I didn't even sleep at dawn. Soldiers are surrounding fie no.
Okay.
They picked me up and brought me to Accra.
Wow.
I stayed a few months in prison.
Wow.
And Carlos Kofiji one kuno.
Okay.
They came and broke the jail and I'm assuming a chance. A fee jail no, and then I kept on running. I didn't stop.
Wow.
Until London.
Wow. Yeah, was Paul Afoko, when Tommy Afoko and Edin Komono, national chairman, hopeful of the NPP, and I know to Komo. Now, I'm back to contemporary politics. Wumi. Now, my kind baby, so I can say the NPP as a party now is in a critical condition.
Yes.
Baby MPP one pa sana echiri mo echiri ede into na ma okasa
facts a fact so we should be for MPP tama me a chairman and I'm go see party no and in fixing the party because power there say open power nema pi wo ho a wo be ya nipa mpe ebinum nji
sa enye bi de ebe so de
until me see party no for power no nipa pi wo ho a inside the party a wo mu
ni wanya adwen
debi me so na me gina ho say the party in Tamale ne mami to me say a power na yepe.
Okay.
And I came to the party with a program.
Okay.
Now strategy no na me friend MPP, new plan for power.
Wow.
Until if we are going to win this power, then I have to do what it says. Because power there any emotional.
Okay.
Emotion tree, what can I say?
Yemfa akoma anase
emfa bufu
bi
me time enti member won carry ho we would ye ko ho me mpe wasem me mpe woni or would ye hu ya fa dodo you know that sort of thing.
Yes.
Power enisa power there ye power da ho we ya there power pair power be ba ho so wanya power so ma until now, me say a what do I call it? A covenant. A
pam bia oni
party for
the echo.
Many party for me. I made a promise.
Shebo.
Me Shebo say John Mahama is qualified to go for his second term. And I say, second term no. It means MPP will be in opposition for 12 years. Into me Shebo my party for me say Monto Mami. I have a program, I have a plan, I have a strategy.
That's right.
We'll stop John Mahama.
Okay.
Once we stop him, then we can implement our program and we also see power. And a woman penny here. It is a woman disaster in someone. Now say my baby to now incline. Now a binum or how woman say, oh, wait here. Jai, many way. And yet it means I will lose.
Yes.
So I'm somebody who believes in results. I am a results-oriented person.
Okay.
In business and in every aspect of my life. Intimacy, wait there, mimpini. From time I call you, me say we are going to do our primaries and we'll do it exactly the way power wants.
That's right.
Inti, me see, we're only about 6 of us. The remaining 5 are still alive.
Okay.
Baku more anytime whom you want me. Major Mechiano.
Besin there?
Yes, Besin there.
On Chow Besin there?
Debbie on me.
But that's what party him.
Oh, that's what party or a penny power party.
Hey.
Every time Michiano, I may Mechiano. Make us say what he knows who he is.
I see.
If you are listening, the last time you and I met Tamale Airport, we went on the flight from Accra to Kumasi to Tamale. We got off the plane. I was in front of you. You refused to talk to me. But still, I greeted you.
That's right.
Me there, Echo, I don't feel any pain.
That's right.
Because I knew, say, a power na yepe, and I got the power for the party. You got to now almost say, oh,
Papa, obi tell me now, sister, nipa no betuma bonidi.
Me bonidi.
So,
ono anim.
Onim no.
Onim no.
Okay.
And I can tell you that so opera one.
Oh, Ashanti region.
Aye.
Okay.
Ebia o cry. I don't know. No, he's from Ashanti, but he's.
Oh, free Ashanti.
Yes.
Okay.
He knows.
Yeah.
Nah. It doesn't matter. Disqualify this person. Wait there, you penasem. Wait there. Not last time. The hunya mi hipa. And can't you say that's not how you get power. Use your emotion. Say mimpe way, michiwe, or on kaya home. We will not get power. It's incapable. So let's leave it open. We will not disqualify anybody. I'm the chairman. I won't agree. Let the people in the constituency decide.
Okay.
Say, woman is someone will be say uncle parliament. And men also aso. On sanko woman someone and say my bum na so mama me to me be na me sanko parliament. If the woman say 1 year there in your last 4 years, but you're another person in the constituency or in place of you, let them decide. Near 6 people sitting in Accra in a room here, small room of party headquarters, to decide for people all over the country. I conducted those primaries, but we lost over 30 MPs. Over 30 MPs almost do sue primaries. But woman, not one of them, sorry, say, oh, I'm not happy, me call independent. Not one. Woman, they all said, yes, we are loose, fair and square. But we are still party members. You be within the party. Madam, for not even 1, 2, 3, 4 friends. Woman lose woman seats.
Wow.
Primaries.
Wow.
A bit in Kumasi, a bit in Central Region, Western Region, my personal friends. It's painful to me personally, but power for the party. I was ready to stand by this and say I won't protect even my friends.
Wow.
We want power. I've given my promise and my word to the party saying, your opposition is difficult. It's difficult.
Very difficult.
We are in opposition for almost 8 years now. Almost 8 years. And me, I am going to do everything to make sure say you be winning. And in the end, we suspended me. And I'm called fear. But me, Kono, na mean say I have done everything ready for power.
I see.
I knew the power was coming.
One of the things you did, constituency bia MBA in the bank account. Now sika direct
and that was part of the structuring of the party
and
strengthening the
base.
Yeah,
and it is how they no sanko for our can oppose is our decision we say.
Now we a media man wouldn't him. You are just intentionally asking me. Womuko on air and said Apoko is wasting the party's money.
Why no they can't say?
They were on air, they're on record, you know. You Google it, you'll find. Woman say I'm squandering, that's the word they use. Apoko is squandering the party's money. And I'm a country woman say, I'm not squandering party money. I'm giving the money to the party, not into my pocket to go and squander. So yes, sir, we will see power. Because one more constituency, no. Power is in the polling station.
Okay.
That's where we go to vote.
That's right.
It is a war, and you, every one of us, your polling station. We live in polling stations, and those polling stations come under constituency. It is a and fee headquarters, a constituency, where the work is supposed to be. How can we see power? One more constituency. Right now, constituency executives are going for elections. One more sorry, one area a year, they have to go on Bonsawa. Party is not giving them money. The money comes from their pockets.
Yes.
Me campaigning, I went to a certain place around, I've forgotten, here in Ashanti. Man, be sorry, or say, me cocoa farm, last year, I had 3 million CDs, old CDs, no?
Okay.
Profit. I put a lot of it into party work. Into almost sorry, I'm Bonsawa, a sooner. Winning sooner.
A year to a dinto, about
all these things. Woman,
bottom sika.
Bottom sika. It is a woman, yes, I know woman bra. That's the next time. Woman to me and call a year.
I'm for before.
Now, voting time ever so now. About me, who say, oh, Mr. Okotoma elephant noa. Time I miss where were you?
Okay.
That is only one of the several things I might use for power's sake.
But a brilliant idea. But more puzzle. Some that saw party me did say omo can who been recently. Omo the petition called my party is omo.
Me babe do.
So
I'm going with you. This one has done to because of that. Because here, and I knew that we won the power. I can't only t-shirts any they know. Yeah, we need 169 seats. 169 from 120 something. If you call power. And inside power, time I will be we are no longer in opposition. You will be and we dropped from 169 to 127. 169 to 127. Inti saa time no, we shall be one MP from what's his Formula.
Okay.
Formula MP on Nigeria. Because that is a penalty.
Isaac Esiama.
Yes, Isaac Esiama, honorable. Yeah, that is a penalty. Yen had decided because ye kuma be ye juma rather than idea power pay. Into your CM pen even your corner constituency, I could campaign against no because he went independent. And I'll go win here. But Oba Parliament or see Nikumamo or your MPP. On the boy and I now 138. And can yes, sir, you need NDC 137, 137. One will say,
okay.
So why near idea power pay? You lose.
Okay.
Then the next one buy it and we only have 87 seats. It is a wood party here. Won't mean to know fiesa. Won't mean to know fiesa. Ye none more party no echo from just down. Yes, a buffer echo on the plateau on the flat line. It just echo down. And no dear.
Okay.
Let me see where dear minimum. Yakasa. Let me see where dear. Yen share a jay be.
Okay.
Okay. May say I could contest it.
Okay.
But this time the plan be nearby.
Okay.
And your MPP biome.
Okay. But before so the plan so no you suspended. I didn't still do sika boa MPs. Now do sika boa
No, I am a party. Party dear.
Dear mo ya ya.
I am your pa. Me and Nipa. Me moja. Me and Nipa.
Ebi no free party ni mo ma ya some free party man na we still.
But you see, so we believe in party. We are transient. And ne yebe ha. Inti san etie even within party. And ne first. Na you a prime minister your friend Dr. K.A. Buzia. Oko. They say he was out of power.
Okay.
And then MPP, you got to now opposition in the wilderness for 30 years. And Akufo Baye and brought MPP back to power. And also Nimema Besson.
In the leadership, Kufo leadership, who say?
Every Ghanaian will say that was leadership. You know, into unknown time is gone.
Okay.
Then President Akufo-Addo's time, Abba, is also gone. But the party is still there. into you to me the party you say oh you see so we are Christoni and I say we are Kramoni Christoni say a bishop and osofo akoda ako fa we ka say we Christoni bi
David
so we are Christoni
sure
Imam akofa we say we Kramoni bi enti sanet inside my heart
okay
e wo mi mojam
okay o plan no yenko plan no so
enti Yakasa and they say, okay, we'll develop a new plan. That's our plan here 3 hours. We will have to reunite the party in Kabum. And then we will have to rebuild the structures of the party and strengthen them. Because 10,000 cities here, bank account here, work. Now, in my every constituency, 10,000 cities.
Okay.
But, man, to me, and continue. And Michisu, we call on me say one would track 10,000 to 5,000 even though we're in power and that at some point how can you tell constituency officers say woman ko ye juma komifu ko domame na cutlass mpo woman all these things we have to do them again this time because me buy it was only 1 year 6 months. 1 year 6 months in a woman to me. And coming here, the opportunity to finish my 4 years, this party will not be where it is today.
Who to me do term if you hear MPP can you say?
David.
And to just say MPP party no is it area.
No,
party yare.
Yes. From 169 seats to 87 yare.
The first thing I ever hear, okay.
Unity. The first thing we have to do, say you are digging a hole and you want to come out of the hole. You have to stop digging first.
Okay.
So if you don't stop digging, you are still digging, you can't come out. The hole is going deeper and deeper.
Now person pia so jam na nutu.
Yes.
Yes, I will be from sa.
Untumi pie. Into me say your party for Kabum no there is non-negotiable.
I see.
Yenina yemba together for wakoma to aside.
That a phone of film now, best answer from you.
Me say, me start here, me ko ba umi ho. Me ko kanche no. Me say, Minia, me ba. Womu be nominations are me ba. I'm going to take the forms. I'm going to be chairman, and I'm going to try and do what I did for Akufo-Addo. I want to do it for you and for our party.
Okay.
Meye. After all, no, me call Akufo-Addo ho. I call in the office. We know no one more. And I can't change. Say, Nana, Mr. President, party no, it's not in a good shape. Now, we in the new.
Day.
Yeah.
What can say party? You know, I know another day.
Yes, I want coffee, but
don't have anyone any day.
Yeah.
As I one can ye.
It's me ba. I want to come and fix the party bill. Obisa me say, oh, na DNT no wo can't hear me. Because Martino on air. Say Ubeba. Me say, Nana, I cannot do it without showing you respect. I have to respect you. And nothing about her. So that we can bring this party together. We need unity. And what advice you have for me?
Okay.
And what's now or say, you know you are not a lone contestant. I said, say I am in him. But what advice you have for me? And I said, with your call, if you win, I'll work with you.
But I'm more advice, no.
That was advice.
Advice or the man one say who win near.
Oh yeah, ready say menino be yejuma.
I see.
Inti na ya mi depa. One can say menko. One can say ukwa minu bedi or something like that. Inti me danasi.
Who is all tawachi?
No.
On tawachi.
Me obia and tamichi. Obia nipa me person won't be tamichi ni party for.
I see. I didn't know Wakaza.
People at the bottom of the party. But I don't want him to say obe tamichi.
When another one tell me to say,
it's okay.
We didn't come on.
Near to sell before.
I didn't hear.
It's just that time.
You see, can
first, no, because of power. President wouldn't mean being president, sir. You can't get near.
I see.
And I mean, so suspension, nunti. Let me so meet if ye.
What's your baby?
Into me feel nanado ho, me call President Kufo. Or no, dear Mr. Make us say, oh, Mr. President, when you say party, no baby, I could do ye and ye cross airport. And then I will catch you. Me, meaning, Mr. Ghana, I see the state of the party. 87 seats and MPP 87. Time I year opposition now, Mills and Mahama Baye, you were over 120 seats. Into 87 there and Yakura. Na Gentina Walker, sir, me say, because I want to contest to be chairman, to fix the party again. Hey, over here, Paul, over to where I am, Mr. Mayor. You have the fire in you to do it. You see, I also, and go. You have my blessing. Wow. And I'm done.
And then I will share free and nado. So I say me
something like that, but
one can't,
but one step. Or see, when your power, when your chairman now, that was enough. Because I see there were others. Want to make mommy the blessing and support and go and give it to everybody, blessing and support, and no claim him. You can't fault him.
Okay.
You can't fault him. After that, me call around opinion phone in a national executive, me fair woman, National Council of Elders. After that, me call around the whole Ghana, every region. Me call Nama share elders, patrons, and regional executives. Na me no more kasa, telling them the same message I told the seniors, because we need unity. Without unity, and a woman na party no woman.
Okay.
And it was necessary to do that. We buy Kumasi, ever share woman, elders late appear in cafe.
Okay.
And we had this discussion. We call party office. I could share executives, so any patrons, any elders appear in cafe. And I did it all around Ghana. This time we buy and let me see me call around. I could share party in paying for. That is the constituency level.
Okay.
Because me the woman in paying for.
Okay.
No woman who TV. No. Yeah, we are their messengers.
Yes. I'm gonna see a phone.
Woman they see a this man. Now me see me call woman, but woman manager vision. Woman see me because woman internal elections, constituency elections, just this coming weekend.
Regional executives in the Jai.
Executives, woman see that was good advice.
Okay.
And coming to a good advice.
Okay.
Say you feel woman to me because woman a busy campaigning.
Okay.
Because they only have about another 7 days, 7 days or 8 days before woman elections. No, into me say any year. Because me back Kumasi at this time, because as I mind the MPP, your stronghold.
Okay.
That's your command.
Okay.
That's our heart. Nipa, if your heart should stop beating, you are dead. Yes, if your heart should stop beating, you are dead.
Sure.
As I mind here, MPP to me as I mind dear grow. So I said, Meba, I will share woman. But since woman elections no calendar no be do say, I have to leave and come back later on. Now a very important say we have to understand the threat that is facing us.
Threat?
Yes, a threat. Because
well, I was maybe threatens by any Chairman Paul Afoko and education como I went to me Paul Afoko or aspiring national chairman for the NPP. Only in common. In fact, he is a former chairman. Say Edin Komono maybe almost suspended in say was answer by beam so sign be Gina beam say one sound so far to me no ni party anymore as the chairman of the party or no and I no education como. What is the threat? Then a threat.
The threat is NDC.
Okay.
Because we share me region. Now, before time, you're going up to 4 seats. And then 0, you need 1 seat. And this is the former regional minister, Honorable Dr. Alassane Samari, now Onone regional minister. From 4 to 0. Upper West, from 5 to 0. Northern region, from 9 to 6. So you see, Asantuma, Bantama,
Florida.
I was strongest hold.
Yes.
Upon Chikojina Hall with MPP shelter, or BT NTC.
No more cancer.
Baby, everywhere they say Bantama there. Kumasi Bantama. Yes, so North. Yes, so your Bantama ni Yendi. Yeah, Lusu Yendi.
Wow.
It's gone. I leave Mama seat. Yeah, Lusu.
Yes. Yes.
In fact, lose your seat. When she and also call. And this is a threat to our party. Yeah, no more. But one more country. So what you say? I said, don't get say 50%.
Yes. From Ashanti, yes.
Why? Because every time one want to mean more than 4 seats. 3, 4. This time one more can 7.
Now who say danger?
Because woman them say because our party is not united. A bit no peace say time a mo didi no mo mama bi into mo didi no
edija bem
yes into munko to ba ye je ya nyahwe into ye nto aba me say a bit no peak I can't tell me say on the voting day who party supporters young men and women are women so mo to aba we there be ye nto aba. Yes, sir, woman kotuma NDC wo. Just woman say woman toaba. And so the loss of over 1 million votes though is party people are just walked away.
Mudiyawo.
Inti me say woman woman hear me ye bibia my party no at the top. Before then, I was even member of the finance committee. All the roles I played in the party, right up to chairman. And we told me.
To bet my communion album.
Me so, ye ba power. Woman, mommy, gutter to clean. My nyehwe. Nothing. Into woman hear me say, we need to come together. Yes, sir, what are we going to do? Yentina. Just sit there and say, oh, my nyehwe. We are now in opposition, dear Nobanya. Unless we build a new one, unless we build new bridges to our future.
Okay.
Yes, sir, nyehwe. We will still be seated.
Alancha Mateko, wait, ubachina babak.
Nyame bua, se party for mama kwaya. Woman fi party no mo. Woman fi party, but woman nye active ever party mo. Me tuwa na mo ako woman na ho. Even if I have to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, I could power mucho and go with elders who will bring them back.
You bring Alancha Martin back?
Everybody. Obia. We will leave nobody out. Nobody should be left behind. It is a tug of war. So we name tug of war.
You're trying humano.
Yes. You're trying humano. Now, your side. Oh, we mean tribute. Oh, we did here no one mammy be into the train.
Yes.
Wait, me my jai.
Yes.
Me go for my jai. And the other side, the woman you say, a woman, ye train. Ye train power, ever ye ho. Ye train power. Inti, it was a me call around. I could sell woman, you know. Say, woman do party no quadia. That's 1% power, beba party no more. Now you reset your priorities. Then women now fear.
Alan Chamatoni didn't come on. Say say recently we didn't come on.
No, recently Michiano airport, Kumasi airport.
And I'm didn't come on.
Yes, just didn't come on now or call a year.
Okay. Who say prospects high, so betting my train back.
No, my no can't any of them because my to me.
Okay.
I've been given the.
I understand.
The chairmanship.
I understand. But what is say? Be more a proposal cause a new free party. Who fan say? Who say be mu shall say no more? Why am I not a shall say? Some penny for na wo can say omo pose way no mo kan hu bia na.
Yes.
But be the be my.
Body, but the names are there. Party.
Omo national executives.
Yeah, executives. Executives rather defended me.
Okay.
Executives rather defended me.
Nanado
but
can
when we are part of the National Council. Iti, sa council meeting last week Thursday. Ebinu ko with placard say, Ken must go.
Yes.
Ken must go. And no dear, se petumia. You don't do that.
Okay.
Se Ken ye be na say yampa. Ye no to me ekasa. You can talk to the person.
All right.
Party nso won the procedures. Ye did not be firm.
Okay.
Disciplinary committee wo ho. Various sanctions are there. Verbal warning wo ho. Written warning wo ho. Suspension wo ho. Expulsions wo ho. All those are various things you can use.
Okay.
But you can't just get up and say with emotion. With the placards, which means it was all premeditated.
Okay.
At the party headquarters, hey, Ken must go, Ken must go. Nesana to me pet.
Okay.
Upe to me, you must be careful and deliberate about what you do.
All right. Well, I was any time Paul Afoko education Paul Afoko is flanked on the left and right side by two great men. Edin Kaino Ura die anymore has say Oboni Din Cranty Era Emma Quabo.
Mejoso.
Nempom to say.
Yaminadum.
Good. Then I'm who
now, quickly, issues because I think that we need to talk about your education sector. Now, you're educhum beka asembi. You're educhum. Now, in some of the betu jano over Facebook, I say ebi ami school to no ne ye use hash words be for and someone will can no ne ade. And I believe say edru baby and no maybe na attending into politics, but we need to take a real look at it. Na sem nyina ne se Ghana ye suku ni adesua mu no etwase ye hwe na programs bi wo ha adesua ni bi wo ha emma adwuma ebi ni besua wie no adwuma ho nsem eye dene na ese ye hwe ni ye na saa eno no kra no utie ni nkasa yi mu a chese emfa nipa no nko ba bia it takes these students nowhere enti no etwase yesa reconsider na yehwe na saa programs no kra no ye bo modern na ye hu bibi si ebe ye free utie ni nkasa no dia si ebe ye free wa ebeboa sanse mfa mu nko ba bia na mebese utie no kakra tie yewra adutwum.
There are some courses that are being offered. When I was the minister, I challenged universities about that. And I spoke about we don't need anybody to offer courses called development studies. And it was being offered at UDS. So the vice chancellor called me the day after and said, Minister, because of the comment that you made, a student have just come to check out of development studies. And I said, it's good for him. Because you know, and I know that that course is not taking the student anywhere. You go to the University of Ghana and they have a course in education that they call BA in Education Non-Teaching. They come and do their national service, and after national service, they are frustrated because nobody is hiring them. So university degree to nowhere. So you wonder why you have graduate unemployment.
So yera educhum no say your courses ni bi wa say development studies in fact or say so omusua wi a emfomo enko ba bia na on vice chancellor UDS etwetwe nkomobra we minister no o make comment bi no nam suma student bi a oba say obey sa course no jai na vice chancellor na complain and worker say yes wo di me nyina anim say emfa kwada na nko ba bia. This is the comment of Educhum. Apart from that, Osansu can be education, which is non-teaching. And also can say our courses now. Emfa womu nko ba bia, Emma womu ejuma enye. San say don't for be school abet nefie. Eti ejuma honsem. And when you listen to Yera Educhuma, his focus was on ejuma honsem. Said the ebema ejuma na emma ejuma. This was 2023. Yera Educhum. Same way, and yet the first time all can. Maybe say utie the voice in 2023 about same issue. Any de woka ede fa ho. And also now we share and pennyful people. And also what did to January minister. I watch him say who here say your courses ni bi wa ye yensa shaibi.
Yes, I know. I know that we have a serious challenges in terms of courses that are offered at our universities. And we are doing something about it. If you look at distance learning programs across the length and breadth of this country, especially championed by and University of Cape Coast, so many students have been enrolled in diploma in education. They are being trained for jobs that do not exist. Thousands and thousands are graduating for jobs that do not exist. So we had a conversation with them. One favorite course that I always cite is what is called sanitation education, but there's no course in sanitation to be taught. Development education. Development education for what? UDS. Development studies. Undergraduate program. For what job? So yes, I'm fully aware, and we're engaging the universities. I think we need to focus on courses that have relevance to that particular student and to the nation. Invariably, you have BA in education and this university.
And you tia way Yera Educhum in 2023 no ye minister na oka courses ahodo bia program including sanitation development education ne normal oka se ho entutu ye ne ho enhyehyɛ no ni o man ni mu ebeboa manipa no wie ye bia obenya adwuma aye ene ho nsenka enti omugusu a omotoatoa no in 2023 o make that comment na recent comment amidi kan ebo ye fa development studies and a BA non-teaching education ho asem a okan no in fact nipa pinu na ato manu agu no so including wo a abene wo nwumasua mu ye pa in fact utie professor utie Kofi Asare no mo ne wo akeka ho a they've all made comments about it wo mo ye enkrofo so eba nwumasua mu wo abene pa wo mo kire se wo mo ne educhum anya adwene and of course bebre no a kire wo mo de nti wo mo ne anya adwene ewum. But who share social media and who look at how a man for attack Educhuma. Na the way our politics is, yendim no kreno say. The problem, yes, of course, Yera Educhum ekase course no ehu hia. Ananse bia enya dia ehia ya as he was saying say relevant, and the word relevant says I say hia. Say ehia mene nya adwene se ehia but your system no ena amano ayesa course bia any degree course ewo wiase relevant and for societal development human development near the course bia hu hia enti na aba but the economy your system no ena yen fixing here to accommodate certain courses but in fact the mimi hu ye ne se ebia ye confuse na semo all cano in terms of job creation with education itself because ono ka se nipa no be wie nimdia ne de obenya but adwuma ho nsem no ebekwa atweama no that is what the man wants to say it is or talking about solving graduate unemployment say ye tie no ye pa no kasa about how I be solve graduate unemployment rather than talking about how our universities said ye omu ejumedi esitie because the universities don't produce students say omu produce omu employment or produce on kwadumam debi. They impact knowledge and skills. Na sa knowledge and skills no. Wa what media ko ye bibi. It is sector ehia se sa knowledge and skills ni be hia na wo de awura ho na etumi aboa ho. Ba ye system ni economy no ye nhye no ma ye to the extent say ebetumi age nimdie bia ye be produce o man mu, and that's the challenge. And that is where edutumu e kan wansem. Until then no, I don't see the courses or the programs as useless and I say and yet relevant and I be bisa. And let's state it at point blank. Educhum never use the word useless. My boy is natural. Wanka useless. In fact, in his statement, or he used the relevance and job creation near the other. But say a course no here. But your system no nenu sir. Ye kasa about STEM education, science, technology, engineering and mathematics, and ye kasa about TVET. Yes, ye good. Ye who no as skill creating in tentem as a ubenyansa and human tem and sabe ye. But the issue is that after science, technology, any engineering, mathematics near dingino, you will need some of these expertise like development experts. Development consultants. Normal bua me plan policies about me implementing ye. And when you go to China, one more advancing in technology. STEM China where di kan jaye. Oko China ya. China still one more development studies. Even at the master's level near there. What they do is say almost structure ye. So the problem is about our curriculum. How are you structure na ye chile ho ade no? Problem. Problem. Na me pesa ode China de ne to so mame. What matters right now is how we teach it. Said you see a plan, said you see extra woman. Because you have literature or chira kwala na de wo Ghana. And so examples ni applications are all men na US Western hwan wo de ma no. Enti wo no de wo de ma no no enya applicable wa ha. Original student na ni mu chira de no. No chira say examples or they ma wunyina ya bruchire de enti wo Ghana ha no me makoto board ne bank no say na knowledge na wo de ma me metimi apply ma na yi no eno no ho ade kire ne ye problem enti how are you see kire de ne problem but not the program itself. Now Osha China wako nanim in STEM education like technology, science ni ade na oye master of China development studies. It was development studies, but our structure in such a way say a bit favor country near China. No, it be better. They also the China Development Studies program emphasizes a comprehensive understanding of China through its global, local interaction and regional variations in politics, economy, trade, investment, environment, policy making, tourism, and urban development. On the challenge pass or high urban development. How are you developing a kurakesi and on the problem umpa or say China de oma course no ye de ba oma program in such a way say at the church woman who kwan abefa so ade say nim de no be boa ama China say ba amanyosem say ba economy mu ebedwadie mu trade investment policy making ye nhyehyɛ ye be ma oman no etumpo na nkronkro etumpon a China ye ne de ne say courses se waase ne nyina oh yeah ebe ma say nim de no or say the prime objective of the program is to educate students to become capable personnel for firms. To our direction is say ube wie say development studies no na adwuma bi hia ho ba ye de ne say enti enye say course no hu hia ho. But how we teach it and how we impact the skills be easily adaptable to your conditions, no any problem. And institutions in private and public sector, they can be profitable in private sectors, NGOs, other organizations that hold strong interest in China-related business and development. Establish China, research. Normal advisory policies say juma we de ye ne hebeboa project we ye de si hebeboa say ye plan ye de sir that program will not become irrelevant but the way you see a handle no hano that is the problem. Ejura China dia hwe another one China Agricultural University omo ye PhD final mame omo ye PhD in development studies me say China ko na ni more technology mu but they are still doing even to a PhD level in development studies. Actually, say any course no and our program no na enye. Program de hu hia, me say nimdie bia hu hia. Every degree is very important. But it depends on your system, your economy, and how here say utimi structure no mama e so ba mfaso ma. Or your PhD in development studies. Na the woman say courses ni bini agrarian sociology, politics of development, critical development studies, research methods of social science. Ya sitene emu adesua ye behu de ha yen ne enkoyie and research methodology in development studies, development patterns of China. Also we localizing no. Eti China mpumtuo ho nsem ubesua. Na planning and development management of modern regional development. Kwanya enei empuntuo abefo mpuntuo sifa so ekonanim no say development studies ni nyina obesua wo me courses obesua na wo de apia bonten public policy analysis enti abiding hye ba ye behwehwe mu ebeboa yen emwa yen ana say omo ne sa development expert consultants no mu hia papa krobi obeso otumpo no san krofo ehu hia, so that program is not irrelevant. But the country no so I'm telling you that China, with all the STEM advancement, is still running that development studies. Community-based natural resource management. Your natural resources, how I be managing the bay into your koha, your who go, your who diamond, your who boss site, why you dear bay and bet me a mass abam for swama your crew. Women a bay who research, I advise policies. I'm here who the SCA. It is very important in the best development studies universities we are say. First 10, Uko America, ebiwum, Uko UK, ebiwum, Fatosumam University, first 10 no. Usha University of Oxford, ewum, or yes our program, Manchester, yes our program, University of Cambridge, yes our program, King's College in London, yes our program, enuni. Extra will say, any program no, irrelevant. We need that knowledge to develop. And you see, as a country, a developing country, express way. Yet me a started project, me a coffee development consultant. Ni a trianica from baby. Tia den a yentimi entry ni yenya the end to fit in our system in such a way that and mind you, training no doesn't mean say we no employment no. They say it should be now is your ability to apply your skills. Intimity and crophobia, be a different program. Na programs a mufin say esu nim faso guy back no so ko psychology and sociology na we here say job opportunities ni limited and we jai no ko different course. Oriye ye oba na chi no mo ko psychology ni sociology na bi anyinya adwuma e bi hyehyɛ yi that humanities course e bi te say development studies e kan what e bi anya adwuma wo mo hyehyɛ banks ni other areas. The ability to apply your skills, because degrees no e build those skills e bi transferable e betumi akoba e bi foforo. I think we need a national discussion as to how you be tailor your programs to the needs of this country. To say China China development studies. The courses must be relatable to our local environment. Say, these students don't really you just say to Twitch. I remember on what can ask them. Obi okoye climate science. Climate science. A more analytical skills are ye say obetumi analyzing normal weather obe forecast okay can figures boom or you and then Eugene that skills. What me build upon and then Eugene analysis obia politicians ni na obia kurasi ni trase. Sika beba. So and he will talk about how he anti-climate science no it was so Ghana meteorological agency na akoshe e de akoye weather and what ya mesin ko what wa na ne maami aka se beje banchi kodi o beje we o, but he's able to transfer that skills and he's able to build upon it and then odi adru baby foforo Jeff Abuaje. And of course English, but look at how the English in what medium and then social media caption na because of the knowledge in English in it, and they were posting no more me the English caption not so much exciting grammatical corrections be baby editing what transfer into the media space. Some of us, we are doing health education on the media, those things. Free baby, transferable skills. It's building there, a build. But how would you be able to transfer? That is where we need to look at. No degree and a guarantee employment directly, not even medicine. Without economic expansion, say a system be na accommodate the number of people who produce for that area. No degree can guarantee you employment. And then nursing degree, baby, thousands of them. And so now candidates say, oh, sanka we are nursing we are where jumada. And then medicine doctors a bit if you post binum. It is telling you that knowledge were impacted by your system. No, she said, yes, a bear accommodate knowledge now, ye producing, and that's the problem. Development studies here, I can was him. Abaya local government, no, in Krum to Hunsem. These are experts on by advice. Run correct a here level to say Ghana Institute of Statistics. Here, say by on research, no, and you pass a one who hear him, a dear near a crew we didn't and put to ma, no much show I see, no more the wounds to see their banner, their policies at their bois chrono. So it's not that. It's irrelevant, but you almost say almost no one cares. But NGOs back ha on the form of the NGOs a back on the form of the Omiyajuma, at the Bim Concrasian and Mokoya research correction, or maybe na inform decisions and who they crony here no Makoye. You will not be brave or my ye projects be Brian Fasua Masua. Said these experts, you almost on Fasua and come by advice here because they will do research behind. You are going to see school BS net dining saying Fasua Masonia. This development expert will tell you, say, a Brennan son and a Brennan son, yes, you could this project no Sakruno so. The here Omo Payani. That is what we need. So I believe that we need to actually take a real look at how the normal echo, because with STEM itself, no cry any adeno, you need this policy analyst to help. Development expert, consultant to help. How I wait me this style no nim die no kra ye nya no. E dia boa ye kuro Ghana yi. E dia boa ye kuro Ghana yi. Na me pese ohwa de this one is STEM education report highlights need for more policy efforts researcher where EU report to be or the buy. Na me pese ohwe EU or see we need what? Your engineering your STEM no hwan no, but we need policies ebema eswa bamfaso amawiase enti without with sitting down you benya knowledge in STEM and others but emfaso na ebeba no say na beye enunti na ma development experts no wo mu hia in the 21st century skills ye person ye produce no ebe solve societal problems, and developmental studies is part of solving societal problems. So I've said already, no course and no program is irrelevant. Now papa we die and I'm best me di chat for Dr. Abdul Rashid Yahaya. Father to Sumame. Or you be a why MPhil in development studies. Now or say, with the greatest of respect to him, I think the position is not only unfair to the discipline but also problematic when viewed against the realities of Ghana's development challenges. Now, I'll say my take on Dr. Ejusum's comment studies because my MPhil studies was in development studies. Now, Obisa or Kano, maybe say development studies is not merely studying finance one, studying development in the abstract. It is a serious interdisciplinary field that helps students to understand why some communities, regions, and groups progress faster than others. Eti die ntia community bi tumpon ti ubekọ na ikro we die tumpon che ikro we no development studies for ne sua ehu saade no no matimi a kire mpanimfo or say while others remain trapped in poverty, poor infrastructure, unemployment, weak institution, inequality, poor sanitation, low access to quality education, poor health delivery, it is a community bi enya projects ahodo infrastructure ana adwuma ho nsɛm ayɛ den institutions enya adwuma yie yɛ sanitation ayɛ poor yɛ totu wura gugata mu ne ade ayɛ yi these experts na study die na ɛbɛyɛ ɛbɛma community no adwene kura asesa wɔ ne yɛ ho na etimi di mpumtu aba ɛyɛ saa experts we aba yɛ mu wɔn wɔ man mu so wɔn so wɔn fa so we don't use them. But China believe in development studies. Maybe it was unfortunate that that example was cited, but osha if we tap into that knowledge, or say it draws knowledge from economics, sociology, political science, geography, environmental studies, governance, policy, public policy, agriculture, community development, research and planning. It is a program knowledge be in the kabum. Na omo etimi omo hia omo ye well equipped with all this knowledge. One mo yenhwehwemu a edimu. And I like the questions that he asks. Or see, so the real question is this: if we remove development studies, who should study these problems deeply? Say him for the because you work with how now communities no one. Who should research why policies fail? It your mind your friend saying 1 million coders program about, or the your friend is saying community nebia the one district one buy na obehwede ntina faili. One district, one faction, answered uncle, ye didn't in failure. Developmental studies for the who didn't a failure. They have to go down there. It is one a bear said, man. All these things are very important. And me and at a scope say, I quite to say, BB who he have told you all degrees. The issue in I want for sure, but said you're planning your mind and your problem. You're expanding the economy because your nurses are unemployed. Your engineers or me unemployed, the BIS STEM or engineers or mutifie, a BIA technical universities here, or Monsieur no maybe but capital crowd the best start I had because society economy need to mean support. We should look at that space. If we are talking about unemployment, it's a different thing altogether from the education courses now. I say that bantano. And I agree, say we need to have a national discussion on these particular things. You better tailor your studies, to the relevance of Ghana, Yankasi economy. We must fix the system. The problem is not the degrees. You say to
yeah.
Bibiabo go there. Come
I think the Dr. Duchum kind. I think that the analysis should be started on this front to say employment is a social function or is a socio-economic function. It's more nuanced than the way you know. See, before buying policies can impact it. We've been in this country where we're going to IMF from CM Freduma. Of course, now question are important to Krana because of a state policy.
It mean foul.
Yeah, well, nurse for 2-3 years doesn't necessarily mean that nurse important program any important, and it's not that. For me, I say it's nuanced because education should rather broaden your horizon. What I say, maybe course could be statistical analysis, institutes of statistical and economic research, social media studies, media studies, communication. But the benefit of education is that every field they do better, you must have the basic knowledge to sustain yourself.
Yeah,
I think say your problem then say because your mind yen create juma.
Yeah.
Neduman said any hunting, and I'm not speaking out of vacuum. We had 2026 June National Tracking for Musa Dan Kwadiaba. The top issues, the first in jobs. A Juman hunting, into Sha, Himukrana, my perfect example. Me baba kwam hwe no ken the friend Bernard first class student.
Right.
The Nebram wo Kumasi am de Nico ken no ati na busuan for so monti ase adan a onko teacher train no wi obenya dwumaye. Into one study a dodo na ekɔ teacher training nursing training no. Enye because say owo pebi wo dobi wo adwuma no okoye ni mu. Ebusuan for the asent wi obenya dwumaye. Enti ye de no the decision to study a course is poverty driven. It's not based on the interest. Enti ye one nurse for obi kamu pa no TikTok. Or the tosa. Oni pe ebusuan so obenya dwumaye. Ena nansa ebu akama 3-2 years no mutifie na nkoye. So for me, we must look at education from the point and nipa na ezitia. What to saying? Publishing for it me baha. My age was 6 years November. Presentation muntimi nye.
Why publishing?
Ultimate presentation. Only interpersonal skill.
Yeah.
The practical. O man PowerPoint I won't mean yet.
And yet the problem because they won't mention emphasis.
Information literacy skill. You way me mention. Me board so me and me mention. Oh no, only pesa would be besua. But me ko care no say try me information literacy skill. How to look for information. We will miss a skill no. It's me meteorology na me and climate science me nyangu ye. Me 18,000 masters 18 months. menyenguye. And I galamsa samoba, I have a better in-depth analysis of that conversation than the journalists on Obag and the economics. So no knowledge is useless. It's just that it hasn't come to a time you apply that knowledge. So that is the only nuance that is missing in the education system. As a Ghana, under Dr. Duchum, yes, University for Local Government.
Yeah. And to him for the
no credit, yes, University for Local Government. We need them. We need them.
Yeah.
Does it mean the government employment?
But you know what that means? Government can employ them. To make us say employability is a social and socio-economic function. I bet me can say the one flood the cost of sorry. This will be here flood officers too. Automatically, why boom? And that's of course important to buy just by the policy of the government, you know. Suddenly, of course, now very important. MBA, Buzomo me MBA Krumano.
Yeah.
A bra banks and then a company started MBA near Tugu so. And a law.
Yeah.
And a yellow. School yellow.
Yeah.
And a man nurse and a fire in the Sunday who say we are not Unyajuma. Will be so I understand.
So that policy in favor.
So that is why I began by saying that employability.
Yeah.
It's a function of state policy.
Yeah.
And socio-economic variables. Eti population na ebi awo no.
Yeah.
Uya asafo mo etwa buku no munya hu no akotwa buku ni. Ba ban betimi akasa ebi a printing book e kofa na Ghana nyina amejai. Yen printing book no Ghana.
We boosting
there's interest for that. So employability is a social function. Eya ban no na betimi akasa me pewi. Me ye we. Me yen sisi ye we. Wo na esi ni biwani na so da wa yesi o Barbados fani asan contract say here necessary.
Ebi kura na what ifie.
But what I say, it is only in university program be anyway. Ben, you mean when they say your co school no if I join Ben.
Me pay juma.
Yeah.
It's me you say to two. Multimedia anywhere me did. Because me bear mono. Me who nyansa say free be YouTube. Kakran me did.
No confuse.
But what I say, and to who no, and the be make you for say. Sa ko did the way atom. Ko ka fu chire we. Ko tagi we no. Adwuma na wom no, what other means can you use to sustain? Multimedia, digital media ni wankagu.
Yeah.
Because obi enu obecha advert word ba ko ma Bella ni Gisela. And na hini ante say nchire for ye boutique advert.
I celebrities here.
Why not? Every advert say akoko tia say boutique.
That's right. That's right.
So multimedia will do event. Multimedia will do digital media. That is what utilizing the knowledge.
Yeah.
That is what education is supposed to do. Make you didactic. Make you as a military for training, you know. In Swata or survive it. In Swanta or survive it. Sana is education. The school say, Chinchina, mi kolona wo kwelo for saying. Me na for lawyers. I end at some of them.
No more yeah. Yes, oh yeah, when you do. And say no,
baby, privilege you cry a day. What to qualify you to become a lawyer? Yeah. So have the back of that. The education is coming to reform me. Yeah. One of the most things I'm gaining was my masters. My first contract, I'm here with a public agency. I got an asset from that contract.
Right.
Me mate. Who the one me near then class rep me you know say you do it on the contract mommy. Na me I got asset from that.
Right.
That is my mate.
You see? Okay.
Me mate when education. You have some energy in Kwanda. You see,
it reflects a very, in fact,
broad,
a bigger problem of the society. Oh, I saw kind of Kenya Bonio, but I don't say, Sankawa more specific cause Kebian Goni problem.
But your first time so about courses.
Yes.
About 2023.
What you say?
It
looks like you are attacking a specific cause. But idea also you know what? Elon Musk wanted to pursue a PhD. 2 days and not drop out. Say, Massa, let me go and do my business. And now he's the richest man on earth. You see, and your course now, education in general is to develop your cognitive ability.
Sure.
What me identify problem? Now what professor solutions to the problem. What we now say you chroma say you CSIR for
research for it.
Good. One more seedlings are with you. Yes, it's you see until 1 year cry.
And no be fifi.
You be fifi. The sad aspect is that government is not utilizing them. Sad knowledge, you know. Aban enyusu enti educhum kase enya relevant to the job marketer onka bone but ne kan no said you see kan no na bia wa bia manfo ye because ye de hia ansa na ye de fata you see wa ko sua ade no all right but said ye na UG kan no adwen ne se me ko school aba me afọ adwuma enti school a wo ko enti wo wi anti benya adwuma ye sa na ebisa wo
no
sa na ya me ba ye sa na ebisa wo school a wo ko yi wo wi a wo beya adwuma ye sa na ebisa wo parent be bisa wo sa enti ne enti wo course bi wo choose school because that big jai kofa we me wadamfo bi a or very brilliant also be medicine the parents say be doctor minti me hwa me ma hwa okra wie no wo wie kra doctor hospital say when at a time I wie school enti onkonko ye nursing there wie ya o wait my medicine so say so onko nursing enti okoye nursing wa brand no bet my medicine we enti a very big problem you want as a society.
One thing we also look at and they say we should look at and they say we need to have the individual
abilities.
No, the individual ambitions. Any national ambition.
Okay.
Individual no nipa na okoye course ono ni nsusu ye de na opeso wonya. You get it. Obi wo ho akoye course no just to have the knowledge.
That's right.
Obi wo na adwuma dada but who say nkrofo we ma men tap into this knowledge. Ebia de nti na nkrofo kra ebia omo law akoye law not necessarily so person or lawyer but or the be advance in the adwuma or yes be obehu mra no watimi de na adwuma. Obi so ho kra okosua other fielder or the baby or a business or a manager okosua other knowledge no dey abeka wo say be advance there all ye no. Enti wo a wo koye course no say adwuma na wo kopɛ say bia me wi a menya adwuma de a that's a different discussion. But when it comes to national development or mining in Mpuntuodia, you cannot take any knowledge out.
That's it. That's right.
Because these people, as we said, a doctor, no professor, no how relevant they are. By utilize it, as Eugene said, Fladdy, they are supposed to go there and do research. But they say mattress will end up not helping the society at all.
Sure.
And that's the relevance of them.
Yes, make a CSR day. Almost it's a honor you buy to but government utilize but say they now we shall say welcome yenchira de no ma no into environment because power square no we get teacher ni na so so child no we trim yi pa we benya bibi e dey relate e wo mind.
Sure, it's true.
You understand?
Well, just 1 minute.
Okay.
About development studies in there. I think on that score in there I totally disagree with Educhum.
Yeah.
Because development studies because of say ye nim ko hunti no and I may do baby adio economics economics basically says economics is the study of human behavior as the relationship between ends and scars means they have alternative uses. Economics you see human behavior and in the development studies in natural community we know say no say net here they must go to the ground until about me see school see baby na ho na see school no e ho no nya ho na nipa na de ehia ubetimi akoya de bi o baby they don't need it. So for me I think say development studies there it's very relevant,
very a good thing, right? But also for remaining head
Onyamiadom once adiati enkwade muje de frusane eketerema da bodwem de otumi se bibia ye de aka ne ye nyamiasem
that's right. Now Saturday Stars Yasinaba.
Oh, of course.
Now was the last week I'm in here because Black Stars for ball match New Year. Now I said Mikoye 102 I'm in around. It be this uncommon kakra because on say after Ghana you play you free competition, you know. In Sembebre aba concerning how we played, statistics, no players, no modern ball.
Yeah.
The fact say your ball too defensive, yes, offensive, no, you the best from your players, as well as the coach. Yes, the Carlos Queiroz or the Asamaba or the statement about so Jaya Jumano, Afi Ujafubi Kushiano, New York Abontin, so Afi Ujafu say, I
say gratitude, no, I'm say any anti-cratana,
in the end,
any anti-as,
which means say now the fact that say news number Abontino.
Yeah.
Many networks covered it to mean say Carlos Queiroz has resigned.
Yeah.
It which means I was say cable networks now so much resign. Because after the confirmation from Carlos Queiroz, it means that Onya Ejumano.
Yeah.
And until say GFA ever confirmation or communication say say in Airbano, we cannot assume say Carlos Queiroz is Ejumano. Because for all you know, Ebia no statements ni or person or play trick be.
Yeah.
But that trick, he's trying to pick the minds of Ghanaians to see what we will say or how we will react.
To us, in other words, or test the waters.
Exactly. There are so many meanings that we can read into it. But Gabi, to start our discussions for today, you agree with me, say World Cup no baby it is go hard or go home. Go hard or go home. Because and now we share Spain. Match or boy, and the way they managed to win the game in the dying embers. This competition, Ankasano, there's one thing that has become very peculiar. You are getting a lot of teams winning their games in the dying embers of the game. It's even say from 75th minute echo. On say Nancy Yano Moka say African teams be brave. Ushe the way omobo now they concede late goals.
Yeah.
And opesa ukoshe san semnuma, so many people are saying say a African mentality. But the reason why I disagree and say it is just an issue of genuine coincidence. Say yenya African teams be bro free tournament ni ma o concede late goals sir. Yet me they show more film. Look at Belgium yesterday. They also considered a late goal. Belgium. Omo yi Senegal free mu. Share let's go. And the game look for extra time. And the last kick of the game, which was a penalty, Senegal free. And now we saw how Mikel Merino came from the bench and came to get that goal for Spain.
And now all Baba Penamika said this Mikel Merino for this tournament. And even Arsenal crowd, yes, I did.
Of course.
We want to be expect to say a brand to be changing here.
Yes.
And Tita Mobanam say Mikel Merino, you started World Cup way. Obabia Obewan so in the man or Babeshe. Or ya no Babeshe. So sir Belgium for you be want the same to that. Oh, Manuensi
Crown Obese and you saw he did the same thing against Portugal.
Yeah.
Look, Gabi, when you look at the tree very well, you realize that at the FIFA World Cup, only the big boys show up.
So, I know na minfem bisa question way.
Okay.
Answer na show na say proper. Surprises BS ya na for
in
this World
tournament.
Cup. Yeah. Surprises BS ya na team bi o ha. Ufi say at this stage, at least, Esan could team qualify to the semi-final. And as a undo quarter final.
Okay.
Surprise BS ya na they be one year win.
Look, I can answer that question in two ways.
Okay.
Gabi, the first one is that on say initially in the tournament we started, there were so many people who were of the view and the opinion say one share Portugal. There's a certain conspiracy. Say you say we are tournament in Portugal. To see Portugal go all the way to the final and win the trophy. But what have we seen? The Portugal that we have seen being coached has not really lived up to the expectation and
Okay.
Roberto Martinez, the way that people have spoken against him, say he is tactically inept. No, I think at this point, Obia Diatu. And on that note, it's not a surprise. Say Portugal went to making all the way to even the semi-final. Gabi, the second way I'll answer that question is that at the World Cup at the highest stage, only the big boys show up. Into one when I'm making semi-final, no? France and Spain so far. Oh, the quarter final. There was a Morocco in there, which is not surprising.
Yeah.
Because Morocco in the last World Cup in Qatar,
of course,
was semi-final.
Yeah.
It was some making quarter final now. It is not a downgrade. To them, no, they will see it as an upgrade because Omu coach Walid Reguagui no.
Yeah.
Ofiriwa Mohamed Beji Ejumano. He has not done any bad thing to the team. If for anything at all, he has helped them to maintain a certain image of themselves.
Yeah.
Both on the continental stage and on the global stage as well. Yenko Asieho. Belgium. Of course, Belgium, any US a boy in the round of 16. It was very clear, say, US didn't have that superiority to match the Belgians. And Belgium for no, the experience in Romelu Lukaku, Kevin De Bruyne, Yuri Tielemans, Axel Witsel, Timothy free bench by the game, no, the Catalarimo, that kind of quality, the US couldn't match it. But yesterday when they met Spain, they met a team, very calculated, Luis de la Fuente. Look, I'm not so convinced with how Spain have played this tournament, Gabi, and that's the truth. No creme catch.
Okay.
Michelle Spain Bobona, you would have expected them say, Nkomenya more chances, more goals. Look at a player like Lamine Yamal on the left. Lamine Yamal Katissima. You expect the next thing you see is a goal. But in this tournament, Lamine Yamal was struggle kakra. Aside the fitness issues, you can see that he's not really himself. The way Ananka Lamine Yamal or Bon Basuna na Onyabonu left in Chawana or Kati in Pana Abia or cross and also shot on goal. You don't get that from Lamine Yamal in the World Cup. In Tubesha, Spain are struggling with goal scoring chances. It is not so clear cut for them, which is why Luis de la Fuente, no, I will credit him a lot because about the coach now, he's able to look at the game now or the second half, no, and the sister game, no, and with players like Mikel Merino, you always get that advantage because Mikel Merino, utility player, or team free bench, or many positions on the park. But look at in 2 games. Free bench have winning goal must pay for. So that is down to coaching. Gabi, look at France. France is a team that has all rounders in the team, especially the attack. Desiree Doué, Ousmane Dembele. Look at Kylian Mbappe making the rounds, look, making all the records in this tournament, scoring the goals. Nesha Michael Olise. In the first half, if you watch the French closely, they read the game, they study the opponent, then they try and get an opportunity to score and an opportunity to carve you open. When it's me yes first half now, second half of now about second half now, on print who's obey change. So they show he is not in a hurry to make changes. He studies the game and he is able to utilize the individual brilliance of the players on the pitch to get the result. Into from nowhere. Michael Olise ama through pass in the left half spaces. Na Kylian Mbappe free no abebo pine 1 goal. Ousmane Dembele ojina box nechi on the left or the right obetia peja ball no pine 2 goals. Desiree Doué nso jina nchen ho ye uniform cry the body back la beba. Bradley Bakola nso ba ojina chi ho obetwen no odwane ora box no pine 3rd goal. So you look at France, their strategy they have to win is something that is down to the individual quality of the players.
And flan to the sense that Omo Kokano be and head name Samanu Kone will be a starter.
Look at the whole tournament. We've not seen players like N'Golo Kante. Of course, when you need. But in terms of experience, in that kind of solidity and understanding is there. He'll make some runs, he'll do the box to box work. But Manu Kone has come into the game and look, Gabi, to answer your question, there has been no surprise for me.
Okay.
No surprise. The surprise may come today. And you be this uncommon. Look, of course, yesterday Spain did the job. But I think say at this point, no, when you look very closely at Spain and how they are moving forward, next match, because against France, even Unai Simon, Emeki saves be. When you are playing against France, you can't have the luxury to make those saves. By the time you realize now France for no match, and some why means obey saves. So I appreciate the fact that Luis de la Fuente has done so well. He has managed to coach the team. He has won certain games. But when you are playing against France, you don't have the luxury to make certain mistakes. Sideways passes now, you are not first half. No, sideways passes number because game you saw players like Pau Kubasi come all the way from the back to the center circle trying to distribute the ball.
Yeah.
But now one confuse you. It will Ebanesa sideways. Ebanesa sideways. That one couldn't Lamine Yamal. No, so struggle. So in a game where Lamine Yamal is not able to get his day, the passes from the midfield from Rodri and Fabian Ruiz are not going through the channels. It means that Spain and that is one thing I'm seeing. Because so Spain and Casana from 2014 to 2026 they had no knockout wins in the World Cup. We saw how Morocco eliminated them in Qatar. That game was a game everybody thought that Spain should have won. But in the 2026 knockout rounds, of course, they have been able to win 3 knockout games. But in the game against France, that is where their biggest test will come. Gabi, for Belgium, this is the end of their golden generation. So Kaya, they had players like Eden Hazard. They had players like Romelu Lukaku, of course, are still okay. But Enrano, after the injury to Thibaut Courtois, that was when I realized that no, the game, I'm sure they cannot win it. Because there were key saves that Thibaut Courtois made in the game that kept the Belgians in the game. But Enrano, Ofrim said Kim. I mean, who said no? One thing that the Belgians will lose this game to is the quality of goalkeeping. And then as Sonny Lamens by, you know, I thought that whatever he has done at Manchester United would be enough for him going into the goal post to be able to keep that solidity in goal. But no, it was just one thing, the lack of experience. At the highest level, Sonny Lamens end down Belgium. He has not kept for Belgium. It's a routine save. I say, "Ebia, you bomb on back na oh, I was saying, "Kautimi somno." Oh yeah, it's also now no jab on him na. Mikel Merino, free cheba na pum. And that was what the Belgians lacked on the day. When Thibaut Courtois had done all the work, it looked like Sonny Lamens came to mess it up. And I think say Enrano, they would have really felt very sad. But of course, Rudy Garcia and now say it was down to the quality on the day. On the day when you look at the quality between the two sides now, even though Omunya the Catalari go but when it mattered the most, there was a Spanish team that had quality all over, especially on the bench, and that is how they got that victory. I think say at this point, no, you will see retirements to Kevin De Bruyne, who they have played their part, they have done so well. Of course, they weren't able to win anything for Belgium, but Belgium will forever be grateful to them and remember them. Say at least on national team, no, almost 8 million baby, Emma national team, no. So you can look at it, and now Mikel Oyarzabal and Daniel Mo. Even yesterday when I looked at Lamine Yamal, now me cast me with him. I say Lamine Yamal onyai pan kaon. Match the progressia konenim no. He would have wanted to move from that left or to that from that left to right and played in the middle. Because Gabi etunya dina ohwehwe goaler. Your lead batsman must be able to take advantage, carry the team on his shoulder, enter the box and get a goal to score. But Lamine Yamal, I understand because when you are playing in a World Cup match and your coach says play on the left or switch and play on the right, you cannot flout that rule and go and play in the middle. But of course 7.8 wasn't a bad rating for him. Match, I think the quality on Spain's side all over was what made the difference for them. Victory over Belgium. Now, so Osha, Spain, they have gone 36 games unbeaten. And the next match is against France. So would they be able to equal that record, international record of unbeaten games at Italy? Assetia tour, Italy were 37 games unbeaten, done in 2018 to 2021. After Spain is where Russell conversation. Can Spain do it? Because in the next game against France, no, I'm sure now quite very contentious. And I was said they equal the record, or they would have messed it up. We live to see. But of course, we will see Kylian Mbappe and Lamine Yamal in that semi-final. Gabi, who do you think will win that semi-final? Quick one from you, then na atwaso.
But me no born na to be honest, Azana na work no say na bedroom for wo da men can say maturity do more that experience players no, yeah. But say ya killing game at the ama bedroom no how many players to do that. But that's where Oh, France.
They have the killer instincts are there.
Players
killers. Me say.
So me, I think France.
You think France will get it?
Yeah.
And you see what makes France very scary, and they say Ryan Sheki will bench on your bimbo. On the crowd and say crowd on it, coach Nechaso.
Yeah.
Also, another be a meeting bench for one person with Mama Biading.
Once Zaria brings with the same thing.
You get the point. Even players like that are not even playing.
Ngolo can't
bench. Aya omo game no. Omo quarter final and na you say Ujafo John Philip Mateta cry free bench.
Yeah.
Almost to bench.
Almost to bench when you be more.
So you realize that Didier Deschamps no, he's not in a rush to do so many things. Because when we say team,
as a one change be pair,
one or two changes,
one trick be pair no aye asa.
And you see most of those changes will be in the defense. And even that defensive setup. Look at the way they are able to maintain their composure throughout the game. You chef France now. Look, it is very difficult to put it against them. So Spain, and I think, and I agree with you very much when you say that. Of course, if Sir Luis de la Fuente ambassador game with a different strategy, I think France will be able to win. Gabi, answer any games. So I want to talk about some transfer stories, Kakra.
Okay.
Me need the Real Madrid for sure. We are saying. Me need the Real Madrid for sure. We are saying.
I don't mind a damn
Gabi, upon all the players that they have, upon all the players they can chase, almost have pay Michael Olise. And me mintias here. Because Michael Olise, no. You and I know the kind of qualities Michael Olise has. And me know also himself is contracted to Bayern.
Yeah.
But as a Real Madrid, Madrid said they want to go in for players that they think they must be able to lay siege on them and bring them into their team. So they don't come here Enzo Fernandez.
But sir, Madrid, Juma no. Omo, you can say omo lifestyle no. Sa na omo dey Madrid. Enti enye wanwa.
But you see, it is time some teams are able to speak to them and tell them that no, you play now ocean no,
okay.
And when you look at the story coming in from Spain, it looks like at this point, Bayern Munich have told Real Madrid point blank, so we are not going to sell Michael Olise to you. Because sometimes, it becomes a psychological thing they play on the players. Because Onyaye Nadri say Opewa, who player no utimbe there, you will request for a transfer. And if your contract is not designed in such a way, say opt out, then you become disaffectionate to your club. And nobody accommodate Enzo Fernandez. No. But at this point, you see how now all of those things have been dispelled. I don't matter no attention to Michael Olise. So at this point, they have made it clear. Bayern Munich have made it clear to Real Madrid for say Michael Olise is a no-go area. And I think clubs need to step up to that more. And yes, sir, only player good terms. After Real Madrid is back questioning man, no must say only player.
But say when him say Madrid this one. Madrid is so big. To the extent that player beer die so. Now ya can say. Ofa beye enkodo mo bobo Ghana. Ofa 10. Edu omujina. Oh obi abeka so bobo Madrid and answer Barcelona. E beye dinzo obenya team akoda. Ebi ozo me dey be amebo Chelsea. And answer bia me dey mekwa akobo Manchester United. Manchester you get, Chelsea you get. But a lot of them ebe choose either Barcelona and I see Real Madrid.
But the truth is that not every best player can play for Real Madrid.
Of course, that is true.
And my question is with approach na ya no mofa.
Okay.
If your approach is to get the player, negotiate with the player, and find out whether you can get the player into your team without affecting the player's relationship with the club, that's okay. But almost starting as rumor. Now someone can call it be. Now for one player no, as a ultima ya there. Say Real Madrid for shame. Then that way it becomes a contention between the player and his current club. After me person call Real Madrid, because Real Madrid shame. I don't think that is the way to go.
But question about one person business and what to ask say. Madrid hear Michael Olise na.
I don't think they need him now. Even if they will need him not now.
Okay.
There are times Madrid wants a player because on himself some player be can team no ho a my team no yefe. So Real Madrid is always known to have the star players, right? And so who share the setup of the team with all of those players are a team no emuye ham kakra enti say wo dey fun say Michael Olise akoka Real Madrid for no. Anytime you see Michael Olise play for Real Madrid, you'll be happy to see Michael Olise play for Real Madrid. But Michael Olise for Bayern Munich right now, whatever he is doing is something that is very spectacular to all of us. He doesn't need to play for Real Madrid and see him Michael Olise is a good player.
Okay.
Meaning say they can what he said here. So maybe not every player would have to end up at Real Madrid. Before we know that Real Madrid is Real Madrid. Real Madrid will continue to be Real Madrid, even if they don't get players like Michael Olise. Meaning say what he said here. Now look at Garnacho. Gabi, I don't know what the transfer policy of Chelsea is this time around, but Omukas Ompesomo Garnacho there, I think I agree. Because I mean, when you look at Garnacho by or by Chelsea, I really don't know what he has done so far. And who shared the way Xabi Alonso or Bayern no training videos no, Machine was starting to say it looks like he wants to take a different direction for the team. And the Andre Santos move free or I could understand to some extent, or a young player, Oba, you would not want to sell such a player because in the long-term vision of the club, he is one person who can be very crucial. But to sell him for £50 million and the profit margin at Chelsea for Ebenya from that sale, I think is a good deal. And say, Garnacho, I think it falls in line with the same idea. Garnacho is a young player. Okaso about Chelsea and bad, I think he can improve. But at this point, we need players who can come and slot into the Chelsea setup and begin to make a difference. And I don't think Garnacho is that player. It's so bizarre. I don't commit the move because Garnacho as a player, even though I know so bit near developing, and he will need a manager who may not be so demanding of him. Xabi Alonso is that manager. And I think at this point, it is time for him to leave. Okay. Mohamed Salah Soa. Saudi Arabia for say Sikana will be sanados too much. For which reason, it looks like it will be very difficult for him to make a deal over there. And so Oshe Mohamed Salah now, I was even thinking, say, he would have wanted to play still in maybe a league in Europe before he will make it to Saudi Arabia. Of course, he's in the twilight of his career. Baby, I do know. Ehu nyasen ko betimi akwa ko boss team bia e wasen ko ye impact maker in that team. At this point, he needs to go to Saudi Arabia, make more money and live his life. But Sikana Obisa no. It even looks like most of the Saudi Arabian teams are asking him to reduce that money. But as to say reduce, that is the question now. But the Mohamed Salah I know, once he's able to still maintain his composure and play the football he's playing, I think Saudi Arabia one or also Nkobo. And you will have to lower his wage demands to be able to get a team to play over there. And I think say maybe in the coming days we will hear something from Mohamed Salah's camper. You better say maybe our team be or Saudi Arabia to continue the work that he is doing over there. Now Oshe Premier League Nuswa, so many deals going on, of course. Andre Santos will move from Chelsea to Manchester. But did you think say moving to Manchester United for Andre Santos was a good one? Say go you bet me team from Amanakubu.
But on say player nankasa also can you get it. Player nankasa also can move now. Ebia a war and chain send your beboa player no. And then na edina player no ne current club no relationship. You good we sit down. And I was at Chelsea so in the past no Tom players be Man United. We sit down we Jojo near man okay then let's do this move. What you say when you're bad player but at this moment we think that you can your bonnet and to compensate you know. Okay, the Manchester there the same as I saw about Chelsea, the euphoria, stadium, the vibe, everything, team no charisma, character. So I think that any bad Messi man to koye Juan Mata munyina koye omunyina no me big players then and you know any bad
because what is a Chelsea for no deal.
Oh no, me dear me okay with it. Because when you two exceptional bia oba course to trade the amateur
skilled but a normal player
akobi manu na bi no manu
that I get it but Gabi, I'm very happy for Gideon Mensah.
Oh yes,
the World Cup as we see it it is always a stage for audition. Ye fraud say be national team. Our World Cup now ball now it becomes an audition stage for you to get a very good team to play. And I know say in the coming days we will hear of more of the Black Stars players who get some good deals. Of course, but they say Real Madrid for and we don't know the truth in that. Yeah. But I know
what I know is a Premier League clubs.
Yes. So it's a good thing for the Ghana players. Say Yabo World Cup there have been standout performance that we have seen and we have noticed. Say Ako Oya and Gideon Mensah is one. Because Gideon Mensah did signing with Cologne. I think it's a good move for him. To play Auxerre and they get relegated. Nka a devastating news as a player. But if you are now Okobo World Cup no so and we saw what Gideon Mensah did during the World Cup. Amafo Bebre said their star players were Bamin Senaya, Opoku and co. But when I look at the Black Stars currently, Gabi, one of the most improved players currently in the team is Gideon Mensah. In the past, Gideon Mensah was giving us a lot of stinkers. If
you want to ball, create me fan and
all of them. But in this tournament, the composure, the focus, the patience that he had in build-up play, the way Osi carry ball. Look, I think this is a good move for him. Of course, he will have to go and prove his point more over there. And then I think it will be good for him. Gabi, let's look at any games, in 10 terms, so that we look at how to move forward. And then England is coming up against Norway. Now, this is where I talk about the shock that can happen in the FIFA World Cup. Because you share Norway, Obi Bisa Omuse and commit Nyabo quarter final at this tournament. I don't think so. Because this is the first time Norway is coming back to the World Cup since 1998. And when you stay out of the World Cup for that long, there is that tendency of you to just want to play in the first round, in the group stage. If you're not around the 32 or round of 16, you are not. But look at the story of Norway. Look at how they have become very, very impactful in the tournament. Utilizing the skills of Odegaard mo, Erling Haaland mo, Alexander Sørloth mo, Antonio Nusa mo. They have been able to find a certain chemistry. That chemistry is working magic for them. The way I'm in Brazil for boy. Got that let go through Erling Haaland and Brazil was eliminated. The last time the World Cup was played in the USA, 1994, Brazil for the winning year. So when the perception had been drawn like that, the public thought that the Brazil that we have right now, with players like Neymar, who are still in the team, who may not necessarily be fit, but they have an impact in the team. So many people were expecting say Brazil will make it semi-final, but they got knocked out by a certain Norway. Look, Gabi, this game will be a very, very interesting one for a couple of reasons. Now, the person may do call tactical board soon 10, and I want to show you quickly how normally the Norwegians set up to frustrate their opponents. So, Usha Omo attack now, there's a certain Erling Haaland who normally operates just in and around the box. Then we have Antonio Nusa on the left half space, Alexander Sørloth on the right, then a Martin Odegaard within the lines. Then we have a Patrick Berger and a Sander Berger who are very instrumental in holding the play in the midfield. Now, omo fullbacks keep weight on the left and on the right with their central defenders playing right behind the central midfielders. The skill of Norway and say when they are in possession of the ball, now ball in left hand flank say a certain Martin Odegaard will drop into the channels and will be acting as a decoy. It is a Odegaard here. He will fall in between the lines and be looking at whoever has the ball, waiting for that pass. When you see Odegaard moving through the lines, or scanning. And that scan, what he is doing is that he wants to make sure that he doesn't have so many markers on him. Otiminya Sabo now, what he will do is that he will let other players make decoy runs, creating spaces in the half space for players like Antonio Nusa and also Alexander Sørloth. It is a Oshamu match on the Cote d'Ivoire boy now. One thing they utilized to get that goal from Antonio Nusa was that Martin Odegaard Bono. Then Odegaard was able to create that decoy run for Mola Wolf, creating space for Antonio Nusa. Then Antonio Nusa gets the ball just in the box and Okele Bono and the shell Cote d'Ivoire for. So that is typically how Norway set up to play. And one of the biggest questions are England for maybe someone and then they say, how do we stop Erling Haaland? Because when you are able to use Martin Odegaard like that, the next person that you should be afraid of is Erling Haaland. Because Erling Haaland, no, because of the kind of skill and potential that he has, he doesn't struggle to score goals. Once you get an Odegaard who can do that work in between the lines for the Belgians, for the Norwegians, the only thing you need is to get Haaland in the right spaces. And Haaland in the right space, born if we right to, if we left to, once it gets to Erling Haaland in the box, he's a threat. So the team about Pimo, so the nine left or right the ball and in the back of the net. So that is one of the biggest questions that England would have to answer today. How do you stop Erling Haaland? How do you stop Martin Odegaard from coming in between the lines to come and pick the ball, create those decoy runs from the left and the right, and get the ball to Erling Haaland to score?
And after Brazil and Norway, Vinicius Junior say, Erling Haaland unya a good opportunity. One ball be obetimi atibiano. On one cassette to be making
but to be criticizing out of that and put the ball at the back of the net.
No. And to Yase, Obamana passer, Obetimidia say, and answer Obabo ne fe Ediamano. The Yana say, born about the cananano. Born a bar or non cassadim do the born bear. Yeah, as an inti, I'm no more point or Branteria interview no, or Cucutiano. So I think that one the fair idea, England for the so so Bo England, of course,
and he understands the play. But another thing that Norway is so ever tries to answer is how do we stop Harry Kane? Because look at the two teams. The lead marksmen are the top players of their teams. You share Erling Haaland, how to stop Erling Haaland. After Harry Kane, how do you stop Harry Kane? I think the biggest test for England in this tournament was Omoni Mexico boy, Azteca. Look, Gabi. When the English players finished playing that game, what was the most intense match you have played in your lifetime? They will tell you that it was that game that they played at the Azteca. Because when you take away the fact that they were playing in the home of the host nation in Mexico, the altitude at which they were playing, and the way I also almost bred with one man down, Thomas Tuchel will tell you that was one of the most challenging games he had to play.
Okay.
Because he had to utilize so many of his other strategies that he didn't even plan for that game with. So Harry Kane, if he's the leading marksman today again for the English, then the question is, forwarder, how then would they be able to create a lot of chances in the attack? And I'm very happy. Jude Bellingham would also be available, because in this tournament, it is only one player in Marcus Rashford, and I say England goes to Momo. The rest of the goals has been scored by either Jude Bellingham or Harry Kane, which means in this game, those two players are going to be very instrumental. But of course, there's a certain Anthony Gordon, there's a certain Bukayo Saka, who must also come to the party today. Now, Ushe Thomas Tuchel in his strategies are Yana Oyusua. I also often say that Thomas Tuchel is a very lucky manager, because he's able to look at his bench, he's able to bring on players, and he's able to get the results from them.
Okay, Rena Fesima Menafi Yansa and Traswo.
Mate. So today, you want to get Harry Kane in the box. But of course, you want to get a very good attacking setup by Bukayo Saka and Anthony Gordon from the left or from the right. So we share England on DR Congo for boy now. In that first half, the reason why they were very frustrated was because Marcus Rashford were left. He was bereft of ideas. When such players are frustrated, 1, 2, 3, you don't get the best from them, because to them it looks like the game is slipping away, and it looks like they cannot bring back their composure. If England will get anything from any game, they will have to make sure say on what attention span 100%. And also making sure say long passes to Anthony Gordon, Bukayo Saka, and those that will be feeding through Declan Rice and Elliot Anderson through the midfield to Jude Bellingham would have to be very, very incisive. And yes, sir, they will play the game and play the game and play the game. Once it's getting to the dying embers, there will be a certain Alexander Sørloth or Martin Odegaard or Sander Berger or Antonio Nusa who will find an Erling Haaland in the box through a counter attack, and that will be it. 1-0. Norway will punish England. Gabi Ubisamia, this game will be very tight. But I think, say, England should be able to weather the storm. England should be able to beat Norway by 2-1. And I think that England will make the semi-final because Osha Thomas Tuchel, I know the English media is always ready to pounce on him when he makes a mistake. Into no one can on him. So our selected team to go and play in a very top game. He knows very well what is at stake. And I think today, with all the experiences that he has gathered so far through the group stage till now, I think he should be able to beat Norway. Gabi say, and now coming here, McBerry biscuit predicted when coming we need you
2-0 no
2-1 no, and not Spain there.
Oh, okay.
Semi wo. Na me wa eduase me ne madam fo bi na na enam agro stand na make say o masa in Spain we need 2-1 Spain we need 2-1 me ni kran kam be kan no predict a win so yes anka and then ka wo so be ma me McBerry biscuit ni bi but of course let's see how today goes. I think England we need 2-1.
Okay, England we need 2-1.
Yeah. Okay. And Argentina ne used to be ball Argentina ne Switzerland be ball. I think it's a cool job for Argentina. Okay. One thing Argentina for no very worry of and they say said this tournament in the knockout phase no only Cape Verde boy no it was 3-2 and that game was decided in extra time. Only Egypt boy no it was 3-2 and that game had to drag to the dying embers before it was decided. It was short, they were scrappy wins. But and then Scaloni will want to win the game before it travels that long. Okay. And I think that is one thing I think Argentina will be able to beat Switzerland comfortably. Okay.
Just a little too made us na the cardboard no where they are na yakwa ready we is proud to them matches so Norway against England and Argentina against Switzerland. Austin Wood ewa ha Sarakate man ewa ha na o se kwa okoye be how many years in 3 years in ana
oh baby ya hina mako onye mini wa na wa
what's good
Gabi
good morning na empomu ye de
yankofo ne yamboafo Joshua so obo adwuma emo na ba so mu no na mafo no mu you know ba won say ya yesu you do try you be ni de we dey share attacking
e ko si say no what dey here no
go say you see kada so but obo no homode Joshua obo homode
okay me say kakra na
say that 100% fit but na ye chendra that's really team kasanko
yeah the nyamiase yeah the nyamiase so ya besa so me kato say ya wo anuanu mienu ene wo mu ba besra ye na yetimi atoa ye nkomo edie no so na Austin ma me answer same flow so answer na Habib Ewremo work up no so far. Why you impressed the way is equal time I ever the mindset a man for some no mokeka visa issues by you be Donald Trump any Iran any I won't say some baby minim at this stage I do team be a surprise so far sana World Cup no
okay me that say Gabi for me, this is the first time World Cup, a co-host of 3 countries. Obasha, the first co-host of a tournament, the year 2000, Ghana and Nigeria, a host to come 2000. But about World Cup on same year 2002, Japan and Korea. In FIFA, and said this time, you know, the back 3 countries, you know, there were going to be challenges because. Teams no be move and once America no 50 states into it say Ghana mako say 50 it is Ghana America say na 50 states and it say Ghana mako say 50 it is a ubo state bi na say ube free ho akwa ball next game wo be before na say ube tu kwan pa that is coming from the back say the last World Cup before this Qatar no and also your mind kiti bit say Kumasi kata ni nyina enti ubetumi afri asafo ye bobo oni bi wa stadium bi wa asafo na ukobo next game ewo ebia ahudwo na o next game wakobo no ebia ebu akwa Ufri ahojo kwa bu akwa no. Just about 45 minutes drive. Se moto ke di wanima. It's in a World Cup way na there are a lot of logistical challenges every teams, you know. And most of the teams they planned towards it. Example in England, Ghana so science you are planning towards it say you be free ha kwa ha say in the besie and no be na kofa even Thomas Partey so ensensem ne buy no. Now, on the issue of visa no, this is what happened. You say America is the greatest nation in the world. The way FIFA catch Russia, say some be host to World Cup na mo immigration mreni bi wo ho a mungunu no. And say Russia go ni immigration mreni nyina mu o. Debi. But omo immigration mre bi wo ho a example na mimo say Gabi Turam ebe free Kumasi. Aba behwe World Cup ni bi wo Russia. Ebi aye Russia for de ye mra ne kire se ye bebisa ne se wono de adwuma no oye. Typically se nye World Cup na wo behwe na opese otu kwan ko Russia. O bebisa se o ba besra. O ba besra okay. Onzo wo ko interview ensem ne ebisa ono wo yere ne ma. Wo yere ne ma o mu se okay ne wo kwa wo besen aba. Aye visitors visa na tourist visa na wo pe. Ehun hihye ye nie. Enu bi na FIFA ka say ombaka say oh we a tourist na we see who say oh e bia $3,000 e da account mu we adwuma ye tua wo kabusu ni bia sa ne o no ene de ye nwum because obi be ye na adwene say me free Ghana qualify for World Cup e be born Russia me mesiesie me sika me ye adwuma wo Ghana no me do ntosu akoma dan obi antua meka Mia na me pemi sika me do mintos ana maton ana me se me pese me ko hwebi say nipa no ka se onkofa ne bank statement e kire se bosumi bia wo ye adwuma ye tua ne kafa mu a onya ma oni bi wo but Africa no sankofo no mu do ntosu akoma dan no omo nso betumi akohwe World Cup ni bi enti Russia de mu be ye ne se say nipa no oba be pe visa say ne o manu mungum ebiem ukokata untimi nnom nsa any new maybe time be bebo World Cup ebi mu free a mind for so no continent for so a time difference no into omo no time na bia wo kata wo da na bia omo so no omo ji omo ani wo ho because New York City no is a city that has no sleep. It is obi free New York ebe support America now sit hard time we no o ma ne nya sa de na mungumu sa ne o ma ne ne agugu mu no we Russia no any kata no any World Cup ba bia America so ye bisa ba papa no hweso no ansa na momode mo World Cup beba no wono no wakwa hye America fo ne bo ese nipa bebre and you see America has a peculiar issues with immigration na Russia ne katanisa adi ni bi. What did they make na say America na ansa na World Cup ne beba ho no omo no the biggest problem e wa America no yes aman omo free aman afoforo so bo omo ho no ompeso omo teso etu ka say World Cup ni ntino ade omo no obi akwa me ato no so aba se so no no obeye no World Cup ni nti wongum na nipa nyina amra eno de be problem kakra
okay
so eno na kofi fast ansem ni bae but with the African referee ni de no we don't know the details no because the America for no so can say be say or ties to mambophobia ni sa ni o man me I am not seized with that information you know the America for any war it's in a honor member but I thought say FIFA would have done all those background checks FIFA would have spoken to the American government and the reasons in any way you know they would have put it across and can conquer problem now to the game the biggest challenge for me is you expand the idea no call 48 no ama be branko muntimi ma baby enije wo ho but the quality no so ba form kakra
jana na
the quality ni ba form kakra okay. Typically near first and second onya dia wo be kufie but look at the first time Portugal eje a major tournament
2016 dia na
who so mu di third o mu group
yeah
o di third and akokwasa nwanwa sa wo de koje cup and because of a 40 on se kane no a 32 no 2 obi anim ni o koshia no be ko ye 48 no kabi na nye chaotic ma o yesi obi be di third wo baby udi third ye be twen ansa na ye hu se ukoshi obi obedi first wo ha ba wo third no kra no wo se ye nya hu se third bi nso wo baby wo wan chen no me hu ni se sa ade ni nyina FIFA peso obi emu na football yes obi bobi bad sometimes no yen so no so wo baby ayan kasa ye bobo ye qualifiers no Africa yen so ne so ansa Asia fo nso ne so ansa on do ya ade a no afiri baby a wo no de aba aye nyina ye behia no
ntia start here na quality na sense
because as an yaka dey ade ni 64 so ni 64 amai bebre so omo ma bi da betimi aba ade ni enye no 128
eno kra bo mo dwene ho
eno na me problem no say ye di sika no nko achi a any advertisers sponsors no a hwe de omaye you know ye mo American tin omo ye de omo ye no mo pesika because America sports no advert no omo ye ni sika teye chiri on Super Bowl no omo bo
yeah
eya na nye game na nka say sport no na am ehia omo
sika na tete
no advert ba ko Super Bowl no ye na we advert 30 seconds what me 200 million
wow
I say enipa 150 million ujidi tum say omo behwe sa ade no it wo the advert ko to so exactly it enu bi basketball advert na wom breaks na wom no mo the advert nko a enu bi na FIFA person will introduce or say hydration breaks stadium aye boy mo the air condition a stadium ni nyina
oh okay
air condition was stadium ni nyina stadium na wa American air condition wo stadium ni nyina enso otompo mo say hydration breaks or we are na bododo enti abre enso oto we are there bo am ko hydration it is all unim ye mistake be the first game say okwa America bebre nim say ebo World Cup nim World Cup once mu
really
yes
like how
say America for 350 million no any stations ni nyina na eyi onye free to air
oh okay
say has no abaya toni nti wo de akọ free to air no but one say multi TV ya me movie free baby ayewo typically aba terrestrial na free to air de no ba ko America omo wo paid no na ehye enti enye free to air
okay
enti omo no so football no omo friend so kan enye omo first game enti omo no mfa ade na ekoso no ho enti advert na eba no omo ye nhihye say advert ni ntia enye hydration break bia I'm telling you why advert ni hydration break ni 4 minutes ya catch TV stations ni nyina Telemundo Fox munyina say ma why you know what advert no enhye mu pepepe
oh okay
it wala on say wo UK a omu 2 stations na yi ITV and BBC omu no eduru ha BBC fo no because say omu nkoje advert omu de be hye sa time no enti no because say football no American kwa na ye de eduru ho no a omu ma former Chelsea Obana no ye coach na say hey so bi
Emma Hayes
omu be gina ho de ye tactical analysis ya mu ye bi sa 4 minutes no ai o de be gina tactical board ho no the 4 minutes no board no baby aya about 25 minutes no wa kira wo say Ghana omu number 8 na efre ni sibo no onu ntina England fo no omu ntimi ntwetwe no aye sa analysis no nti omu mfa ni nyina anya advert na problem e see of Fox ni Telemundo ni say because na first time no ye start match no omu nya omu advert ni nwie because omu so akwaji nkofo sika and advert no time ni so ye eti ball ni start 15 seconds etu check here after first game no one say advert ni beba na fourth official no I catch referee ni say time ni nso ya obe start time na nso na e die enti obe so chere say advert for ni nwie we dey check after first game na Mexico and South Africa boy no games na to aso ni nyina no referee no fourth referee ni gina ho and ade ni hye na so and o catch referee ni say even though say players na be num so awie omo bi aye no omo nyina akọ gina ho twe say referee ni bebo aban no no ka che say time no nso ntwen time na nso ye eti sa ni o mani nyina na ma se de ye di boy echi ye nim ye World Cup no sika FIFA akọ di sika echi ama enti wa nso a it affects some of the teams. Momentum in football is very key. I just will be on the boy echi. Momentum is very key. And nothing tactical foul wɔ hɔ.
Player Ben, I think England players Nibiana. We be all kasa about sa hydration break, you know. Maybe if you play a crow. Or kasa about say I don't know who is fine. I'm about football. I'm not game nim flow.
Even former players,
yeah, because you see, momentum is key. Yasi obi, and now obi dominating. Referee is 67 minutes now, so you na go di 4 minutes in Samara. Obeba na momentum na teko.
Yes. Which I agree.
Na yeah, complaining about tactical foul. Na Pep Guardiola asheda catch Rodri say wonye. Tactical foul no Gabi na ye dey. Foul bi any say foul, but when say pressure wo no Pep Guardiola team no so. Was sheda ye bibi. Na say Arsenal kro mo dey gba atete achi. Was sheda catch goalkeeper ne say pressure ba so ahun. Uchi bo na sheda da ho. That time na wo dey delay no. Team no wo ma pressure no. Omo anu bedwo abrase. Wo sheda yes wapra eno na FIFA hu ya o introduce say obi pra no okwa abonten a ebedi 1 minute ansa na ama na bam because the players ni sheda ye tactical power sheda yes wapra ni a stop game no na ni opponents ni momentum no wo no eni ho biem na FIFA say eti se wo pra na ye no kra ampa wo begina abonten ti won say Moise Caicedo ni bufu ye on mo first game no o say o person obam references dey bi wutimi mbam. And I done it for 1 minute and so yeah, mom be their time to say they throw in so ya mom 5 seconds now okay 1 2 1 so it is some of the things they introduce and the VAR no how they are using it in certain games, how certain games is not being used. Gabi unim say Ghana and England no your penalty no BBC commentators no o man kan ho asem mpo biased and co VAR. I'm England. One who say we run is in a penalty. And they say a penalty Magana. I didn't co VAR. Yeah, who near to a ball now. So me say independent be say no say Ghana players. You see, that is not how football should be played. What is the motto of FIFA?
Fair play.
Fair play. I just say yeah, come here. Menko referee so can say hey, come here. No, I don't need to do that. You have VAR, you have fourth referee, you have assistant referees, and you have referees. Omuna referee game, no. It is your terminate penalty. I don't know say me di referee. Me yes me pra. Emo musa ampa. Ansa na yaji ade ene di amame. Those are some of the challenges about World Cup. Now to the standard of play, the big boys have shown that they are big boys.
Okay.
France have shown it. Argentina, I think they are at the end of their,
era. No.
England. They were slow in the tournament, but so mo ya head their hemre kukwasa I know mo they call money, but I still think they cannot do that to the end. Spain almost see a lot of low blocks because you know say Spain will dominate the passes and all that, and to be a defender against them. So I'm waiting say they would meet France. France no on your low block na end to end stuff. Na me who said the more bono, but I still think say Spain are very vulnerable. Apart from vulnerabilities, and the French team are the most compact and complete team now. Then no way for no. The omukulensi shi omochi. Omukulensi ne Ellen Haaland. You kulensi pa ne kuta no way for no. Because born as omo. But when the power pace ni said the no edin no. So we will see pushy Gabriel be ball no. So they also have that and omu teamwork. No way for no teamwork, so they play as a team. If you even go and check third game, no money France boy no. I was in 11 no. They were still playing as a team. They were still playing solidly as a team. Even though say a bench for one kwane buy no, they were still playing solidly. It's your teamwork no. And you players in Ellen Haaland no, and everyone Norway. I see France edging out Spain.
Okay,
but you never know because France and so more born bia he has to rely on the bench.
Yeah,
it won't be any bench for no. And what the ball betumi ababe will he still rely on Omuana because it will be difficult say obey Olise free mu on ho kire no a. It ya be Desire Doué Bradley Bakolo and obe se omo saa but you ntimi Mbappe free ntimi change Olise. Ebi Kylian Mbappe will still be there, but we'll partner no with Jean-Philippe Mateta and I say Turam B. So I'm looking at say omo chire omo a almost quite ben a manager no because already bench now no so your solid bench pa Ngolo Kante brand 11
our bench
Ngolo Kante keke ball
kekibi
into obey then we fit that into it. Argentina I even don't think say no mbet me Switzerland the free musa
really
yes that's what they have struggled. They struggled against Cape Verde, they struggled against Egypt. Yeah. And I think one of their group games so they are not solid for me, and I believe Scaloni is getting things wrong. Argentina omuni Egypt no when game they done a basketball game end to end now the Messi got two right wing afi no manya width no more create chances
nti bone free ho
but don't say onu so ni
speed
sometimes also say no be na to yen party no say party na ne boss two holding midfielders what me running midfield exactly it sometimes coach don't think I said there but but it's been a fair tournament. France are still favorites. England the entire main geomuni say the injuries are becoming one too many because they needed Declan Rice to say at this stage of the tournament but we are close to 68 games this season. Also he's playing through injury same as Bukayo Saka. Entire Bellingham kwa na ye ene yantete say Mark Guehi kwa no wo inji bi ehye no ho. Imagine so wo inji hye na wo ba be share Erling Haaland.
I don't so ya
no be wait na ma menji but still France are my favorite.
Austin Meda say Habib two matches in fama me na fifi yendi Blasters coaching job no ho enkomo ye pa ye say Carlos Queiroz ye de adwuma man obetumi aya I say Vivio I don't know if it's a Vivio I say
you are simple
oba no oba bi obi ya
udi nkomo bi a mense dante ase na nya me nkomo ntimi mi ma no fi
o ti ase
za
o ti ase
okay
ntile musa so o
so ye ni nkomo kakra two matches na eba so
ye wo games at hands ye be hwe anaju any ne matches so and from where I sit over here enyumre match ni bia the ultimate it's you in chain entertaining woman ultimate a burning night we be and I think that if you get that thing beside you
before so said where dear drana
my dear Drew now
you have
known me for more than 10 years
like sir all of us all of us near master like how
it's been like that
prediction upon predictions matches and then you be the same thing so mini ya we dey draw bi ana dey na si
and Rebecca say Spain for team obeshi go eti omo na Belgium the people there go about that man na Belgium for you who mu yi but you see the thing is that we are students of the game and we research we do a lot of research, we read, we understand, and then if you have the free precedent, if you have the free experiences and then when you finish everything are there yankopon dia che ubia 1-to-1 family the application of common sense. I've not been to law school before, but even lawyers will tell you say all the assembly called before some of start assembly needing everything. The first thing is application of common sense. And I might not be a lawyer, but to be Nasama Udia Emrasam or Kansam Mitia with my common sense. No, I can say we maybe the nitty-gritties of the law do not mean him, but I can say few things are Emremu Kran talk Asumunia. So I know common sense no eba we are the next thing to also instinct. If you believe in your instinct, say me kwesi me like me instinct catch me say we me ya I'm really say be stick to that.
Okay,
that has been my life principle. And I've received calls, text message, and bro be say me free so I say I'm from the future and I'm free future and coming ye if you na ye say tap me come ye to so me free future and coming ye but me free future me free higher.
Okay,
and you look at it from all
angle, then you make a final decision from it, and that's it. Now back to a numeric match now, I think that no way this World Cup for me be Oma Drew. I never thought say no way be Drew.
Okay.
Not to say me downplay what Ombetimi achieve or tournament. And as about tournament, you sit down and look at teams now urban. History ekuta quality ekuta and then the tournament itself the omaye ewu so quantify is any money nyina level now no way adru. It's been years, 28 years Oma World Cup then now you could say land also no 25 do you such a team World Cup so free group stage Odru round 60, what's the name? 32 and 16. Achievement, they are okay. Omeko fie as in conform, we are proud. No way, mine will cherish effort now. Omabe putu. For our team, it's not too strong of a squad. I can say, oh, team way there, who be able so. Yes, they have individual quality. So if that is the case, you need a coach who blended those individual qualities with one or two established names now. Then or combine this uncle for now. So credit me for no way for more my because I think that this tournament say Omobeji Amonji Ombedru semi-finals and Omundru semi-finals. Baby, Omadru CCA, Omu coach, among coaches are Omaba tournament to Yasia, Mania J. Juma Omababe, because Mamma who say, with the little resources now on, so Unim Jumana Unim. Share qualification. No, Italy, and then we qualifying to the World Cup. Or qualifying matches, Nivia will lose a game. And I didn't know way for the qualifier. As a matter of fact, record the Italy first. Or born left, right, center. Italy a nation who do World Cup on Coma, Ubo Brazil, we only Germany in a tour. They've won it 4 times. It is such a nation only Nisha. Forget of Italy for form, saying recently World Cup win team in Kobe is true. But Nini now when no way baby or no free but no team by yes Edmund Tioma. A show baby are no free and they are no mabason baby and mobile or we invite pressure be
yeah
exactly
if say a coed my fine
check interviews are Ellen Holland near Kobama Gibiano interview we said also there be Brazil for Ombe winning match because Omo team into Ombeshe Omoya de che Omei pressure ne from so and to me no ba conto kana so ba bomi you know what bomi I say we
see but remember news.
And that is what they've been using. A trigger, a modern tournament in the crank, and a pave way at the Amomo. Yes, the Champions League last season, we saw a team from Bodo Glimt. You were Juma or Mobile Champions League, and then modern boy or modern, the MIA ball or more coaches, no, and no more playing board in Abaso, level any legacy or my build the Eddie Amomo. I didn't call so now no way for one of the campaigns are no mukuta Bodo Glimt for any team no AS segment check on midfielders no there's one player for Bodo Glimt Patrick Beck. He was one of those squad now no mukuta Bodo team no Eddie Edman and Wababenya a solid partnership Eddie free that Sunderland for player Sunderbridge and what they can sorry Fulham for or they can then they have the experience of Martin Odegaard. And I nim hono o ma to charming agina ho and Alexander Solot e kan they have a quality winger in Antonio Nusa and ni ho but wingers o ma ba tournament we ase a o ma be prove point actually say o mu dictate games e de ma o mu team no Antonio Nusa is one of those players inti few individuals but well composed with a very fine manager on their bench and on the associate man and they bedroom will be so for me they've earned my respect the associate candidate form who be a see bit me and they are from now to game now Barcelona even no way for now they've lost just a single game. That is one thing I'm out for game back no lose or tournament as I'm about saying deliberate you perceive lose and you lose. It was the game they played against the French national team. No, more person more avoid the path from France and
yes, I'm 5 players in
10 key players. na France shane tre ade na asi onim de no opai we no for match akan or more draw mu was so bia and all them including the almighty Brazil abedru stage na ujina nintinde so we England na oba be sia na ni game bia wabo bia even the obenchi players na one win they were able to score. French players now no more nche na edom boss ama they had one goal. It tells you say out front no are very potent defensively. They suck in a lot of goals because match be omabo bia no omo concede but they have the numbers or concede we are still at obeshe who England or tournament no hwe kwanya teams are almost stretch on obre and so wait my the Edianya results from the English team akwakoye Hurricane any Jude Bellingham and air drive home Marcus Rashford start here enye ofri bench ba no abeya de da Obama ba ko Anthony Gordon start here ono so enye ofri bench ba no abeya de uti enye ye na baba na ya show 3-4 I feel that score line. So that is one thing that Thomas Tuchel say oye hu adwuma and the oye di tia Ghana na am ye hu say when he plays against team or a low block sider or finding it very difficult and some former players any pandit ka reason dia uja afford any kupa ma move you know or ji tournament ni you know ko obekwa akochirim when man just no could do fear still no obekwa akoyi those questions now so they have what it takes to win the game.
Okay.
But opponent enye just an opponent because say we mu dey almost say gugu machi akwa konya results no for me where I sit any the game that you be hu anumre we no akwasi unless England for 8 minya bibia eye so special minya hu so omode amaya tournament we from group matches match 1 ebepem round 16 games no ma bon adekron me hu e say bi omunya sa ade ne de mai that is a situation where me hu Declan Rice mo say omu take responsibility ne kese. I only loved Thomas Tuchel on the last match no how kunu mu ye de no or yes substitution e de Rice e call right back esesa ni play pattern opponent na ni ba no so na Kane that was I think DRC game no so na Hurricane atimi abenya side 2 goals na omudi ewi ni game. I want to see the master brain they say besin aba into Bay and against Norway. And then it's a difficult game. I travel beyond the 90. That's what I'm saying. It's a walk where and me pet say be corners because they lead us into the Argentine game. And that's I better.
Okay.
And Janus I better say we 9 o'clock. We 1. Yeah. The about 90 we epco boy extra. Ni the couple we not just a 12:30 baby. Nese. Here now but trainer we not to us. It's going to be difficult. Yeah. 2 teams in now. Put things out front. Omunyina we are actually you too strong for me. My game as the concert money. John Stones money boy England for Jordan Ben when you're in shed that you who be a Morosa. Pickford the home goalkeeper Benjamin Asari over him on any day. And shed that Benjamin Asari over Jordan Pickford geography day. Okay, geography. Matthias. I was a 2-2 draw.
2-2 draw.
Yeah, extra time or penalty decide.
Quick one on Argentina na Fifi and to us over my
Austin. I doing 100% on that game.
Okay.
So Argentina for and careful. Tournament 2 teams or more that's what tournament in ma like be any edin be and omodo or mun she dam or ball papa be Bianca range from Spain near Argentina for.
Okay.
Or money nam tournament or mun she dam or ball who be as a or mabo be a convince you be a edino and a dome namo. It be most Argentina for a ball African Cup of Nations. Me, I don't have the whole team now support me. I'm a Portugal you know African team DRC team show. Nti ubi anya ne de no wo na aja no won hye no onko nanim difficult another difficult game for the Argentine national team. So omo nso eye bibi bro Cabo Verde ene na no Egypt game no so obe wi adwuma no 90 minutes to 1. Okay. So mutimi eba adwuma so my omo ne ma easy. Because when you're an African opposition or call hydration break in the bar, where Switzerland very active and also my brightest sport of the tournament, Johan Monzambi out. I will be more tournament, you know, on winning my heart. But unfortunately, plenty in your name, how much you win or take something out of Swiss for no or team. Okay. I think that there are no Emma Argentines, no Enya, a slight away over them. So 2-1 in 90 minutes. If Argentina your money may change the who against Egypt now, but Oman that one also travels to extra time.
Habib Medasi, the special one. Mamimra Fifi Manfred. So, Mr. Santo Kwate. Good morning.
Good morning.
Na empo mi say.
Nyamiado.
Yeah, the nyamiase. Also
okay.
What's message you can hear?
Na DM me
Sa ebia so sani enya asem bia e kan ebia no no say ndin so be ya no.
Enya da bia no enye for public consumption.
For
so say for public consumption. Public consumption can be abuse wa.
Can be abuse wa.
But here public consumption. After your public. And I hand your public.
Public.
Public so.
But mediator dey me say me hu enya hwe. Because me no dey asem dey see me so.
Be microphone to do microphone. When you do microphone then you can be a mediator. And yes I am mediator so do so.
And the crap. The crap. Go be mami ntie and two matters no na ye me di ya Ghana nkobo no.
Before that Spain I don't think they have what it takes to win the World Cup. And I was very confident say the Belgians were going to take them to at least extra time. Of course, but for Sani Lamé mistake of Abaye, that game obviously should have traveled to extra time.
Okay.
And Oshe game Nibia at a point in time, Sir Louis de la Fuente on the bench no kofa on the quality neba. When he called on Mikel Merino, the Belgians called on Romelu Lukaku, almost the Alexis Salamikes but at some point in time and then held off Abrante friend Kevin De Bruyne, put Charles Catalari on the wing, and the outlet was Abrante friend Jeremy Doku. So it was a very, very good Belgian side that on any day they could have beaten the Spaniards, especially if Kevin De Bruyne was a little bit fit or if that substitution was done earlier. But again, Oshe Dewey, my brand friend, what's his name? Sani Lamé. Shots nearby was spilling it off. So no person watching the streets. So went to me and spilling it off now. Mikel Merino.
Miscalculation. That's what I
so yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, on the border to home, Mikel Merino, and Merino obviously will get a job done. Now, a very interesting thing is that Mikel Merino, Papa, his name is Miguel Merino. He never played for the Spanish national team. Now, in the 1980s, for Celta Vigo, Nesa clubs that was Spain, he was a big boy. In fact, Okoko ball a European final in Stuttgart. So back 2 years ago in the Euros, Mikel Merino should go with Stuttgart against the Germans and then did celebration of corner flag celebration. Mikel Merino or he goes around the corner flag. His father had done it because he had scored a goal in Stuttgart. 40 years on Mikel Merino na buy. The same goal in Stuttgart. Sort of ne papa earned the name of a player almost every time of bench Baba. And it looks as if that is the fold in which Mikel Merino so building a career for the Spanish national team. And I know I was one of them. Before that, he had done it against the Portuguese. Yeah. This time saying always lurking around the box, staying onside and waiting for some ball so now spill over. And I know he did exactly that. For me, the most important was the technique. How they place it born because he knew that Sani Lamé would come in big and open up his body. Yeah. But Obobo also in the corner and then the Spaniards got the win. Congratulations to them. But for me, in the game against the French, I am very confident say it won't any Spain for the fans. Alamin Yamal said Spain France for no worried because the team go on my show moda. We'll see how that will go when the game happens. But I think that this tournament so far has proven Thomas Tuchel right.
Okay.
Only said before he went, he had a technical right back in Trent Alexander-Arnold. Mefa a much more physical dominant player or be a combative army. And I think that is what this tournament has come down to. And even for teams like France, that France game versus Paraguay, it was a game where it wasn't France's technical superiority any minimum.
That physics,
combativeness.
What they buy at BC.
Yes, because it looks as if when Thomas Tuchel was planning the tournament, and as a coach, you will sit there and plan the tournaments. In fact, somewhere 2 or 3 months before the tournament, there was a write-up I read from The Sun. Ononi Anthony Barry, the assistant, they are sat in a cafe in London for 2 hours planning the tournament. And when they come up tournament, picture. So they feel like at this point, this is what can happen. And one of the main things I will say it will happen was that the tournament is going to be much more physical and combative than any other thing. And until that's okay, when Thomas Tuchel was quizzed, say Argentina one for some players Bianco, Phil Foden, Cole Palmer, any other players, one for Manco. He mentioned said these are not the best 26 players in England war, but these are the best players who made him execute plan on all the Kakoball World Cup. Okay. So for him, he agrees. Say as a number 10, as a half space controller, they are Daniel Momoye for Spain, no Mojibo on the half 10, Coco creative chance. Cole Palmer can do, Phil Foden can do. At right back, Trent Alexander-Arnold could have given them that range of passing or best spready playing when they go and get stuff. But even for the English, look at games on Mabo from the knockout phases matches on Mabo. Look at the game at the Azteca. When you go to the Azteca with Cole Palmer, Phil Foden, and they want to go and relax and play a technical player, they will beat you with intensity. They will beat you with physicality.
Yeah.
And another make us say we are cherished. When you look at France or match on board the last time, France for crown won a boy. They played on just on the last match on boy. France for last match on boy. They played against a team against the Moroccans.
Morocco, no?
The Moroccans were also very organized as the French, very physical as the French. Sometimes over against a lower opponent, that's how person will beat you. You match them in that physicality. That is why sometimes Leeds United makes me free Ellen Road. No, Boston for me, Chelsea 1-0. Because yeah, fine, you're a good technical team, but I miss many heading, and I'll win second balls. And football always comes down to the individual battles. Or right back versus number 7, or left back versus number 11, or number 6 versus the number 6, or number 5 versus the center forward. If you're able to win those battles, there is an intensity, the probability say that translates into the whole team winning its game. And that is why Thomas Tuchel has gotten it right as it stands now. In every game, they dug deep. So the game against Mexico, after the game, Harry Kane said we gave it all. Never is a crime.
Never is a
because at the Azteca, according to the sports and SI scientists, you need 2 weeks to acclimatize.
And if you born and Jude Bellingham crab born that day,
so
because who do this
as a player or acclimatize scientifically, it's impossible to acclimatize within that time that they were there. Okay. Plus, coming to a Mexican team, say the only team here sharing and they say so more money until you saw the press, you saw Junior Quinong constantly pressing and counter pressing to force the English there. But the English also came to the party with physicality and intensity. Say, we also take the game to them. Okay. And they did. From Jordan Pickford to everybody in the English team were up for it. The Norwegians have also had same this season. In the matches of Mabono, there are times where Norway for him said they have quality, and truly they have quality from Antonio Nusa to Odegaard to Haaland himself to Solo. There is a real quality that can change games in their favor. But throughout the season, throughout this tournament, player may was standing out for the Norwegian national team. For me, it's not Haaland. He has scored the goals, it's nice. But for me, it's Sandy Berge, our park in Infinity. When you need somebody to win duels and then cover ground, every blade of grass, and Sandy Berge, together with Patrick Berge or Emma Modi, 2 of them have been phenomenal because Martin Odegaard crime and eco creative chance and that is where you get the team. Then you go to players like Christian Alger from Brentford. Oh, you're fine. He will go at it with you. Apart from the France game, they didn't play that game. But everybody that he has played against has been successful. So it's a game where 2 teams are very organized. The Norwegians are very organized. From qualification till now, very organized side. Plus the English very organized. And again, in terms of game changers, and I've said it, once you are at par in terms of organization, combativeness, physicality, winning of duels and what have you, then it comes down to the individual game changers. And that is the similarity of this game to the Morocco-France game. Because organization has organized the same. Oshe, born it's me drop Banechi. Then you have Mano Kone dropping back to come and defend, plus Dembele, Desire Duemo, working out on the flanks. But what really made the change in that game was the technical superiority of Mbappe and Dembele. Because when you take player for player, even the best Moroccan player in this tournament in Ismail Siabari was not on the field of play. So then Dembele could take the game by the scruff of its neck and change it. Same as Kylian Mbappe and Mbappe. So while I feel like this an match, 2 teams that are very organized, it will come down to the game changers. Then who are the game changers of the English national team? Harry Kane. So if it's only a Harry Kane, the Norwegians have Erling Haaland, and he's also playing very well. And say Ushe go no share against the Brazilians, the first goal now. It was against the run of play for him. at some point in time, he was asked in the post-match press conference, and was say, as a player, he has to constantly learn how to disguise. And maybe CSN was a born on Moby. By the time so the disguise is very important. But there is a player in that team, English teamer, on only Erling Haaland have worked for at least the last 6 months. So he knows his methods. He knows certain things Erling Haaland will bring to the game in Gay, and Gay would have to have a full focus on him. And Spain for the 2 centre backs and Lukaku by both of them were not focusing on Lukaku. Emerick Laporte had told Kubasi say Jai Lukaku ma meni en kokun bono. But si ye kuwa boni nya to ababefa. So every time Belgium for the ball long, Lukaku yes or copy man. Na Laporte question as never out of from na Kubasi afa.
Okay.
So he didn't get joy. And that is how today the 2 centre backs they have to be very, very communicative. As you Konsa, any Magay, understanding who must stay and who must go. Both of you cannot be drawn into the physical battle with Erling Haaland. And yes, Antonio Nuso will pass through. And yes, you will see that Patrick Bergman now will be making those late runs into the box and you are out of possession. Then they will hurt you. But for England, I think some more real quality to dominate that middle.
Okay.
Declan Rice, Jude Bellingham. In fact, Declan Rice ain't the best player to manipulate play. But again, it's about the hard work. It's how much Declan is willing to cover every blade of grass. And I need to know Bono together with Elliot Anderson and I brought a friend Jude Bellingham. Jude Bellingham is a game changer. So England,
seriously,
when they need somebody to pop up from somewhere to get a goal for them, Jude will be the guy that will come again. I think the England team have gone through sometimes in tournaments the difficult times that you get through. Now you're able to progress through regardless. A bond stick you guys together. The good news also for the English, they say our Brentford friend resumes back. And then now training. So very, very likely say resumes best start here but some match name. Argentina, for me, I won't be surprised if I'm matching from against the Swiss.
Really?
Argentina and Spain. Yesterday I said for Spain, I wasn't going to be surprised. In fact, I was very emphatic saying Spain a bit free. And I know that for a lot of people, Argentina and Spain are likely to go out in the semi-finals.
Okay.
But I won't be surprised if Argentina goes out tonight.
Okay.
Against the Swiss. The bad thing about the Swiss, they say, Gabi, there are times where they want to play, there are certain times they don't want to play. Or they are unable to play. The match is against Canada for one. They were very, very good. Then they turn it down and they score goals and then they win the game. That is the quality of the Swiss national team. But there are certain times that you can't trust them. And the reason I make us say, I won't be surprised if the Swiss edge the Argentines tonight and they say, the Argentines give chances away. And I'll be mentioning it against Egypt, it happened. Against the game before them, I think Cabo Verde, it happened. Even in the group stage matches, Argentina, they gave things away. And for me, Usia a more organized side. That is where you make a problem. That is where the problem becomes big for you. The Swiss are very well organized. Plus, they have experienced players who can usher them to the various phases of the game. Because at certain points, match, the time they are in there, they say, oh yeah. Like in the 80th minute, when you do 2-0, I don't need to open up the play and make it basketball.
Okay.
The Amuni say make it take it a ball. No match change so. Not after the time they are winding it down, and that is what the Spaniards are good at. It's the Swiss national team would have to be very, very careful, especially when it comes to the center of the pitch, because Argentina for in our last game against Egypt moved away from what they've been playing all throughout the season to something Omobo in the last World Cup, in Tubeka in the last World Cup. They only had weight in our Brentford Inferno and held Di Maria. So they'll play a 4-4-2. But then I held Di Maria the weight remember. Sometimes when they want to open up and play, nobody will learn Alvarez above a count. This time, the game against Egypt was a 4-4-2 with Messi and Brentford and Julian Alvarez as the two top players. Then Leandro Paredes as a single 6, Enzo Fernandez and McAllister ahead of him. Then played Brentford Rodrigo De Paul from the far side. Then blocking the wide area, so they say Egypt for the ball, they be free. They need to make sure say against the Swiss they go in like that, make the game physical. and then stay in it as long as possible. That is the only way Argentina for Ebetimi Ayajman against the Swiss. Even if Argentina will go through, I don't think they'll be able to do it within regulation time. I think almost the match will be Remo. Your friend is saying extra time before they'll be able to finalize that.
Okay. Minimara say who could
your friend is saying and Barcelona for Juma with Karim Adeyemi.
Yeah, 22 million.
Yeah, and I think that is a very, very good purchase pass.
Okay.
Barcelona for Karim Adeyemi with Juma because of a bomb. And Ajabi so buy your home picture be on it. I'm sure that in the course of the week we'll discuss how that will go. But you bet we booking code here. They coffee can see first one BW6239 B3E8. That is the first one. Second one a BW62398994F. Third one a BW623951 Fourth one a BW62393660E, and the last one a BW62391498.
Okay, Kofi Medal say now yamna fie na yamna medi Black Stars and come up na dia eda pono so a me ne mabedwafo anywhere we tie me yebedi hu nkomo yie pa. I say Ghana ko World Cup na ba. What is next? After the World Cup, yantimi anko anim round of 32 anaja Colombia for say nyame anim no modern bona buru ya de no so anomu yie di efrimu. Now yebedu ya bebe na stories esas here Carlos Queiroz head coach Edema the senior national team what this statement Edema Bonten na statement the was start here no aba bebe na ezu odabi papa no resign and the resignation na na edide etinima Kopim say 2 days ago, video be by one uncle that bio. I appreciate in another say so gratitude after the tournament. Dia ono na dwene ye no ne dia wo feel say as o man ye betimi aboy football no eno wasem ana na o ka nya de se wa resign. Na so the question na no pa me be say papa na resign why the best coach or the dark coach betimi aboa Black Stars ama your team na you feel say ejija no yasan I go back to your team in 2006 and then the best team yenya our history in the World Cup campaign 2010 there no you betimi the same team and the big question yeah baby sadine aminu edi unko but now so ye the aduma no so the manner akadia ben na ewo ho a ye didi ye pass ebetimi ama Carlos Queiroz ayesa adwuma no edi amae asoman eno ye nsem a yedi eho enkomo na messa said the free Austin Wood so Austin Wood in fact the radio industry yaka the pioneers womo adwuma womo ya teyie pa eba na Ghana football womo nim ni yie pa Ghana o kan Austin Wood am say obi a onim Austin Wood bia ni obedi atinye in fact you look at news ho ene ye Black Stars in sem ho now omo the legend pioneers are yeah ba dey say nke ye nimpoze eja ye ba be yini kwampo ni Austin Wood ma ba be ye adwumo in fact na bi o na dey bobom ho modin ya bo ye ho modin dey bet nya beto enu obi a na nya da akwanya no enu obi a na nya sa akwanya no onim gabi Austin Wood Austin Wood why programs manager da why general manager Austin Wood why morning show da ono yes sports Austin Wood one no your panelists at the you can say political talk show Austin Wood entertainment now what be doing one because na additional manager ho na manager ho unim gabi ba wa adwini so manager ho unim eno a metwodi na eba bitinam say almost say double ya drink kese but that drink kese no double ni Austin Wood difference be sapa say ya fa adwini pa to ade ho de Austin Wood yamu akwaba
first of all coach ni dey onko 13th August ne so onko And I say haya na metena ka sika ko no onya de empam no. Nti coach no onko. Na onko not because say Ghana ko World Cup near frame. World Cup 2026. Ghana ye modern bono. Ene se di team ne tie no. Ba bi edru ye na ne ahoden.
Okay.
Ya hoden ane round of 32 no. Eti me nyina no so nkase ye mfampam coach. Na se sika ko no ko South Africa ko ball draw na oba emetena sika je PJ se wonko. De na me gina so me se ball na me hwe no. Me she group stage now. Said your boy against Panama, England, Croatia. Me no problem with that. Because yeah, the team ni man just 2 months before the World Cup. About a little about 3 or 2 friendly matches. Eti then I may expect your free no be defend, find a goal. 3 teams no be qualify, na qualify. Now against Colombia, Gabi. And now no pena me can what Love FM say. Ma o producers no ene o data for no and check it say in the history of the World Cup yabo knockout game a team bi person otika a wanya shot on target da
na obi si da tika
etina me say ye coach no sa match no ene said the oye na mehu say omwaye enye firi na ya free mu no.
Okay,
coach I show by 12 minutes to say 14th minute. Now we chase the game. Knockout. Uko yesha 3 a uko fie. Yesha 5 a uko fie. Yesha 1 a uko fie. Na sa match no. Ye pese ye tieka. Ye nya shot on target. 2. When you say the last 15 minutes no. Ye goalkeeper na ye 10 overs be 7. Wachi ball na ye tika ni ntinu abo asim na nkofo na asa aje nko bia ho. No massage akosi omo aso no masa attack ye wan kan kire keeper no how tactically indisciplined Semenyo was in the last 20 minutes of the game. Obi a play as a left wing player and once on in front no akoda ha because Jordan Nhyira ne hu nyina box ni na Semenyo ni na musa de na ye coach ni ye fa ho enti ono no de onko enye ono na diga na beko ye nim omwaye Gabi me can die we ene 11th July said me ka sika akono de no me say Carlos Gross omwaye unim say Egypt for no ya fa no no mo sere am say coach we by Egypt wo defense nkwa onya se musuma sa akwa no it wonu de any time no so onko 4 months no de wabeji skani bia onko me say omwaye now Gabi okay 2006 ni 2010 team no ene me pese me chire mu pa no bia ni hu ba bia ye free ba papa unse kane no na aban ene yi GF president o aban ne yi GF president eti Alhaji Jawula aban ne yi no chama Rollins and President Rollins ne yi no owura Benkofi President Kufuor ne fa no Nyahota Makulu President Kufuor na fa no etikane no na eye aban ene yi GF president na GF vice president no Galkafuor e de namba etikosi nya ntachi no Galkafuor na de ne baaye ene obeye Nyahota Makulu no vice president awo GF etu omka se ye betu Nyaho se banche no so se Galkafuor ni na tu no abra na Nyaho unse Nyaho de enti ne de ne baaye Owura Kufuor baaye no ene okofa Owura Benkofi unse no Owura Benkofi apart from so we blaster coach tete no no say good football administration no akọ Zimbabwe akọye omu football amomo ene kofa ne baaye so o meye but because of how an demeanor te so okasa kra ohu no na Galkafuor no unse football for no omu de omu sika shem no omu fa ne so o de asem ba kra omu so omu mpene Owura Benkofi ne ka say o the 5-year development plan e ba yemfanye ye football na ade a wo hu ne say yentimi progress ye youth players no emfa ma Black Star na wono ne ye ni hwehwemu no ya na players no mu bro 17 na ye de omo kɔ no so enti ye introduce bibia ye de correct age ne bɛkɔ na omo progress saa ana football for no no sorry tia no o de bibia ba na football Galka any sa football for no division 1 for no asori atia no ofiri won no owura akofo say onko fa owura nya hotamakulu oso owura nya hotamakulu eba politics ma wa chepa o kumi preko no MPP o ye panyini wo mu pa kumi preko na GD 95 no o kan no mo organize oni na na do danko akofo do ne Tarzan mo ena owura akofo kofa no based on the na mo de ayenya hotamakulu yi benkofi no on say has renaissance na ba ho 89 no owura nya hotamakulu na de ba yo opamo has place mpanyifo ni nyina ekofa musical off no shamoko emu baaye no ono a nya hotamakulu na de baaye ona pepamo has mpanyifo ni nyina 89 no kofa musical youth fo no baaye ana shamoko emu ka ho no a omo baaye be ma has baaye na yi no enti no say okay ne ekofa ne ba de a gakafo ni ntimi mfa no so ono so baaye no yes o de saa ade ne beba no na football fo no sorry tia no eno na ma gaka panyini bi ekoka ase nya ho ye betu ni se banchi wo radio so ana saa de ne nam radio so no ena omutu no na chese kwesinya ntachi no a oye vice no aba be ye acting president na de ora kwesinya ntachi hu se ne ekọ no ena in 2007 omuko register GFA no as a limited company by guarantee enti GFA no eye omudia o etise multimedia sana GFA ne tie etu omuko register ne saa no ne jese no omo ba ba di omo ho eye de omo ye but o she benkofi ade na ode baaye na wo ka 2006 owura sese atuko efiu ade bisi ye started professional football 93 no ye players ne started kwa aburuchire but na local players no so enti ye ko tournament on se Buake disaster ye 84 ye G82 no 82 a Ghana J e wo Libya no 84 na ye de ma coach Afrane no eno ne ye ko Cote d'Ivoire a ye friend Buake disaster na ye say coach Afrane de left for nko an akogobo no ama ye free mu no aha eti 84 e ye Buake disaster ye Afcon ye ko ye ne defending champions ye free mu first round. Yes, if Bruce Afrane the left, let's say okay, is our left for 88 young qualify, 86 young qualify, 88 young qualify, 90 yenimniesi Algeria, and then 92 yenip Cote d'Ivoire kobo penalty 11-12 no, and then 94 Rashidi Yakini mu ye free mu no, and na Kalusha Boala mo, omu fa new team after omu wuye no, ekọ final omu ni Nigeria no, 96 no. Ye ko semi final South Africa 98 and your first game ye share Tunisia and ye lose ye 2 games no ni mombe wake no odama Ashanti Gold or Boasi Gold Face Togo ye ntimi anhye no and abedidi ne football be wiye eti na chese sa team na 92 omaboa ya no na oma ayi be wiye and ye be host 2 can 2000 na maminka sembinchiro ye ko Ecuador 95 no under 17 no multi system coach Samade unim say ye bedru Ghana na ye J Cup no Audu Isaka Emmanuel Bentel mu team no omu bisa coach Samade and o say team na ye de koye no de obeya de free mu pa no wa mo tournament ni bida omu bisa ne say ho Steven Apia o Steven Apia wo Ecuador 95 o Audu Isaka mu de no ko bi eti ye be build this team no ene ye di omo maka wo abedi siki akono be ye captain e di bo Ghana 2000 no ena South Africa be ye free kuma se abonga no mvete no abere think like J red card no free mu esi ye no ene ye di Black Star emma coach Atuko Efio na coach Atuko Efio no wo di akwa under 1799 wo New Zealand ye goalkeeper Emmanuel Banahene Lawrence Kenya Ibrahim Razak Kwakudia de no bokotoko no Steve Oduro Ibrahim Atiku satem na ese ebo number 5 Estian 730 na nebo 4 and 5 under 17 no ntese one start ball as midfielder no obo number 5 Magana under 17 no Nathaniel Lamte Benadombote ena Ismailado ena Steve Oduro ye de Black Star ma Atuko Efio no under 20 no ena ekodi na Afrane ho ekodi na na afra ne ho ne ye kwa African Cup under 20 ena atuko efio ebo World Cup 2002 qualifier against Liberia ewa Accra ena Christopher Rie any president no George Weah ebe she 3-1 ewa Accra ena atuko efio say foreign based players no from omu ade omu nya ade enti on from omu biem eno na ma odi has team no plus Lawrence Ejay ekobo Nigeria wa Accra na ye 0-0 no na sa match ni bekoso no na coach Afrani di ni team no ewo African Cup no ena atukwefio ka kire GFA say omunkofa has fo makoma ko 3 na was under 20 ni no emre no no fa meka has team ni ho fanhia Nigeria Stella Steven Tete ena Ismailado ye ko World Cup under 20 no Argentina no Saviola mo de no mo share yen ena coach Afrani say on fa has players training nko because obi a wa prepare ni team dey ko tournament na GFA abeyi players 3 asem we ko TB we he ena o say what the civil drone so ka ho because on make say we onu coach Afrani no eye kotokoni ena we has for 3 dey free mu because Gabi bisa won say ye ko Africa under 20 no civil drone come no a team of the tournament no ho ade ne ye ko World Cup aye mfa ne nko wa bisa won sa de we eno ne ma coach Afrani so di civil drone ka ho wan kwa under 20 ni bi no ye ko ye no ena yesi ye ko bo midfield adukwe papo beka team ne ho John Pence who say John Pence no ye number 10 no obobreku ma Arsenal no obo number 10 Ghana League no ena ye de ko bo right back ena John Mensah ba mu Patrick Villas, Sule Muntari, Derek Boateng, Razak Pimpon Belly di attack because ya Ismailado e free mu. Gabi, ya build this team way. Ya ko final against Argentina. Ya the team na mo Sam Dodu. Or ko Mali 2002. And what the players ni bi kan ho. Eno na okofo ko say Jesse nye aye the permanent free camp Isaac Boache go no. Gabi, sa team no and a boy and me a call your first World Cup. Kregana team players ayenya. Me a go World Cup da. E yes ya mu team from under 20 no. John Mensah, Derek Boateng, Sule Muntari, John Pencil, Michael Essien. Enyo one dey call World Cup no. Asamwaja and Steve Apia mo be kan ho no. Neches under 20 no from under 17 no. Aboye ya no ma progress dey call your first World Cup. You call your first World Cup no. And the 2009 Bobo team no ekoji first under 20 World Cup Africa aje ewo Egypt the day you Jonathan Mensah, Rabiu Mohammed, Ajiman Bedu, Dominique Diya, Samuel Lincoln eti ye di team ni ma Milo no aye ko African Cup ewo Angola no esi empra tournament no Silver Pia ntimi ankobi a lot of the big names no Muntari mu nyina no entimi ena Milo fa under 24 na bobodi o makoje no the day you mu no opoku agiman mu edi beka asamwaja ho ene ye call final ene ye de sa team no so ka ho ade call World Cup no ene ye call quarter final sankofo na na bu ayen 2010 ye call World Cup quarter final 2012 African Cup ye call semi final. The Asamoah say the penalty against Zambia semi-final no. Zambia ko J no. 2013 South Africa the Burkina ye free mu no. Ye ko semi-final. 2015 ye ko final. The day you move now, Abra Esiamu under 20 Muntari mo free ho no. The day you move under 20 no say dey be call final semi-final me ye ko do AFCON final. 2017 ye sa ko semi-final. Bisa won say e dey na free ho no. Yentimi en group stage bi also cry and qualify after the day you under 20 no yenya under 20 bi aya ade bi
David yenya bi am
it Gabi yemi say won say a mere coincidence ana it cannot be now no ye ko under 20 no na ya anya ade a on ye progressive players no ni akofa ba ku bi afrim no mo maka na ye jeje o mo saa ni ene na mo pepe players because you pay players boni but if you don't work towards idea no now one building with team no from the youth when yes our players no are more together I'm telling you upa kone kofa mo have renard no upa kone kofa en ko ba bia
So baby adi man free nyina ye say o pese o kire say your problem ni your coaching issue but a systematic way of doing
exactly me see upa kwone kwofo Avram Grant on oba ya na obeye odi ye call final no everyone on one ejai so oko ubekwa kofa coach on ma wo ball ni nkwa animu abra yem fan hihye yengu akwa mu a ye be develop ye youth game no na players no omo bebo youth tournament no omo be progress steadily aba be shemu wo Black Star no eyen kakra Germany omo 2004 omo antimi qualify ponko Euros omo free mu ntem na omo ho kire omo eye obi anwanwa se Germany under 21 for na kwaji Euro under 21 2009 no omo an kwaji World Cup ne ma omo 2014 enye goalkeeper man no ya Sami Khedira, Mesut Ozil, Jerome Boateng, Thomas Müller, Gabi bisa won say eye den na sa under 21 for na no ena kwaji World Cup ne ma omo 2014 de ye no ye ni nam ye mpesi ye be ye football ni ye ni e dia build ye team no ye pe ready made ye nkofa haveren ukofa haveren na the players be dia bo
amza enkomo we wenya be ye be kosoa edi entino mame nko Habibu so menim baby osin different there was the system no ana nunti na ma ye football na yesa menim Carlos Queiroz adwuma no ya de mana obetimi aye ana sa system call na be mana feel Habib
was he system they were on
any system aye the progressive players to the national team
na no ya adwun say best sir unso was think as na me hwe di if we are not ready to change the ebe bia no emfa we ma when the so Sunday ma me we have no say and you say any see you will say say ne the ACCA at the end of the day it ends here. There are people that to about you or more maybe are ordering common free akwa chiria 80s about 90s abidu 2000s and say abidu baby genius
na your football progression
that time now we were having people ready say they want to do things this way to make sure say tomorrow becomes better than today and it is if yes then we can do it if no I'm sorry menu nyina nim how things are done in football ecosystem and there are so many things you ask yourself questions. Aya na de ye me ya ye nyina ye ho. When I say ye nyina ye ho people running football. I put myself in that bracket because I run football. Say you nim the right and I go see me tie say minimo. Now we minua we am downfall ana we am a boss. Me pe wa sempa me hu se wo ya de na ya me bo wabaso me hu se o ye de nya I should be bold enough to tell you say kwesi onua we de I think that den
yeah but hono so na ye ntanye no
the biggest problem of young blacks to accept criticism say fifia hu Habibu so Habibu de ndra we de nka wo ye ni say ya nka be boa
enu ano no
enemy me I have one thing was winning me from Titi Eba BC obi a me ye adwuma pon frame Habibu na me tie wo Nhyira wa fire pa na wo ya de pa na ma ka me da ase the oba frame no be ka say o ya de pa but say me pa no ne de more than the obo ma ba so unim de ntia me ja ba so bone nko no grow you need to have people who will be there to be at your back and say dua ya wo free abasa we no so mu a ebebu we hu odene fa ye ni see the biggest challenge ye wo kuma ni say people now run football. I cannot put everything on ABR administration head no down and say keto krekwe say keto krekwe say he's a human ontimi nyeni nyina.
Yeah.
President the entire na ye boni di bebre eka bia ye ti kuro was one e Ghana man His Excellency John Dramani Mahama o man ne koyia ye se mampani Mahama an koyia se ye mampani Mahama ye dum light e say President Mahama but ideally so nya admo easy ya na VR was one way but he supersedes the affairs of those things no na edit amount for akoto and say they should take charge enti anu nti na eduru bebi a sobo na ekon. I sat in a meeting. Something happened. I was meeting. And I was the one who raised that concern. Said, Mr. President, this, that. It's happening. I was grown man. And some factors say, see, I was football.
The GFA meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
And he looked in the face and said, my brother, what you just mentioned, Ghana. And I said, yes, Mr. President. He said, my brother, before man and God, me I don't know. But I take full responsibility. So let me apologize on this, that, because I have people have put in trust in. Maybe BBC and they assure us. And it's not everything that will come to my notice. And are they we are I have never heard of it. Kofono me in charge no emo so nchire me and I'm surprised say o kan omote ha and o ma gie tum say indeed is here. So what it means is that there are some of the things if you're prompting attention and say you're trying to it could be done differently, but all of us want to praise and upon my platform. So I had a quote 2 days ago from Efi Penibio, and the person said this, that. Continue say me time will be and amendo will be me do nipa. Asem na me time asem. GFA ya de na ya me born abaso 100%. Omo ye de nya I will criticize. I will not insult. I wasn't trained to come and insult people on radio. Enti eti say manipa ni hu say eti say that person oba appreciate what kwesi aka no kre na kire me fifi aka no kre na kire me ye ni see ya is the interest of Ghana football where Ghana ni bia ni ho a because let me say it on this biggest platform Ghana ni bia ni ho a ope football e okuma yi e check to kreku ne ngo for no mo ye we no do you know why ana ye ko World Cup no if you ko America ni bi because you ko bi me ko bi ketokreku edu American embassy a GFA president onko we no beko nti between me and enemy no wana ball no open yi ono na di so mfa so kese bibi ba omo na eye nti they benefit more than any other and the footballers we need match na aside send any age no bonus ni we all supporter how dey nje ka oji win bonus ni bi they won't win no more than us just that se niema bi antoto said yes to na ye nya de ye pe no. And that is one thing I will say. The people are around the football so it is not everybody who criticize what you're doing and the time. If you are not able to differentiate between constructive criticism and hatred, you end up putting all of them in one basket. It is some bar, not some basket because you've putting them in a certain way. I wouldn't say where would they enemies and also my time for some nipa ne kanaba wo pa but you don't even pay attention. So
they are okay they are in corresponding to Sekaros Kuros bit my head.
Me cause me abisiasem so.
Okay.
Ketokreku be fa the Ghana Football Association as Penia Odano for 7 years echo 8 years. Ade ba ko an onya ade wo ho. Black Stars na appointing correct head coach for Black Stars.
Within 3 minutes in part of you, mommy.
On for coach Papa ma Black Stars. The administration. On for coach Abaka say coach we dear. The only time I mo try is on for coach Papa no. The on for curious.
Okay.
And also I was against the appointment because Bibi ani ejina no anytime on pa moto adon me say na ye here a coach or for a short term.
Okay.
Na ham no na si dada. Woke up near Nkoyeshi. Tino say ye the right thing the two. Na coach chrono ban only so woke up and friendship project nasi. Damn the consequence. the ABCBR, he built from that. We know they are to us. At Baba born in Afcon. He's saying we are now going back to square one because friend yes, you pay a different coach. Carlos Quiros, yeah, man, to us. There is no way the man, man. Ubusami will question now. Ubusami, me, yeah, no, they are more. On this, I will say, the man.
I didn't.
And I didn't know why I say the Black Stars man. About 4 matches. Panama happen with Michelle. Yeah, history. You can walk up my team. More brow football. Walk up now saying that. You been see that. Yeah, 5 times I walk up. Go and check your history. And yeah, do to add the crown and call walk up now standing Kebesha Panama. Maybe England and couldn't even more drone to Panama and Kebesham. Uto one say Korea. 2021 I'm review. Omonya dey Panama phone. There was nowhere na Panama beat him. But the Numpo, Shebre, and a Ghana, Bobo at Panama, near a defensive game. We are Minshaw. Near defend this last minute, and a Miyama in Chikunya as I go. The bedroom England, any idea how didn't have a ball defensive way. Last match, Croatia had a drew knockout. We said, now Australia now be our person we should go. No about 90 minutes. Why am we here? Open so who said the entire curious and say, dear man. Kutie Jordan Ayu after match in the interview on it, Yabra and Gary Smith. Netie, your center back and say, Jerome Puku, and Gary Smith, Utie, we are, and Nunqua, sad 2 interviews, sum up everything. The players now, Casacro, who Carlos Cruz man is not the right man for the Black Stars job. Don't mean yet. So you call Abontia Cope coaching, so Yempe coach, 1 time premium, once and for all.
Okay,
never man for man. Yeah, my try my career for 7 years. Oh, Black Stars. Check your coaches I have for.
Fifi Manfred, Brahma na me yena yantika kran to echi mfama ya college no na iche win no. Carlos Quiros. Ya man antwaso obetumi aye adwuma no obetumi aboaye.
For me I think they Black Stars, no, for us to be successful, right? Different Nioma and Ebeke KC and Yama is successful. Now, maybe one of the very things that you overlook is the issue of transitioning. But you see, Kasa about coach and Austin Kasimbi about how now we're unable to move the players on a 17 or 21 those days. Now I think say Saudi and Obeye difficult or impossible to do.
Okay.
Because the top players by age 16 now go out of the country. And it's under 17 tournaments we are teams now Europe remember him because of economic reasons. Because of course bread and butter issues. So Okwabuchi now Okwabuchi Kobobo now times are the ball under 17 qualifies, under 20 qualifies assignment. Usually it doesn't correspond to the regular international breaks. Okay. So most of the Omo clubs will not leave them to come and play those qualified for you to even to use them in the next competition. So 17 unyana, about this will be the 21. But the 21 for me is the most important one. Players have been at age 21. There should be a system to keep them together, even if Omuni Ghana has it.
Okay.
Then you start calling them. When they say you will pull for the spine of the Black Stars, and they say, whilst they are under 17, for 21. They are in your pool into Ibako Black Stars. Maybe a Black Stars shall say, I have no problem. I crowd on goalkeeper. Me and goalkeeper man that steady. Then you take them small, so because it is going to be difficult for you to do a wholesale transitioning of under 17 to under 21 to the Black Stars in the modern game because of various calendars or more clubs in your plus the players don't go do some level now. Under 17 tournament looks like a tournament. Say the club they feel like Obabe Prada who takes care of him. So sometimes I want to chomona because truly transitioning is very important. In 2009, when the Moroccans were beaten by the Cameroonians, and qualifying for the 2010 World Cup, that is where King Mohammed Ivy decided that he was going to go on the trajectory that he has gone on now. And since that time, they scouted players. You see, one of the things we should do is that when we say GFA an elite scouting program, or UK. It should be across the world.
Yeah, me who was
18,000 players.
Yeah, many
the Morocco for one at a time. They got 18,000 players.
Okay.
So 18,000 players. Then they built an academy because when you scout, it doesn't end there. What scouting we are, not play anything maybe. It doesn't end there. But there are some of those players, not the Moroccans, after scouting those 18,000 players, they selected a number of them to come to Morocco. And on country academy, no, the players they home. That is where Azedine Unai free. Azedine Unai. That's where he's from. That's why Azedine Unai played for Morocco in the 70s. He's a diaspora boy. Not in Morocco Krumo. He was scouted abroad. But he was scouted with the mentality of boy under 17. There are certain boys somewhere we can scout them for that purpose. Under 17, under 21. So that at least there is a core of players who have played in the national team for the juvenile side that transitions. But there is something that even in the past we are overlooking. Yeah? We speak about Ben Kofi. We speak about Atuku Efio. What is the similarity between them? Ben Kofi Mune, Atuku Efio Mune, Celeste Temunino. They had players that they knew. So there is also that coaching continuity.
Okay.
So I started coaching at 17, I say, okay, the next time I coach at 21. Mm-hmm. He knows those boys.
To him transition, you know.
But today, in your football, it is difficult to have a coach that goes through the transitioning. Coach Bakwa or Tiana, the only coach today that is close to that,
Desmond Ofe.
Desmond Ofe, who has coached. It's important for us to even start bringing up young coaches. Young, I'm not saying about coach already 54, to no disrespect to Yeba Padam. Mm-hmm. But it is time to start grooming young coaches. By the time a boy Eddie Bayer and go see where did Louis de la Fuente no free
from under 17, 16 ranks
by
now.
The time Louis de la Fuente coach, he knows the only the dose of Lamine Yamal, only the temperament, only son of a handle Lamine Yamal. Only players thing in her, they had come through the directorate or who everyone directly come who information about him. So there's enough information to come and work with him. So once we think of players transitioning, it's important to look at coaching transitioning. And if the FA coaches they're free, the young coaches that me have said it that the reason why for me, in the context of the Black Stars and the successful nature of the national teams, no, I will never overlook the role of government. Whatever you're supposed to say. But any plan without the proper involvement of government, and you're dead on arrival. And see, in Kofo Kaino GFA, a private company limited by guarantee. Great. The actually in our side of focus and say, hey, woman. Anytime you guys GFA, just a club owner, just all your football people, because those people have a stake in it. Former footballers and all, and usually they are part of it. Into if you are one thing, for what some that's important. But what people have failed to know is that football is a public good. And the idea be a public good, the Constitution of Ghana, the government of Ghana has a role to play in that. Because I had a constitution here, a bit me at the pub to move for, at the modern suburb to move for. It's regulate. That's how we ought to regulate the football. Okay. And until the European Union bet me as Shemra, area UK, area ma, but your president tells them that you can't buy a player from Africa 16 years. And in South America 16 years. Even in Europe, before a player goes pro, certain requirements in terms of education are supposed to fulfill. They were still going back to school. These are laws to make sure you protect the interest of the player going forward. It's very important. So the role of the government is important in all of this. But in the short term, I will keep Carlos Queiroz not on tactical grounds. Okay. Kawahasi, Carlos Queiroz say we brought Carlos Queiroz in because at the time now Otuado the Ghana coach now and that's me and Ghanaians are like, oh, Otuado nyadi because President Mahama doesn't want any noise around the second term government. Into a friend and sports minister said, Jack, go there to Hamburg. Go and sack Otuado, non-Kofi. Nienya non-Kofi, Nkofa coach him. So you realize that the PR around Carlos Queiroz was that Nisi Vine, yes, you are coaching Madrid that, a coaching Manchester United that, or coaching Ronaldo that, or a top goal or a top coach, go to Portugal, Ukraine, Germany, all of those things, or the Egypt AFCON semi-final. The conversation was about the headlines of the CV. But in any CV, you look at the details of the CV, and especially in football conversation, you look at things about structure, tactics, and what have you to make the conclusion. Because per the style of play of Carlos Queiroz, when your coach are fitting attacking quality, It's simplicity. And it was think actually said the Egyptians were laughing at us because Omar Mamouche would team him, Mohamed Salah would team him, and you're looking at way to progress player. And now Belgium versus Spain. Belgium net die both defense because we need that quality to go toe to toe with the Spaniards.
Okay.
But they were outlets. I said, boy, they make Belgium for Nisa. They are looking for Jeremy Doku and then they run to go into space. But we didn't have outlets. If you go and look at Hussein Hassan for the Egyptians, there were two outlets. Hussein Hassan and a better friend man Shaw. Boy, they become themselves FIFA. They control and carry the ball. They're from ball carriers. No, that is a tactical plan. Even when you meet opponent or superior to you, tactically, Carlos Queiroz may have a good CV, but he's not a guy. But I sat here and I said when the appointed Carlos Queiroz said, "Umi top coach," and it's Ghana for your pesa. At any point in time, they will begin to throw tantrums at the old guy. You see, but here we are now. Because in our analysis, in our understanding of a lot of things that goes on, and you're myopic and skewed. The BS and you pay headlines. And nothing as sports minister to me, I was Carlos Queiroz wait me the World Cup semi-final. Hey, Carlos Queiroz you go World Cup semi-final with this team. We are playing. Team World Cup semi-final, quarter final team round of 32. No, you're born 10 years commercial. Now how are you going to be the Colombians? The best would have straight the game to extra time. Me, now me bomb by ever give them extra time. I come extra time. But don't be saying because how many training sessions has Queiroz had? What has been the plan for the team? Only the coach to get the best out of a team. See, perish the issues of Kamading Sulemana, Fatah Ushaku, Antoine Semenyo, Jordan Ayew, Prince Edukobna, this boy that came from Saint Etienne or Augustin Boachi. Kudus Beba. Then you have, if I say Kofi Tre AF is not starting, you have Thomas Partemo. Then you look for proper DMs in the middle, Calibre Inchi. This team is a team that competes. Take the Moroccan national team, Take Ayub Boadi. Ayub Boadi, new players who will be, I'm telling you today. We like waffling around players that put up a good game near upon. Ayub Boadi, when he met Manu Kone, went to Yamobono. But who is Manu Kone? Ayub Boadi, Bono Bo Lil no, and a top player and catching and catching Kenya World Cup no. Ayub Boadi is another Matteo Gendizi, okay Gendizi of Arsenal.
Yes.
Recycling and Kojano Atenya Kosaido Apono 10 and but he works hard, and that is his credit. To give it to him. For me, is the Unai guy no 150 on Ayub Boadi board. Unai. And yes, Unai. There's another Unai L something Unai. Ono Roma. Ono a midfield partner of Manu Kone. Roma. He's a real player. These are not exceptional. As a Unai, Eboma Giruna co-relegation was Spanish League about bang. They do Unai, but then the friend is saying, was it West Ham United at some point in time? These are not exceptional players. It's a coach that has knitted them together in a structure with specifics. The intangibles and the tangibles. Intangibles knows about individual attitudes. I translate into certain things or park and so. Coach, plus the system. So Morocco have a system strong. Then the coach understand the system. And again, look at the current Moroccan coach. He came from the conveyor belt of coaches. In the time, your friend is saying the past one went away. Walid Wagragi. Then they looked at the shoulder and said, okay, whenever you know coach, if you are saying whenever, it be shame. It's seamless.
Okay.
Whatever you want to say about Pap Tia, but Pap Tia had won the AFCON, barring the issues that has come on after the AFCON incident. Where did Pap Tia come from? Pap Tia came from Senegal's Chan team. On your play with coach. Because these guys understand the dossier, they have the dossier. System. It is high time government of Ghana put a policy of merging education properly with sports. I went to KNUST. I spent more than the 4 years over there because of other things. The way I'm a best boss, I'm guy, but I want to talk about football. Why? It is because I have passion for the game. If there was a way to do my biochemistry undergrad and then add it to some football that I love, maybe after school I would have seen a pathway to become a coach.
Okay.
Imagine the boys that are there with the intellects that they have, then loving of the game. They will not not be scared to go through US. No, a coach be or I say no. I mean, because at the end of the day, I'm in a world class university too in understanding. Well, I mean, for real, man. And Sandy money you know put together, and I'm always successful as a nation when you want to play football. But Sandy money, sacking Carlos Queiroz again today means that you can find another coach that will sack after 1 year. It's a waste of time. And
for me,
the most important thing is that Carlos Queiroz enter that team with him. No need the intangibles job.
Okay.
Because regardless of BBR, that was clear in the team. Everybody understood that they had to work hard. There were conversations around Brandon Thomas Asante SUPA when he wasn't supposed to go out. And don't know for the game, the next game, the discipline and strict nature, those things, we need somebody to embed it.
Okay.
And adding for, let me just end. And adding for just coach somebody passerby, someone need that top level CV to imbibe that into us. So for me, because of Saudi, you know, allow Carlos Queiroz go and play the AFCON qualifiers. My name AFCON qualifiers. So if I manage for AFCON next year, then give him a very high KPI. To say winning of the AFCON. One year, that should be performance based on it. Say, and no anything went to me and you let him go, then you bring a new coach in because a Jumano and just simple and straightforward. Send your money.
Okay, Kofi Meda Sepa, I know the by 11:45. Maybe my lines in the mam quick one, Joe. Carlos Queiroz, ne job on.
No kwasem afeni ai emre na so enti na no ho na agya me na me se da bi se royal praise e baso a with oba padia na ne wo se me ba menu aba ma ho na ye na mo Nhyira so e de ebo ho e dawro enti 16th August royal praise e wo Kumase ha e ye oba pa Christy royal praise
edine dos denti na wo de royal praise na to sa odwumedi a obede na botai pa ne sen
me da se yesre nyame se wono anom ye na won kire ye kwan because anamontuo bi a wutu no so wono ankire na wo de upetu a e na ha adwen na edin bebre na ba ye ba de ehun se na nyame nsa wo mpa no na ye royal no royal praise intino meti hey ye nyame mu de hye esanse me pie babia eye nyame mu ene edi hume se oba pa na ebe oyo gospel artist enti no na me ye nyame de hie yidie na ye befa so na ye de ayesa adwumadi yi enti wei se me ye nyame de hie a na wo so ye nyame mu de hie so what yes ye papa no oyo hene enti no wei it's all about royal so what yes ye ai enti ni nyina no wei no say go across so what you say said the enkran ahini wo ho no sana santememu yenso ye wo ahini ene ye ba Kristo mu ye de ba hu mu a eno so ye nyame ne ye kese ne ye no ye na de hye
uni say to de bia ye ade hye nkra ye gaga chen ahemfo na ngasa
anu adin I say wo ye oba pa Christina o wa wo ba na wo ba de wo ye guy me ka me bra bi o drive car kese yi bi na onam na wo hia for na so pese ehun so ni nua na oba pa Christia ho na oba ono ko no o ya no de ato
last speaker
o de ato outside be ya wo say meni oba pa Christia ye de kasa ya de nyame ho ho
yes ya de hye nkra no
ya guy
chen ohene mu anangasa
because ya de ohene ne ho ho so what I say I had to say what ba santememu na wo de otumfo e de hye wo de ho so what I say enje live e ba sa ma wo ye kokoti
ba mama happy so
me I am one
live one thing am say edin we pan e den edin by royal
e nyame adom ya de hye e ya de hye wo nyame mu ti ade hye na ebe ye awrade aye
minim say wo de miminimu pa e ba say ye mbonyum live pa ye nye show je say unyum bebre bi benya sa nyum no na menya kwanhye bi na me de ma me we ho ya unyum sa achiche me wen say na menya contract a big contract wow a day bia no menya wo de mfa say menya 10,000 and 5,000
a day bia
a twa so me yen for 31 days
wow
I'm a cut house near them na was a contract to sign most of the agents we answer na do sika number 1 na ma ko day 1 day 2 na me see fika na me na po
unai buye se no na wo de benante
enti session dem fa no normal
fa no normal
doctors utwa isua me nan na si fom ebu na kaso apai na doctor ka chem say meda form 4 months answer me say me use crutches 4 months answer po me ni neba say me
wurate
me nya sa contract ni bi da
edo to form abeda ko won sa na bu ye kra say what beto ayim ye bu nan
ti yeah after operations ni ade am be fi satan na releases a onyum
de
obi be nya wa na fi
ya de
na me gade na me kan satan na Eugene Morat
ai
no wa na enyum ya ba satan na odi ababa na fe ne be start promotion basi ya na Eugene ba me fi ona ohwe me ya na oto sa anyum
ya de to me mo penyi abofra
me cha abofra kra me
ya de to me mo nipa bofom ya de to me mo nipa kademu ya de yo eradi bejoma
na be man na sen wi mu na grade and you have been an inspiration and just no bo nyuma na ye ene genyo nti nam obai
as of
me dey me who are fine but say me tie unyuma I take it on different level and I'm a bo nyuma me no din come there me say me but tie unyum tie mu say pampa ya na free ka kire me
me hu ne say e yadum na yenyame ya yesom no no mfrɛ so begu ya ni mase so what I say 24 years
yes
ya tibi sabi ya hwia bi sabi ya tofom sabi David kan you know o se wo hwia sempre nso abesore so what I say ni nyina mu no ya sore yesansa ni nyim odombere mo bi o kina ya chi enti me secret de obi bisame a ya na me ka se e ya dom because sanya enti nyame de waye bi
si aso no de ahofa ne japade amount
my god kwabra
bra we bra
me ma me wose kwabra anka kwabra zo a wose abra
o slice no kakra no already we there
no we
kwabra ne mbo oba latest o dia be waye bi ne yembo wie na fe ye back to the main program as a mango for mu se wa August e ba be din pacho se wonte oba pa Christine amini aba adwa latest ya aba o de tie we are switch back
waye bi
wi anyum no ye boy e be mo wa kirikiri mu kakra na ya ba royal priest
de we me se pia konyo
anzem nim de obetima ye
pia no metimi adi asa
na eni ajepa ma kofi aponsa ebi obi am mi se wutie mi chia opa ma me nurse ba basi miss gadget man gadget my friend kofi aponsa why
me nim da
oh am I ready I'm going.
swear this ni mune kwa umre so ya me munya mesu bona na sacha sedie anya mi bebu
nyame babu awo anyu kware ma mbwensi anka na me yare mpache o look alike ni ana we o me se me look me ba o me look alike because me say we see pele me say sana na we see sekete no we so no so the kete na royal dance royal praise alongside royal dance and your papa latest now tie no me ba me yanko royal praise no so date ni da pen
pacho date ni 16th August 16th me pacho da ni sikwasiada enti je se opon asori ya na wodi wani achiro na ni pay mi ya woni enti no unya we take it cold na me boni sesi ya na ufa na wato
okay ya baba so me yanhwe fine papa na de ama mani agi se atise wo so nyina no bia address the royal sada ne de kwajesi me front ma
my god yeah
sechere ni me bomentumam
so you know you have to come and represent your culture
yes
yeah that's right
santima baba just slangs na baban
we am making what dey say bisabi paso be
yenje fly no frank fly no to so be me mind ni yenje
you know so TV niwa say you are niwa when TV niwa
na so you multimedia bow
my god
you multimedia me yenje artist ben you do for Robin what on sa from na fe yenhwe because what they say support
yes very
say support yeah dey anu o
no kwasem munsu no kwangoma drop him hey wona nte kra obedu
sisi
bachai mikro mudin no mute ya no modwen se wa drop him edin no momo yenhwe
edin no modu
bachai 9th August UPSA auditorium time no 4 p.m. me pacho artist guso
Church of Pentecost
mpachai Church of Pentecost aha no hu se stars akese ni nyina ba ehwa na ye nyina no yegina yes enti me srew ehwa na ye di yani e kire oba pa be bada be oba pa na de na nko ye bi wa ha no ba pa maba fi
royal praise
yes enti no mama Esther me ame mame order so achese what tiny bechi den Joyce Blessing eda so achese ojina me mu den brother Samme
Tuga
nation worshiper yes and Kwame Jedu yes and Ernesto Poku
Kwasiba
an kwasi ba ena so nyankopon ka so obechira wa
lady prem pretending catch pa who the lady befi
I'm the befi so me ba was ada da fo nyina ye ba
squad nyina
antino
me hu kra me nim say bebre ba count was surprised but me hu kra me hu 6 articles
yes
so 6 articles you can was 7
yeah
na yemfa ne say artist ba ko kra no yemfa artist ba ko kra no o koni show a o de tua be 20 cities asem kan na o kan 7 20 okay yen 20 they say yen 30 cities 35 franc 150 and sana on check my memo yi kan almost by 200 Ghana for them and I won't quite him for 30 cities in Bebe.
Yes.
Because we have live band, our ball, machines, cost, light, stage.
Yeah.
Be brave.
Effect.
Now, a boy with JD, I can say, as a from San and Pesamica. Meaning so free and in teal. Now, say, yeah, this year when Yamimu
no come home. I say, and at the same time, or no, me per se, yeah, this year when Yamimu said, dear Wokano. And a be a monsono, me per se. Obia oni bia broso bia kra no so timi yeden e baby enti no
because dey na board den kra no kra nya ni pa bako family of 5 200
200 cedis family of 5 and single
NGO adwuma na we
yeah they are supported because adom hear me but just say say adwuma no bibia e fa ho bia is about sika entina anya sanke bebie mu kra so obi amra yes entina ye dey aba form say anya bia no so dey obetimi dey support obapa ministry no
so where I say what they da santimasi because we have a price now 50 years single double A80
yes
was a 52 crank 100 but double 80 VIP 150 now family of 5
mine 200 pachai e be se kumase for ba me yi nyame aye she nyame ani munyam
amede wonu medwen ho anka ma otum kakra
enye hwe bra enye hwe se my first coming home
yes
so what you
say welcome home
me pacha yes you know say
why I feel papa na big event be say wonya bi
me pacha there
for 24 years
pacha
oba na nyina ya de she ni nyina no
ya
da nyame
be nyame aye yes
wa fi mu ne mo bebre sisi na yemu bi yatia
papa na wo kan say
the nsuo fa no de ka emanu
they playing they are
yeah sanko fon go bebre no mo ska kra chen yo
ana odi ana wo bra me se wona ya ni won hyasie no enye wonyina ne da so won kwam aduko aminu munya nkwa no sadukro no obi anom so ontiase enti same won kwa na me wa hoden humi didi kasa na ye Yesu adom
enwum na me ka no
anya adom ana no aje so say ya adom
me ya pachi na me sore ye
tie
na me ka wo mu kra na me beti ma sore
na me ya di obra
enwum na me ka same nkwa
same tiasia na mingu ya
na ye nya
aha na nka beto no me wo nkwa wa hoden humi didi kasa na ye Yesu adom nyo ya same tiasia na mingu no gidi we no me body apema tetiagu o matetia to na me wo nkwa dia asida sawo no nkwa emfa mano Yesu ayonwa
mesum was surprised me was na come as much and the bus 16th August
me bacha
e wo bantima na brother Same Mama Esther and Sopoku Joyce Blessing Kwame Jedule the Prempe 50 80 150 200 ticket na babontin there
ticket na babontin
wow
me kokra na ibeja bi wa ha de opebi kumase fo
mama on national security
na me be ma ayi ogidi meja wa ha me pa ocho ibeja bi wa ha de wo pebia anasa wo pesa wo di code eto wo fia eno nso star 725 star 2030 hash obo a wo betimi ato no wo phone so
star 725 star 2030 hash
me pa chai
the common number
star 725 star 2030 hash star 725 star 2030 hash. Yeah.
We have a artist bar crowd, you know. We go here.
Sorry, I say, hey, you can't come in your mummy. Yes,
but maybe some question back. Nemo, but him say abuaphobia abuao.
No question.
A bit diomoko. Nemo, me was surprised me man. Anka mpese uwie na me do ko no office but ono aba.
Waba.
I am ambassador bra.
Beauty queen.
I don't betina eh. I say yes.
Thank you.
I am a John H. Michael. Oba, where the fellow Ohima Benowa. Oh no, and I share from her. Your program, I hear your bra.
Okay,
you made dear Basso and Riano. Now, yeah. Now, what's a mama? On wedding come be by bezo no anoka.
Oyema royal.
Just ene mum de beniage because ma to wonyo to e wo ma manfo say sister yem say me na me se no. Me se no se me.
No kwase.
Ala anya sa le
ti.
Look alike.
E wo ma anya TV so oyema you look like Obapa Christine am say ejire ntia ejire
ni. Obata ho. Oshahana chief. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mama Capella ba go.
Me dia no.
Only dia no.
Oh, already. Medifufu awie pa say,
sponsorships.
Ebrahim na mi yawe. Emprem boafo wonche na mabo. Enyi mi mama tamfuda. Erade wama. Oba mi bro, eje wama mi bro. Ayo tumfu eje wama mi bro.
Emi what the kapana to asanya me se bomo ma.
Mama kai mechi.
Oh, onyuma nkasa de. Yankopon se nka no ka one of the female gospel artists. Otonyoma Kakuma. Indeed, you are a legend.
Thank you.
And we must celebrate you whilst you are here.
Thank you. Thank you, Nana.
Baba Christy, Monday to Friday, we are one. A couple trivia. She's live on Adum TV.
Oh, okay.
A free program, no bra.
Obra.
And you there, one will look alike. Emma, Papa, we pull it in my crowd.
Okay.
Kumasi, one of the programs, even Ghana, they are bra on Adum TV. We may about say Oba here Royal Praise.
Okay.
16th August 2026. Oba say Obuan, then Oba Yabuan catch them. Oh, pull it the mass.
Okay.
Yes. Followers last now followers near saying.
Me followers Bebre uncountable.
And I was
TikTok,
go Bebre
on Facebook.
And then that's only doing this thing.
A women's wave empowerment.
Okay. Modoso pa anti bacho.
And see, they met me I have one. But you say Okumasi and I'll be called a
Mekwasa but me wa copy Monday.
Okay. To say I did say Monday ubenya ho. Can you ban it say? My child 10 minutes on Adum TV.
Yeah, they check me.
Made the becho.
Hello.
The becho and also you be promote amount. Be man venue near.
Church of Pentecost Bantama.
Oh, Bantama, dear.
You may know nine.
Tell the girls, and the boys, in your baby goom come that day. No,
thank you, my
dear. What over whom may I ferry?
Hallelujah. How may I ferry? How may I Germany? Oh, you might thank you.
Bajo, only a Bama Pajanis, Bajo, oh, Brian. So for a evangelist. Dr. Diga, Doc.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Yes, boss.
Okay.
Because upon three and no coffee.
The bedroom.
Papa, my Joe number will Ogidi Hoda, my frauda. My frauda, Metayo crusade pa.
Okay.
My friend da.
Okay.
Menina dinko mona me penasem pa.
Gomusa what na got three.
Tia me twawusa metawodi. Ase kwansania wa abura wo hunu kwan. Enti obapa de mesre. Me pese obapa ya de ba kompa me. I don't need anything from obapa. Me pese obapa kriwa wo ha nyina ne Israel FM atiefu nyina. Ogidi. Me ene asanka boyos
emunko tojo de we
no as when you like
yeah la ne de wanya
embu why
de mesre obapa nyina na say obi hwe me me so me hwe na hwe
no kwasem
esan se madina chiache mesre obapa say afibia me ye crusade enya nkola crusade so my friend da no ne medi nkomo ma ni je kono se okasa kama wankasa yanka me hwe na chiri bio ti me pese obapa anyina mistake so a wan hwe me wu anya me hu sa dwuma ma ye na
no prayer
me sro obapa se wanyina mistake odo twamu kra wanyina ho na onye ma kenka high na wonko me sro obapa ti pese obapa hye me bo
What's your so?
I will say, Bedu no, Kumas, I said,
Bedu and I'm Organa and
no, actually dating.
I bebo,
made the Bemono,
Matthew so.
Ha no, actually. Send me a Bema, Cocu Jessie, Menenaye, or Wally Junior Menenaye. Junior.
Okay, Junior, I'm Junior be
eschatology junior, and a gymotology junior. Timpeso Bapa Semipo. No, we depending in name. Now,
we're a friend of Bosch.
So winim sen nena nke yanka nhye mu senka enna me no mienu be hia wa nambo ti de mpese ohu ne se de wasre ne ne no
that's right
ewurade pebe ye ho
amen praise the lord mawie
oza man ka me peu
that's right
because me fa me penante
no kre
ba ne pe nko ade ase ye bi man
no kre pa eta se pa yakopon shira in fact you do light wo fia light num da electricity nia
na me oni mo nyambia to ya na nka mpa mo ase no na ase ya jimenda ni
so me sra dia ma no pe mo ase de urade ma na sheda
na obiso so ni nyumbia
obapa nyum no de ya me de
fa French to so
je m'appelle Zi Olakesa Magelose you vendredi isama
famisi ya
mi mami re mfiti ewade ya
chaso
enyo
na auto no français
tous les mots c'est le dieu fatigué on le si mané
la
ya nyoma say ya hwe ya chini ya hwe ya nyoma
obefie we evangelist doctor ukita crowd ne pa nyagopon bo 16th August o se royal presorting komono sembe na okacha santimai den ye nyambo ye nua bai
mi gina Nhyira FM ene Obapa Christy me ka say me wo followers pa TikTok mo 301.2k 301.2k
okay figure ne ye
figure no o demonstrate abeti ase
yeah
me ankasa me de no ayewi a me de to me
flyer ne post
at the same time ankasa on say how can one radio makumako 5
so comedy station 5
bia be ko bia be
nyina me sa wo TV 2 so ba bia mbeji na bia mebo ni din mbesa aye bia me san hye ne bo so say dancers no mbesa no I am the number 1
okay
omo no besa wo stage na me sa wa bonte because me sa wo stage na sembe ba enti Obapa de mesre nyankopon de man say Ewurade Nyankopɔn tre ne hie Ewurade no mo ano ba bi obegyina bi Ewurade mfa ho nhyɛ ne sa Joshua chapter 1 verse 5 wase me ya kyɛw Ewurade de adom na kyɛ no no wansua Ewurade nhyira wa
nhyira papa me da se bebre
da se oba padaroma o se yenche ticket na miensa mankrofo ba cho adama wo be che me no aka ho na he
okay that's fine
Let me Judy.
Na.
And by 0322083581 Aba menje open kakra en ngwase se mami but odi dey say hello what's the bank okay I'm fat color for 03 agofie nye 0322 Royal Praise ban and odi agba 7 praise hello 03220 obaso ka bi ya bana good evening now din dey say
Selena ama
frimpoma pacho kase free
Bacha
afijase brono benso
me osawaba
afijase sawaba odaruma dwedie kese a yenua ba obapa krisiba edi ni de sen
Bacha hono ba na master ti awie di ma
eti hina ote ka kire me odaruma
nyum na oye na misie na nyum ye me de pa misi di mo beble
obedi dwumadi kese bi okumase ye fe no Royal Praise obababi
Bacha nyambo me ba behwe no me maame
aya behwe no so ba behwe no dia me nche wade behwe no ko me question no joba na behwe no wa
Bacha msene nyum no maame ntu baako
obi aba no tu baako dia okay to have
Baby ana me shepa Ewurade baba beyimia mi ma mi resi ni Ewurade aye
efijase kwabna frame wo she kire ampa ebeba bra ebe he wani mu a efijase sawaba ngaba ngofo na sante bogidi secheni 0322083581 hello good evening 0322083581 yes sir within the same Iman kasafri
Batom ke so kuma ya safu.
Imano dan.
Ba.
Imano bampa cho yene aba be na wa hai.
Mpa cho ohima Oba ma PC.
How do ohima ka go we are present ohima. Event no dey ban program kase ye nyina hwe kwan 16th August program ben.
You ya see.
Ebe koso wan. Hello? Hello? Insert to take. So, if you don't go about it, me consider. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
But you're doing the same.
Your friend Kokua.
How be Uncle Amba? Go work as a friend.
Make us a freaking answer.
Give me the banner of a Kwanyame 16th August 2026.
Please. No
problem. A Royal Praise.
Royal Praise, okay.
And the other Christian going a Christy Praise. Now, Adama,
Num pay me day. Yaria.
Ayara, Sanyu Mato. The program a date ban Ebaso.
15.
A time bang.
Patrol, Miss Sona make us so machine and I ask them what can hold a
4 p.m. sharp. Mam uti artist neba no bet me abobi di achem
minti me
atime hu de me ma why
bacho mat
yango pa bo ampo ma nso ne ntem mo be so akoto okay me fa call 0322083581 hello good evening
radie wa mi me sinie asesinia
Bajo,
ɛyɛ ne dɛ
Mr. Mpa, where?
ɔto yɛ kora mmani ate
Oh, boy, I say me, yeah, Opi, you're in free wood. Asanka.
What do you say?
But me to
I don't do
Daniel, but only me to the mapper.
Okay,
Michelle.
Yeah, that's a pana. Who to know do be show say Opi?
Opi.
How do the answer on you? Why are they?
ɔno na ɛto ama ne ho nti sɛ awurade boa no na sɛ sini yi a ne wura mfi ne da hwɛ n'ani abrɛ wo
some fancy man boys fancy man for the next caller. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
What's your din the same now kasa free?
The first Mampong.
Mampong.
Asante Mampong.
Oh, obo hine kumana na. Mini asa cheri na to say. We are royal wati. Program ni di udin the same now udin yanga sa the same. Sewa Priscilla. Okay, wadaruma program no bebe bidie. Program ni din the same.
Oya pray.
What ten you to for ebani bi? Kebi jemi.
Mama Esther. And it's a Goku Junior.
Okay, program ne cost away.
A ticket of Pentecost Bansoma.
Tickets in a one year saying.
But just 50 CDs and 80 CDs and 200 CDs.
Wow.
Why are they?
Yeah. But that's why.
I tell you.
Such a fool business. I've been butchering for no move. Is it such a? A few kuna aguna mampon. Then if he's only Yansan, a cockroach is almost in it. And the royal prison. Well, one man I have a how do we crank it? Well, program sena. And tell Akuma Swa, my near prayer. Okay, Mam Freddy Pami and Kana for young Janian sponsors and so. Yeah, I mean, send them in send. Mama, time I only a bed. The assembly by a friend was up. Why? Hi. So, Boyo, one yo.
A friend of our con and make us fridges.
About the
comfort.
About comfort.
I me deeper the ajua. Na me doba party say. Ameno. Me sunu nyuma na bibi ya.
Anu wa one ne nkasa.
Name.
Oh, obadwa.
Amen at the same.
Radin shira yesu adome ho ya na so.
Oh, oba nu kra yemu.
Oh, minia.
Ba cho nyame ya do ni abusua ni nyina o. Mo mra wai.
Matime badodo.
Show so.
Onyom de bia me de boss start. Say me ti wana me re ho me ho na say bibi ha me ano ni nyoma me de chechire me ho re.
Nyom de ahia.
Me ko channel YouTube ego me phone so.
Ana de ai na owura ho outabo no.
Maninye ye aja maninye ye odofue maninye ye ema meda ema mensransa na medi wa dance ye papi so prefer my friend me bi oba no mama sanyi na tonka o kan de jina o sha na bemu maninye ye ema meda
Mama, macho ticket to what? Unkwan and macho.
Matse, medas.
Baba, Kaba, when you cry,
I have some.
Said I don't know Korea. I don't know. My fan white couple.
And
you're gross. And I like the time I was August.
Yeah.
In the 50 cities, super so baby. The week be 5 seat and not 5
seats. But me, I told you.
About your. I saw for you to correction, Mamma. You better a pomocho. You to correction and think be a Sunday school for a ticket to Momo. Obi was socially youthful. You know, and I be a so far. Who there be been in a year family or you be an energy debut. Who are pass on a bucket.
It's a while as a wushany pan debut or corner or baconoba. Overcast so your case, no, your case.
So, because the royal priest back. Come and fellas, corner fee, yeah, a many or him are Benoit. On any cabo many look alike. But no, we're almost as I know. Can't you? Hey, one fellas, caller. Hello, good evening. Yeah. Money on.
Nani. Nana money.
Oh, jump. I ain't young brother.
Wow.
Now, Madame, I'm going to say.
Sorry, Adam, I was 16th August.
Was it 16th?
Aha, then Yamiasi. Now, 8 August, I am a birthday at Kamiko Prison, Shakoya. But what you get my father and fan to take him from now.
Oh, Yamisha, Nana. Yamisha.
Now, who be about on in Kasai? I know. Lazy, a book, chat is a woman. How do you go?
Hello.
And about be a boy with a may from Church of Pentecost on Yambo assistant August. Young share who was sponsors be a boy for be a poor. I might say, hey, nobody may I say,
so what you say.
Another look alikes no.
Nipper be a dear or be enemy be also. Yeah, and a boy, Jumano. And man, you don't meet one man say, wait here,
what didn't they? I might be a benya ticket sponsors no.
Okay, where your sponsors are almost so a Reverend Obapa Christie as. Sansona Bills Microfinance eka ho Nero eka ho Avia Hair and Despite Media Multimedia Group nso eka ho Footprint TV yene edika me refi na sengam de edi ni be Footprint TV eka ho Willis Fashion Obapa ACN Nero Prime and Frankie Cleaning services, okay. Where they pay and I pay. And so account EIB network and
CM ABN,
okay, ABN and a CMG Class Media Group. About one day, Gusua Gibebre. No, I show money
because August they be with my board. Say, yes, say your product.
Sika product first.
Yes. Ever say program not tie and yearly be on my mind. I'm any problem. Look alike now. My mom not to say. Now, what's a royal dance on? Well, sorry, I'm bonny. What's a race about my Burma told him. Now, didn't they say? Okay, there will be a name of Papa Christiba. Yeah. The bands of the Oyan and Papa. The Oyana, a month for child. Oh, sorry. Oh, good right, Pedro. And they were sorry. Yeah, sorry. What's that here? Bema batorum yama kwa babo sekrom na also programming then tinamwa we nija so boy obi baba to okobe bi ondi nechi then amwa ye nija wodi nechi ebe program nyambo a August I think say yeah event but event dey was starting temper I like the film
I was say starting temper na obi etimete yem pesa be yes oh minya yankama ko manti o so ti esimu ntama because ye pesa nyame ma be yi nyame aye ye pesa nyame ma enya fa hudi okay was our program we mutini asimu ntem no
baba minjio
okay since ka sabi o say many so sim say enko ready fear sabi say mama anka say enko nsejase na emu
ko klam kwa
what I say sorry program
afuna wetiti ni po nsejase
abro na tete on
ipatro ko ekurase kura
yo ye do be ko ekurase no mo say we audition na one
enti nyame asem na nyame adwuma ne ba bedi no so odi hu hyem e na mani je what you say me no e live tv say no say na odi hu hyem na say what you say
a hero aba sembe na kacha santima
na ka sister o friend
sembe na ka santima kole sa frɛ o mo di hu adanse chese ye ba asante ye dom ye ba beta wachi
kwasem
who's the whole crowd? I mean,
oh my God, Yamini Ahuding. On say, many of them are back home free or say on the 8th, and birthday, and no Jambo orphanage home. So the ticket or the to take it a chemco for a mama. And now Jambo. They were being to me and a one because Nipper be no matter who you are. So Woska, so we be, so what is saying. Obia here more. Ti mesramo sa abrei e na wobetimi akira wodo
saa brain na wobetimi a support Obapa ministry nti mesrɛ mo nyame adom a 16th August yanam de Accra de 16th August Bantama Pentecost, Church of Pentecost.
4 p.m.
4 p.m. Ena so wo fie na wo pese sesi a wo to ticket na.
Star.
Star 725 star 2030 hash. Star 725 star 2030 hash.
Be ya shimbi. Apostle. Bishop. Apostle. Bishop. Brane nkoe. David Bramington be kasa min ko fontin. Apostle? Yes. Yes, the best DJ on the 16 region. Come on, Unia Baba. Person be bisa was in Bina Bisan.
Okay.
On say, and you know what? You will be artist bu and you will be back when I say about. But when you may I will hold you, or I will teach you, or when you saw when you GS obo. Much you are our yobo. Continue great friend. Who are the India?
That's a son of the boy. Where's not the boy? We're finding them. We're finding them. I didn't know about Ghana. They don't want to. So, if you don't know bullying in our what's me surviving, what also the story.
Can you survive?
I can survive.
Yes.
It's the program with the boss, any program.
I don't know. I
want to say, Obama Christian. Nick room is a frank. Many didn't go much of Abaranga. So,
I'll take it.
You're going from what? The old Unia will be a cost to send me here. Meet
Sonia Quintana.
Well, good man.
Hey,
Mr. Frank, dear, you didn't come up and see.
I mean,
program.
If
you have some near Canasano,
Yabonte.
If you have money,
I'm going to be a balloon.
Now, yeah, I know about Papa Christy Abakumasi.
My God.
Men in the Black Sheriff Echo, Minister.
Yeah.
Black Sheriff will say, that was stayed away too much. Men in the bear anymore. As I don't return
sorry.
So, Obapa is what Pawasam.
The be Obeko interview be an Ubisanum. Mama, many so.
What Papa, some, it's a conversation about Pawasam,
maybe a funny
16th August in the bush. Ticket in Earth, or than an August now.
Do you remember something August? 13th August.
That's also birthday.
Yes, the King's birthday.
The King's birthday. And I will say a royal prince.
3 days.
Ticket to win 1 ton. Yes. And then Bessie depend be Bushwan of Abia, they have been told the item. Or be a accent and now naming us what I come. What's the boys? What the boys in the boat? Call him 1 year, you German airport.
What's us and you call him more. Papa, you men are last 1 year, you been an hour.
What's it?
And now kind of fast for the group. Name you may.
Actually, what did you
if you want
to man saying,
come on, they'll go to me. Okay, no,
but I know upon the BB. I'm a born so I can carry the bias was by. It don't happen to continue promotion. But I know when you say me being a DJ, and you know, mind it too, and I'm my favorite.
Your friend is a
Capella sister, I was going to pray. It's a minor 2 and I was wow. And you too much. It's a system. I guess the worst. I
know about you now, you know.
Yeah,
I see the cannot you buy a car bomb engine great about your was
see me. See me. I say, as a winner make quapam, it will be home. She riot. Yabis, and I know person, your Mrs. Sunny Dino. Ewa, o see a dear down so ni di nya. Aha, so wo bo amena wo sesam din. Aha. Enti no eya na nipa bia no wo pese nya menya bi ma bibi ma wo a. Eya na mostly wo tai ne no kɔ. Kind of a pama. Eboa. Erade eboa mensi mi ye na sesi mi ya. Mi remfree wudo. Come on. As you as your gas near saying. Yes. Ni remfree so okay. Wuri chichi binom so entwa me honko na sa wo bua ma mi ye ya mi vrem free wuto
obaye baba osin there ya wa dey see a chair Friday
aha
say holiday
yes nyame aye bi
baba Oba ebeda wasi pi. Social media handles me very fajen.
Okay, me social media handles no me dey we me TikTok Obapa Joa Christie. Yes. That's right. Obetimi and Reverend Obapa Christie Facebook. Then Obapa Christie YouTube where Dambasi then frame no. Boogie man Pacho Dambasi or frame.
Kofi Ambonza. Gadget.
Na Boba na was here the share no.
Said nipa ne ka chense. Se nyum ne hetia. Obeto ka ba kwa mama. Na wa tro ba ko atoba kwa mabasi. Na yebisa sa ka ben. No say the latest Range Rover. Na car no oza car bi wa utia brake na brake light na so. Na brake light no oza say bus engineer. Onye sound che ye bus miss. The bus tia brake na brake light no so na ye bus miss.
Na egune car na chi.
Praga graba si nyebi. Boss 18 15 years. Ana bus fee say akwana sort me. No si chale na akwana kana. Hey! Now dey na so now the buy di na mse pacho so ukwa engineer onya fe to dey una kase Kofi Ambonsa
na say offer me say obi abeye nyom na wanfa basi mix ni bi anhim
ndini pa so
oho no ma na nipa no efre na asa me ti oba pa Christine nyom ti na me beye no ho no enyom no bo a me ti se basi mix ni nyom bi ase hyemehyem adan na me die wanfa hye mo se ma me yeton
Oh, basi nyami shop. Social media handles team ni ase bloggers.
Talk na student den and no say Nhyira 104.5. Ube follow me official on him be on TikTok and all the social media handles. Another wapanyini a yetra nasam no so no ya oka se Indonesia eye ne yere wayera ensam no ye bebre eno ye bomodi nya oba no ahoma so kire se wayar sabia na de be free ma babia no be ma yatenenka enne ebetimi aye nafi se oba no waba ofia sanso na efo ofia na enkomo bi nso e wa kire no anu ode pa kire se oba bi nso o fi alata memu na wani 2M express driver bi nso asem bi aye pi so enkomo ni enu e fi adanti me de ni nyina be ma I promise tena se boko na yen hyase na yen kwa nim efo mafua efo o ze mu kan ze efo okay, no maka de biem. De bia eye. Chaza wo ho ye. Okay. Yo, wo yire ni? O wife ni. O na dis say. Hey. Okay. It's in our trip. Maybe it's also called by feeling na unu. Oh, Debbie. Opa na owa no aba. No aba. Owa na sanko. Okay, enra obo kwa edu ahudu obi yanko no mako kwa ba na afa so ohie obey. Mesrew enese ya na ye kono. Enu nti okana bibi entisa no wayi na no. Chase. Kwa fa zu no mi bia kabebi. Esem na mi kaninya mi bia kabebi. That could be me of obey. Okay, train kakra na wono mu emfa. Ana biribi ne bi bo dada. Aha, anti train na omo emfa ebi emo na yenko yenim. Comments me say dia wo pese wo ka ene dia wo pese wo ka chefo bia ka kire no. Na dia obetwiro bia nso making kan na me de amount. Pepe na yekọ yenim esa yenkọ.
Na hospital bi wo ye ho. Ntini suma asibi fi me eduma matrumas. Na asuma asibi fi hospital no top baby. There's a website and I'm banning from na me ko ho na me ko hu se nipa go bibiri. Omudo bi agba ho. Say hospital nti ade for the pomori aba. Te bi me kom baby. Awo hwa na obey anyumre bi na wa ba. No su bag. bag baako kita no baako susu no na obae no say nebra apamu na fifie o ma apamu na fifie say onko nti wo ba ma ya tena na ame say no say nurse ni bi wo hospital mo be ya mi ba na no nurse ni bi aka che say obae ni refi mu ya bi wo fe no afia na okay na me say okay na ade so asa be 8 o'clock wo na jame ji bag no na me man baby
nti obae once ne pekra no no abae
man si ni pe
sa
man si ni pe
dabi na say ya na meko no oka no ya no ntanta me na ebre ni o
kan sa wadi tro
man si ni pe
wo si me pe wan si me pe how say me bar da hospital a onu enso hie e de be maye aduani po akura no koye onu odo aduani de ko be maye do maye kuro wana o frɛ me o say
hwana ni kan chano
kanu ya no na
ya kanu kore
no awu ite wo so ye say wo so wo say me
fidie kese ya kanu kore e ko chiripa nu amfo frefre akra mi paso na mete enti obia nim wa akra nu na mi ko du fi ko mi sister ba ko frɛ me so humo ai adom
TV so
nti in fact na o radio akra so se mi man ka mi frɛ me de bi mi hu no se na mo ka se mo ye obi ba ese bi hu na mi fa no ko hye bujafo
na enko actually me gina ho a oba yense wo pe ye den na ufa wo ne makobo ni punum koda ho
mpacho o ka say odi tro on ka no kure
na o ka say wo ba ho na o ka che mi say wo bla no mapa mo frifie na mi so anya hwe
tro me bla ye kasa na me wo papa kuma ho na papa kuma say sa de mi tu ko me bla nchen ena me se me kwa ko han dan ena wo se mi dan me ba ye kura posi haska no pa me ba ko se me kwa ko han dan mo se smell yan
madam amin kan
mo se smell
on kan ko renti mamin kan minister mu nya wa kra me number o mo se mi fa me number bla me
kire se kai no wo se
mamin kan wo ba ye no wo se wo ma pa nya bi ne ire na ko hwe odua konta hospital ana wo charge o mu se afina wo hwe mame no wo ji hu sika nto mu tue sika ne ma
me papa no mu ho ase ya wo kan no ye face se o me
obra
aye fa no hu wo se o pe na ye nkɔ ye nim
mpa che o ya benkuro hospital mu ho ana me ba no se me kɔ pe pa no emla no na me nim ho area iti me kɔ na me hu no na me frɛ no iti o si gina ye na me se ho area saka wo
yes na wo nim ne dada
na me nim no iti me frɛ no se me pepe yi baby no mo ye ba ɛna ɔno frɛ me na o se he ye chikosia na me ko ye ko sia me ko chibia ko ma me ba no iti o ba
ko sia na uka
ne pa no iti o ba be tin ko ni fie no me ko ho na me ka ne hospital mu se papa bi pa na me ko gina no o si ye kura ko me ye ma hye me na misuro iti o se o be ba iti o be wura ho na madam ba ko se onye wudi ni ye o ye mi sister bi ni kunu ena omu ajai onim ne ntia omu ja omu awale uko ofia de ahomache ena onu ofie o de be ma me ne me ba wo hospital ena upo usi mi ko fie ko dwane na me si ne o de ba ye e be so ye wo ho na wo frɛ me se ye be nu aduane ye fie u fie yi baby ne wo yi no wo no me be nu aduane wo ho ampa me ko nu aduane me ko sika ma ko di dwa o e
obi na ma adwa na se wan kasa wa bi pa na kasa
me dano ye mani 20 cedi nam no kwa na okwa koto na me se akla no se o pe wura na na okoto ye o de bai
o bo akoma mi koto na
ma kasa se me ba na o ya le other hospital na no pe aduanya ji a enya una o be iska ma mi se sa mi de bia fa se na wo
wo
de pay SMC manim na me se krachi me fa be ma
bi o ka se na kire wo kire se o pe o ka se
o ka chem se o pe me se ni yire eni
efo
o kan ye mi ti bi so le so anoma se me ko si be ma
be ko kete
be ma yo te
o se me wa no kwa ni me wa
mama me o fa ba
da wo da mo na so
e kasa ni bra e fe no gesti o do na me di number ba ha
ko eyi kunsu da team ha
police station plan tama ye ko court no o bla no mu se o mu ko fa o so mu ko fa la mi ma ho lawyer bia judge na ka
me kire se oba ni some accusations now dey ma on here no
say na oboa
dey kan ne ba na the hospital no na on so hye bra no
oboa
me
oboa sister next back for fia o na for fia be ka say
o ba ho no man ka say se na o permit o pe ma wo no so hye a ye hye o say ma cancer for one e wo ma hye last bi o ba ye no o kan say papa kan okre na me no enso hye e de koma on ne ba in the o di matter na me say ani say o pe ba inti e na wo no eso hie de ba e fo ya ka o usuro nyame o person de
say why doctor mu ho
why na me nyini
me say wo hu mo doctor mu ho na madam ka say bra yin na yiri afiri ya o
o mo say o mo ka
na ha na bi ba no wu ya ntiri ya ya
ka no kure asenye ho na o mo hu
madam bi say say obo wari na
oba won say ne pedie eye den no timi so ane ne ma beba wo kum ma wo bie no ma na pele ni e say di no ka ho
say Mr. Fred me say so we can the media di we won kan ko do won kan ko say no fa base say so kan no and na say for me ka say ya to
sabre no a wo beba opunum na wo fani we ye oni ni ye nko a
na me na ye na me na ye on say ye wan who say let me see jare no efisi we ni say ntia me na ye kra
well,
because I said we because the question was about won't say ne pedie. Why there's one in near man I don't know what tree. Ababa upumusa maba. Now won't swim me sanitary so mammy. Me could be a me
nothing in the children say Brian
Abadam.
Brian Okono near Frimo higher yao. Well, what's your
one view said you are see me pet. And I'm sorry. Just say,
on can on one court was on can say can catch me clean or deliver two prisoners and Nibla so for me 2 prisoners and now Mr. Bissau say Mr. President Ogunanwe and no Bissau say who no prisoner who come one prison ayami ya sama roso awu
na ya oya if I say ya oya
say obey waba wasem wonu obeka nyina me ma 5 minutes bonneto fa kire no de nti aba
me ba ha ni say abusuafo nim say me ho no wo say no number sabasa okọ be ma we ho na ko na ko we ase no mi pese mu mwa me na mi fa ko sha abusuafo nsam no mu hu say me ni problem bia bio
mema dodo say no kai no mema dodo say no no wote no akọ
be ma okọ ho ye make na bonidi
ya de
na bonidi ne
ayi we ka jaga ni je fe Jack Moro
even
Jack Moro eno ko tna ni nche eno ka chemu say papa ni say ni yere ni nkwa nya de nto no fiamu na ni nkwa ye de na obeje ka siama na mana ekoko na tama oba o samba no me bisa sem wan ka ten so mi share ko bisa papa ni say assassina o so obeye na papa ni say obi aje
papa ni say nyame bua na kasase wo ho o de be
na me mi share ko bisa ni plan work
me na me bisa no me no na ye
na wo ko da be ma ho
o pam me bisa o eya ora o bisa no me so
o ko be o so ma pam no o ko so ma pam no
ma bodam say me le ba tukuru to wuram ono o ka se be ma bia di no eye toro bisa o ko ba
on kan ko de o bra on kan ko de
what do you need to say?
I tell you don't share
Tenya. Me say, woni e14 mema dodo say na fa wo afu achika no kore.
Pa che be ma bie ni ho fa ma.
Nti mema no Jack Moro dem wona akodi na wotwe se na nsa no. Na da ho kwa.
Pa che de bi me na me ne ma na yeda. One ne yire so wo. One ne yire e da dem. E na me ne man kula e na yeso yeda dai ba kum. O pa me papa no de me ko ma committee fo. E na committee fo say o gba ko fie ho. Uni ho. Nti wa misane be o de ko duru fie no me tire nwie ma so poni no be pe me na me nya
ahunwachi mi me ba ho
so amiti nwi ahunwachi so na me fa tire nwi no misane
o committee fo ni bi number o number bi e betinya fra bisa
ampacho number ne de bi ni ho jesi ono ne ho
o committee fo ni number okay me person me hunu what the problem is because mama je pass man no just only matro
no
nobody obet me atro fama no mama natural na yenko nti bo wasa utro nya na wo kasa bo wasa me to fa kire no
nti yes na me die America call yi na nya ma ne fie na sam le bi ono so wokumase ha na mo say da bi o mo frɛ no na o say efo wo no yire ya hu se ma ba ba gi asase bi wo haye wo afa mo na ye nim no sa asase ne ye ne dia na wo ko fa ba fo
Babia.
Woko fa ba foforo na watimi atwa yonko ba ne tire nwi poni.
Paper na watro wo so no. Sign ho na memfa ma wo no momfa committee fo no. Na menhwa ade.
Enti hwana na nano say okapa fa enye ema me enye de me nkosiri. Ena o de me koye ampa so teba me ko no. Na me nchima. Enti na me nim say bia me ba betwa bra. Me ko duru ho no be say boso me chima no so na me be say hey.
Me ba tobo. Ma me change reverse dia ne sansa dia na se foforo. Baby a me pese me te wo wase ne say. Ba wo ba ha no. Wo so pese o de obey come na busuafo ana wa yira na obehwehwe no. Which is which?
Me pese me come abusuafo se ne be ya ibe film me ti so.
But o no ba wo say wo twen so obey ba na o ka so nware bie mu a e na be hu de obey ana. Ti ade no wo dane no.
So ya bedu de say nyame adoma nya hu na ni de.
Mo be ware.
Me ade wa de dem ko to bi.
Oyene. Eno ba e wo si wo twen se oba na o ka so nware bie mu na be hu de obeye. Enti wo da gina de wo gina no a na o ka bibi foforo.
Me gina na.
Se
e won ho so o ka se o nware bi a na be dine ko.
Afa na wo kasa.
Because we be back. So cause I know bibi nti alkota mi junjun tambia no bizansi ya me pressure. Sana sana mi junjun mi ntimi na. Mi hunu.
Na de se de me na ni hunu na me de
da do
ko dwa tale na ka me se de.
Da na ye ni ko fa no e club akwasi.
Ma me mo ba yin kasa. Ba mai woni no atena mfie dodo sei na e dey na wo hunti nkoko da prison na japade na saase ne nkoko na fuo no e wo he yen starting free ho
pa cho tema ohun mi no braye otwitwa msekan e bi ni we
mame tena se boko tena se ansa camera ne beti Frankie se beti mi afa wo se with the torch efo
a torch
wo se with the torch into torch na won nsa na ho sa no
torch
any
so that touch.
No wait. Touch na inside and son won sa no. Absi abra bi.
How the dan wechi, dan wechi.
Dan wechi say. Bibi.
Ebia ho pa. Ebia ho kakraka say ye twa ne second.
Absi abra Facebook Nhyira 104.5. Na bra berebie na merade. Mama I want to testify. Dan wechi kire me na mere.
Kutwa ne da ho.
Bra Efo, who see way a torch and I second
torch into judging come at the way or the touch the bag cut or a touch fufu.
Touch in
the shed in the number.
No, touch and woody and a day because scan that
solar touch beer Bob where you know what so you the bar cry the bar kunsu. No, no, so no, as I took you.
I'm sure baby say a torch I will
glass be also.
But Facebook me ba mo me na me hwa de. A torch ama me hu a second ama me hu. Facebook ni Nhyira 104.5 bra YouTube. Fati bi to Adom TV na be radio. Ya the torch ti mi bo obi achi pa ma bie sei yefo.
Ye the back to the torch nya back to one judge.
I don't afraid you say a second.
Say until mam say no until can na be frɛ me pen number na frɛ sia na case one nsɛm no e very tutu nka me pen na frɛ no omo de na judge you ka so
na me sa no ho ne de no
we ono nkasa me dem no na na de touch de ba
na touch de ne ma me de no de bo
na e second
second na touch
can and you call when people say she was there
sit up right kano kure wo nyese bi asama benti na wo twa tobo nyese bi asama benti wo twa agu
there be me po menya bi
wo de torch kokko to kodi adanse yese wo de torch na bo
fa say tema nyamia mu na me kwasesa no ma no omo say na ono ye sakawa ito omo koye no sekan ba ko na omo fa on e solar torch na ni nyina ye muja
ka so me ye sakawa and the person be da from crash here
ono kura po ye chi ufum no nye 3 days time na mani tete na bitin kasa
meba
trouble
meba mame no one who yi adobaba sometimes na wonyanko efo I will be very mad at you if you keep doing this pacho bra na woni wudi anu baba na onyanko unconscious enti ye day no de bro touch light anansikan just be truthful
in fact oba na me meda ma da se ya na me na ko de baba hwim ha se e na me de mi say eji
na ye ten
ona make me o pame na de asa o pame te me ho ye ni kan ko na ye sheme e na me ko twa filling station it one driver ni bi oba beto petrol na fa me dem ko hospital
adan na no we trust one na de ko hospital
driver ni e na fa me dem onu kura po mu twa yi
fraud e na ye ni akasa ye ko bi na
ke wo ho
boss for me hu fa yi and na what for on be family
debi o dem ko ye na o dem ko ye mu ye de
na mpacho madam mo won number bi a ye free police station nke fe won fi police station one that na agbenyega
chobo ansa chobo
una o dem ko hospital
o ye dem no de touch no be bo wada no de touch no be bo
o say my did na ten and o say se me makoko no
and na fi sisi kada milita no
ba ya o no so kwa ko
ni e ba ba we hwe ni
to ba ni o de be ye me no jesi me funu na o mu aba be fa
oyima e nebo ha o tie ma me yenu masenia e bia na sika no ye twitwa ne dada because o say on say no mama so de wutimu se e ye touch enti won kan okure se bia na ne nsare na chi de obi atwitwa de dada
ba che de bi
e ka se
o mu ko fa touch ni sika mienu ni nyina ba police station itita ma wani
touch ni sika ni ya no de bo
o mu bisa me e na me say e ye touch se na ka ye sika no a na ka me say e beti e na o mu si da bi se sika no so ye moja na me si da bi na me bi mo me ye sure say e ye touch na ka e ye sika na me say na ka e beti
oh tutu number pa
teenage say asmo okay
share the nipa number film hopala
driver no be fa o hospital the say
me ni bi
filling station man na ko twa hwe no
ai me sapia chiremasu
apia be
oh your friends ebo
your friend Mr. Charles
in filling station
nti na won so ka Mr. Charles dey a filling station won si fie na de ko hospital
there be one na my smith feel filling station wo mini you wo opposite see nti driver no be top petrol ono o twam akọ fie wanafo ana ye du koye ana driver no said no say na ye there is a police case nti one na nurse ni ba ko pie no ka say nipa na ye nsa na nye onu na afia sidi a so mi so mpacho mi na mi kan ko direct ade tie kura ansa na commander ka say why ade pa o kan ko say de eye na mo yeju ko court na so o mesre no say bi ayo bi ba na so o na no be ka say ayam ibe say number bi o ye fe police station ibe fe commander direct o police station
chobo enti ye dey call police station na ye kan ye say enka onko twafe e wo prison no ne dan no nimfo wo se nkokọ ye say
nkokọ ndo so wo nuka so de bia chiche obiru se nka omunko boa no na omunyimi madam Rachel na honorable
no be na no tie asam aba wadi bone wakodem dey na wotunto ne woni manyina popra within the space of 1 month
na na he man pacho e wono wo kan ye to ono okodam no e na o se ye to to no ma no bi ye fanye dey ebia me jai me dia ebia ye be fine e na ye ne wafa na 8 million
na no su na ba hoda
na la me no adwane me ma omu kan banku ma omu famla
wa ba hoda
me na me ti ahun no ti say
sabe
bi
ofa so ba bia no wa bro ofa so ba obu ti ka ba no wa bro ana bon pa say o ba me na me ba ntie na me yare
o de ko be bi
obi di on say prison wo no mu ye say
ansa ne de ese wonom
o de no ayi bi wo no ba o so a ni nya me de beto ayi ma mu nya hwe
e for me ba enti ne die na moton no say
ni plot ne wafa no ton no e ono mu go prison wo e na o say wafa wa ton wa ye ntimi nya de ye nya ska e ma de fine me nya ska ye de e na ye ton no ye papa ne say me ni plot ne wafa so ni plot enti je say ono efo no ba na ye mom o ma ye 12 million ye fan ko yi ni mra oba na mo akọ area kan say akọkọ ye paper no e na ampa wo ba ye na wo ye oji scan ya ka
no nso
na wo ko chire madam da
no kura po na ye ji efu sase no ye yo no ye ntimi enyo ɛna yɛde ba ha
so oniafuo
bia na sɛ ya na ɔkɔ yɛ sɛ ɔkɔ akɔgye ɛna mo sɛ yɛfiri hɔ no 7 years nie ntefuo no deɛ ɔmo afa
ɔmo direct ne nkɔhwɛ adeɛ mene meyere agye asase yɔ nsa na wokɔ bare firi mu
asase deɛ wo no woyɛ no nyɛ wo deɛ o ɔyɛ bi dea ɛyɛ malam bi na kɔfa
na sɛ wotutu asɛm sakasaka
ɛnɛ woatwa bi anaa wonyamfa bi nkokɔ no a ɔka ho asɛm no nso
akokɔ no yɛtɔ no yɛ no ne nyinaa kɔdii ɔne ne wafa hɔ
motɔn akokɔ mbaako sɛ
mpakyɛ akokɔ no nipa no ka bɔɔ mu nipa no ɔwuyɛ
motɔn dodoɔ sɛn
mpakyɛ na yɛ 8 ɛna yɛtɔ no yɛ ne aka yɛdi ne nyinaa pa ha na yɛ 8 bɛrima kɛseɛ na ɛwɔ mu no ɛna ɔse yɛyi ɛde kɔ akɔma ne ɔbɛka no asɛm no ɛna
ɛsɛ wode akokɔ kɔma abrɛ
akokɔ a disi yɛ nkasakasa kora ba wobɛtwa picture sɛ ɛyɛfo wayɛ adeɛ o nkokɔ gyina gyina sɛ
akokɔ saa no papa na wɔtɔ akokɔ no wuyɛ ɔwɔ hɔ
wode wo sɛ wode bi kyekyɛ mpanyimfoɔ binom
ɔne ɔtɔ akokɔ no ɔka sɛ yɛmfa bɛrima fa kɔma nipa na ɔbɛdi no asɛm
ɛna gyagye no so wode baako kɔma gyagye
kɔmaa no akokɔ a yɛtɔ no yɛ ma 5000
mode akokɔ kɔma gyagye
wurade yesu kristo
wɔyere
mode akokɔ baako kɔma gyagye
wana de kɔɛ
afia na di kɔɛ
afia
ɔboa sista ɔboa
na saa bɛrima akokɔ bɛrima no deɛ kɔɛ
ɛna meka sɛ ɛyi nea ɔtɔ nkokɔ no wɔse ɔde kɔ akɔma nipa di ɔbɛdi mima nim me na ɔno yɛ nim na yɛaka asɛm no
nti mode akokɔ no kɔka asɛm no
ɔyi baako na nea ɛkaeɛ no ka ne nyina bɔɔ mu ɔno kora po na nyɛ sika bia na yɛ 3 million ɛna ɔde maa me
enti bɛma wɔfiri baabi ɔkɔɔ yɛ kɔnya na ma ne ba yɛ nyinaa wɔamɛto hwee ɔho nkokɔ no ano ne fie no ano
ɔboa nkokɔ no yɛ sisa mu nyinaa ba na ti mu
akokɔ na ka tete na aka ɛna me ba akokɔfra ɛna ɛdi baɛ
ɔsɛ ɔmo yɛ 200
this year nkasa ba hɔ bɛtwa picture wɔ so ɔde kɔkya nwafo wɔ parliament
mu bia na tie mu frɛ na mu tie efu asɛm
ɛna ɛka ma wɔnom nsa no
mpacho nsa no nya de sister da na me no
ɔn ka because ma yɛ mmoa no
what is a blow
me say bɛrima say wokɔ nom nsa ba no efo kwasia na adi na tam sa me bo anya sa na no
na na ma me te na no me di na tam sa o ka kyerɛ me sɛ me maame a owo me ne ho fi na se fi me amu me so me ho fi saa bi ɛna me say sɛ bi wo so onye saa me so me di
onya ne sɛ onya sɛ
me so me si ni kwasia
wodi na tam sɛ
me si ni kwasia ono je ono kura po na me blase ense se na ko pa wo se fifi ono mire bia wo no mo wa be ko pa wo no pa wo fi
ensa wo num ye ko ka se mo break
why o kana ma fa yo bo mi ti ma mi ya do
ama me ofa mu ka che o se
o ti ma ti ele
mi ti peche yes mi ni se ndi
mi ti peche yes
yes and nani ni picture o do ma ni Tunsunati.
Afro repa.
Double. Me pesa me ka.
This asaman do no we can for it.
So to be born
me kasa e kura po ya.
Me se
me na ko mi
ma me video call. Na ba fa video no ma me en hwe.
Nsapa so yo.
O
de yi ya o beti asem na asem of no beti. Daga before na ye ko.
Me wali bi. E ho no me kai se me wali bi. Na o mo se me twensan. Se me no wo ya tena se abre. Me ka se me ja wali akọ. Afi bia ohun se ma ye adwuma na se o fa hare dai e fa ma de na sa da ni
ana o se na twini ni na we
o ne ka wa so bada
o fa o de ma ba tum o de meku ha ya le ka mi no onu mi na no ase ni ti na bisu ye duro
se sia ka ye ba ka no oni mu de ase TikTok for you na on man na sugar mommy for na mo pa TikTok se sia ka no ka ta ma for say ya o akokora we o so de a we ya na o ye o ma twetwe number ma number bi
ani
me sa ni wo so o mo pe kunu se sia o ne ti
na wo fara ye de
na o chere na ba man ni mo fre o mu din kwambo o fre o mo efo ye
ba ma mintie no
efo ye o fre nem to na fo no o ti ko fa ba
sugar mommy for me ko fre na ye
o ti fa ko fa na ba pa me ke ma me o pa me ma metre ma shi hanu ma kokko na me to e potre kokko me ko ye one o fa ba me nsa sa afi no me ko ye me ba che ba bi tu ni na afa ba ko nsi ma kokko me ko duru ye aduane ne o mu ye ko sia ne na pa na egu so no na me se me kura po a me ma yi mi ska ton kokko no me ku o mo re sa
enso ko tu so ba wo ni nche
ani ba do kura po me ko ye no na me ye ya le ye na omu se man ko a ye mienu ye nya ye ho ba ko mewu era me ko ye me man pamba no ko ya ba no so dwa
o bra ne pam o ban hia
me bra no
obeto ne oba bi ho
nya no ko
e fa oba bi a wona ti me ba
bi o de maba de be bi o de maba
fa oba me ba tie wait Ufa wobe bia wona chida.
Ufa bia oboa. Afia kan ko.
Efo
oboa.
Nya de afia ka mi bisa o mi
nana mi fa bia. Me fa bia.
Nana de ma ye de.
Me fa ko body ka de yipa no. Ko mi fa bi. Me ye dua 7 years mi fa ka no.
Na de no bi beba opunu a on de oje no.
Sabe win bana.
Na.
Oh, one day me ka say na me na yo. Saka sna me
na what dey una yo that is not my problem
enti eja say back for me te site a me committee site aja mobo
okay
enti na me say nani afia eja obina bo ma ya bobra
udi turo papa udi
say mame say what say 1-2 no afrifie no ohwehwew 1-2 no afrifie no ohwehwew onso wo da abusua nim so wo de nete papa be wa no ana nwa ne bi
nana hima pa cho enya de say ya me firifie ono fa say prayer enti na say me dwane ye he pabo ye nya me nane obi paboa ja tale na me de ba me
na wo bro ma na
aja bo me pa madam bo me na wo me say that you know
hima nu ya ho
bo me papa bo me pa
me ton kuma wa no din kuma ko nsa man ton mi so mo no din na ko ja hima pa ka say
mo fre
sister mo wa du ku ni bi o ma wo timpa dwa uko resto sister ko
entity uton kuma no di ku nu nkoje nsa no obebo no nyesa
dabi oboa o de fe committee na o di ko
den na mani
dabi o won say so obuba na odi matema na onim say na bu na say o tun say ma jifie ni ho nti oba ba jira o efo kwasia me so wa jimi de ento ho no say bi dem ka na say ani po do mo bu ayi omukuru dem sen ka dem ko kan nyem ya obo se mani sunya firisio na me ka konya wote so sinas ke so obo se manya afọ no mo hwe
ya chi no sestila wa ba no wa chene na dala ha
na me
piano
nana okoma o de na mani breno amma na makwa announcement
ukwa announcement no ba woni na
Dabi
say no ka say bi say me na no ye na oboa
woni da tato ne da da ben
ye da ye kropo na wotwe mi ni mai
efo
ye da na wotwe mi
na say na say da hospital bisa no me force ko
no me frɛ say mo frɛ me say me da hospital
usu hospital
o say me da hospital
no ofrɛ
oba na me so me ba fie na o share station no say
na say de we re wanyina ye eja hey
o ko ankrani
wo ye wanyina ye ana wayira
any say na me ko hu
me kire say ofrɛ na wo fa dia na kire say wanyina ye
na me firi mu ha no ana me frɛ no na o fa ye me ma da for kwaji number ni frɛ no nti ka ken kwase no ka say
obey na busia fo woni mu wo no mo wa he
ayi me ko do ma hinkro abi oho ni baba ya oho ana misa ko asim ho kasasa so ne bra onunya oho
kuma se ha woni busua ne bia wo ha
ayi baby odi no wa ne gunu menhia ho o se ye ne bra ne ma me nua bi ne ba onu ho no odi no wa ne gu ento
we so ko to no be ma dem be ma ho na we
ba che David me ni be
ma mi so da ne nche na ma mi ka che so da
me wusia ba bi poka che se ni nua kuma ademe na ne wo ye no
obwa enye ni bibia no o de nyam se we dagati ni a enu ano sa no to o nyam se we dagati ni a na wa to
o ba ho na wa ba behwe
ne bra ka che ni se ensa na wonu mu no me ba dai no ni be ma ne bobra no nti de be ma ka nya no kore
se wo no de adwuma agame me ba Indonesia efo be wa ni be ma na wa ni be ale na da bi
metimi afi bia madam na yi adwuma hunu me no ye by 7 years ni tuma say ebi ni me ho ye ba kunto kwa me no ma na atwa gya tu me Ghana card ni na ahyem meti wo say me ni Ghana card ahye me Ghana card say
efo na ahye Ghana card
ne mutima muko fie we sese ya me no makore bia
wa se ne ne mada wa se ne ne mada
meti we say no
ko se mu mi akasa ma adi card card ko ma sa adi card na me di ko fa obae
oh
usisa udi kasi bebe o ade na mo mienu no mo yesa mo ya mpanyifo mienu o ana mo ka no kwa
so ya brand
mo na ka no kwa
say ekunu so senka mutumi ni pipa ko odi tag ni ho ayi bi abo bi ha o say wo ho me ko yarisa me ba o se bi oni se me ko wu obreku wa ko taxi asisa no ma nya yo no ni ba manhia ne bra yi process ya ndu su ni no ha
o ba ware no e ti se Nhyira no di chem se kwa se kwa chiri ekwe fie omutimi bro o mo tete o ma ade me chiro stories and but wait omutimi nya da
I know
wow no what don't was it so
oba no e di enti na ma wo no mu nsa no
ensa no se bi da na pa cho ni enti ame no no fan se
o fe pa o ba ren se twa photo
sister wuye e na me matre me wo musu wuye e na santini bi so fa me de me ba Ghana ese menyem me wo e manya intimate wa ono eto da o tin di matem e na bayifo uno waku ukunu akunwomba o so le wo se wo fora
enyem pa bo na yekoya o mu ka cho se o ma so beyeda
e wa so fo bene o fa ne number 1
hey mo kompai bo
madam nana ko mani fa so fo ne number no
me ba mo kompai bo wo he ane e ka se wo ba ye ba fo
aseketia
okay
ayi bonko su kan so wo pe papa na wo se sia ana obi sa wo se
papa na obo
wo se wo mana wo on se o ko Cote d'Ivoire no 15 years o so ko fa be ma bi o no mu ye double money e no mu bo be ma na dua o di o man dase ni pa no bu o di o man dase ana papa ne se o man wi no o man si obeyi da ana wo se o efo mu na to ne bi o ka yo se bi enyefu Cote d'Ivoire mu asemu na o ka no obi sa o
she
na wote
na me hobi
la wonu na tie
me hobi aso obi sa asebo no o se be
me say ni nyina wote e na sila wonu na tie okay aja me say mame
and Sunday too much
wonu na betina biem
ache debi na mpa ma cho se ba ko bi wo ho ndura me frɛ no busa no o say onje busia bia va say de ya le no bae no o ma me koje daga tefo yeti ku bi 20 million
enye ho ni ho
oh da bi ese me ka o se wo ne me ka me so skana ya me dia bi ko twa me ti
I want
20 million ena me koje he
ko je de bre no ana
wa ne bosia busu mi
ka se ni ko to do
na ma me ka sa me wi a e toro na wo so yi ma no ena sa sika no o ma me 11 million busu mi bia ne aka no ne ye de to so no fa kotua
na no masa fa 2 million mo
2 million
eno na odi ko wi nsai
me it is say aka 14 million say offer mam
14 million
na se sa scan ye di brenya wi brenya na chi bosi
na 2 million ma o wo say
de 2 million na wo dia mimi sika ena oje ye ena
me na senkwani
na senkura po ni se na saska na ka o mu bonu
anya ho se okay anya ho se mu na
da bi se me ma o
wana ye di ko so yade fine anya ho se ka o ya me yiri metumi so yade anya fi won de anya fi 10 million metua o ba ma ka cho se mintua na na sika ni ho
me ba se ye nu bosia bonu aja oba wa ne bi ma na wa ne bi
oh was someone dia me so dia me ni
problem anya on dia no ka me so be ware ni bi ma na wa ni bi
u pe so le tsade ya ne ya be ne ya kanant ya se
oh mi le me wade no
03220 83581 mami u he na nim odo ye wa na me don no
jesu so ware bi em na no from the kai
he jesu kasi odo ye we e wonu ne hia me wo sire
na e ma pa
efa na me wanu mo jesu odo ye we wo beti ajesu ane dia
ba che me se me tutu papa
ana so odo ye we de wo beti ajesu
na ju ya wo kan wa sa diri ba kwa ne bitima
efo
nana
me say menuma me tu me no na eto ba chew ko be dia duru no mama mani mama charge ma hiti ma shiti abroso
mi ama gusa wa hiti
Baby, ọ̀dọ́ yẹn wá na mẹ́dọ́nù.
Me ni wa ne be wo.
Ha.
Na nyesa.
Ayasa yanko. Ya buni time ara na wa fa kasama. Ayina bo anu le re.
Ọ̀dọ́ yẹn wá na mẹ́dọ́nù ní fọ́jìs. Ọ̀dọ́ yẹn wé.
Dabi onu o de nyom nam. Ade. Ọ̀dọ́ yẹn wá na mẹ́dọ́nù.
Ọ̀dọ́ yewe.
Ọ̀dọ́ yẹn wá na mnini bewu.
Ọ̀dọ́ yewe.
Me de makuma se ni mo.
Ọ̀dọ́ yewe.
0322 I'm from some boys. Where your friend is so kabia. Over here to the
Our dear way. Yebe kambu.
Oh, let's see. Ah. What am I going one time and I'm happy. Mammy, who couldn't say or no dear or Bewa was in the same. I was so dear near you said me. I know him cause a bar, I don't say our money dinner. Who could move the animal be a fan? Oh, Fano. The people didn't not people. My father may be a meteor, then I am. My sister, I also quite. When you say, I feel 48.
48 now, what I
48, I would drink.
03220835818283. And you're not someone. Hello? 03220835818283. Hello,
Mama.
Me don't food baby of Refi.
Eti ni mi kase sister you jawo so mama.
Yo, eti yankwa de adro no.
Mama, ya me shira mu wate. Na the ekwa so ho de e say drama say dey on. Empani fu